I've been streaming all day, talking non-stop, breaking down news with each headline drop, reading some tweets, playing some games, turn off the stream, prep the next day, it's a wild game. In this Twitch worldview, for streamers like me and shouters like you, wish these hot takes were fake, but they're all too true. Yes, they are. Oh, they are. Streaming in the new world with Chatterino. These bitch men that are bitch made. Lord knows that y'all just wanna spam bullshit in chat. Want me to click their links, so I help farm their views, but they don't have no subs, and they don't have a view, and I'd give you a click, but I'm covering news, cause of bitch men that are bitch made. I wish debate bros would stick to ideals, but they drama farm for deals on other platforms out there. Lord, we got streamers on Kick showing their dick, and they're trying to make gambling look fair. Now if you're spamming away in a parasocial haze, my moms will step in, put you in a timeout phase. Young minds are in here right now, so stop breaking their brains. Take a week off of chat, there's your 5 minutes of fame. Lord, it's a wild game in this Twitch worldview for streamers like me and shouters like you. Wish these hot takes were fake, but they're all too true. Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
Oh, they are. I've been streaming all day, giving it straight. At the top of the hour is a 3-minute break.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Sam Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. It's 73 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a good one. That was Bitch Men That Are Bitch Made, AI parody for Hasan. We are live, we are alive, and of course, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in the life of HasanAbi Piker, and let me tell you, not much. I finished Gen V yesterday. I finished Gen V, the show, the boys offshoot. It was pretty good, but honestly, the ending was kind of mid. It's kind of a weird way to end it. I watched the season finale. For those of you who don't know, Gen V is an American superhero series developed by Craig Rosenberg, Evan Goldberg, and Eric Kripke. It's a spin-off of The Boys. Based on The Boys comic book story arc, We Gotta Go Now by Garth Ennis and Derek Robertson. Did you watch the last AOT Azan, The End of an Era? I haven't been paying attention. I haven't watched the last Attack on Titan season at all. I am not prepared for Kai's return. Anyway, so I watched that, and I'm in the Dressrosa arc now too, on One Piece. So I'm back on the One Piece train, as you guys know. So, and I have checked out Pluto. I've checked out the first 2 episodes. It's pretty good. It seems interesting, at least. It's piqued my interest. So, anyway, having said all of that, other than watching stuff, other than watching things of that nature, oh my God, I heard Invincible season 2's out. I'm excited about that. But let's keep it $150. Other than that, it's just work. You know, work. That's right. The Beatles are back. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. But I'll tell you this much. Eric Kripke says Gen V season 1 ending will have a handoff to The Boys season 4 that will then hand off back to Gen V season 2. Gen V showrunner Michelle Fazekas says it can't get too complicated. You should be able to watch Gen V and not watch The Boys. You can watch The Boys and not watch Gen V, but the shows talking to each other and being consistent is always important. So, nice fit, homie. Yeah, I'm hitting 38 Röntgen. Not good, not great. The Beatles did a song that didn't get completed because their leader died, so the AI used to replicate the rest of the song, so the original song was fucked. Yeah, I don't really care about that at all, I think. You've been silenced as the great shave of 2023. I have to do anything I can. What is this? The Case for Israel with Noah Tishby from the Tim Dillon show? Yeah, I don't fucking know if I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I have normies at the gym telling me to watch the fucking Tim Kennedy, Joe Rogan experience, and it's like gonna kill me if I watch it. Anyway, you got a shout out on Taps last night. Oh, again, every time I get a shout out over there, I get worried. But yeah, we'll talk today about obviously from the river to the sea being a point of contention and drama apparently, because you can't really say anything that's pro-Palestinian without people shoving it down your gullet, saying you're anti-Semitic. That's it. Anyway. Are you buying PC a new truck? What? Maybe. We still haven't watched the Joyanne Reed highlights, talking about Palestine, but we can do that. Michael Moore on Gaza. Saying that from the river to the sea means genocide is the most purest projection from Zionists yet. Yeah. Anyway, but to wrap it up. I worked out this morning. I'm feeling kind of good. So, yell at college students and covering the massive ceasefire protests in the U.S. Get in now, fun stuff later. Yeah. Did you see Erdogan severed his ties with Bibi? No, he didn't, dude. No, he didn't. I don't believe it, okay? Israel is an extension of America. So there's a lot of people who recognize that America's foreign policy era is on the downturn. So people are just taking pot shots. But it's an act. I'll believe it when I fucking see it. Okay? It's an act. Not real. It isn't real. It is a good thing to recall your ambassadors, though. It's like, it's the least you can do. I'll be honest. I'll keep it $150. Calling your ambassadors is a good move. Okay? I respect it no matter who does it. I think it's like, it's the bare minimum, and every country should be doing that until it's basically just the American ambassador, in which case they have to start changing their fucking decisions. Finally, Bernie calling for an end to the bombings. Brother, I don't know who Bernie Sanders is anymore, okay? I've lost all faith in this man. I'm really sad about what has become of his legacy. I mean, sure, he was always like a little bit of a J Street soft Zionist, you know, like liberal Zionist. But goddamn, dude. I mean, this is like, bro, fucking Drake, dude. Fucking Drake called for a ceasefire before Bernard Sanders. Like, what are we doing? You're 850,000 years old at this point. You're older than the state of Israel by an incredibly wide margin. You're older than Israel, dog. The fuck do you mean? Like, what are you doing? What are you saying? What are you doing? Like, you know, you've seen all of this. You've seen all of this stuff. You've seen everything that has gone on, you know? Why don't you say that to his face? Look, I still love the guy. I love his body of work. I love his dedication and his commitment to civil rights, and justice for all, except homeless. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, same with John Fetterman. No, fuck John Fetterman. John Fetterman is new, okay? John Fetterman is like already making stupid fucking political decisions without having like any kind of real social capital in movement building. You know what I mean? John Fetterman is who gives a fuck, right? Bernie, on the other hand, is a dude who has dedicated his entire life to social justice, equality for all, like things that we all believe in, things that we were all motivated by. People have shit on Bernie a lot throughout the years, and they're always, to me, it spells that you're like a bit of a grifter when you shit on Bernie Sanders. This is the first time in my entire life where I've felt so utterly disappointed by his lack of reaction. It's very sad to see, especially because like the only people that are defending truth and justice in America, the only people who are vocal right now in the United States of America are the next wave of politicians that have been influenced by him. You know what I mean? And his contemporaries, his counterparts in the UK that have been just completely cast out of politics are loudly and proudly and unconditionally in support of Palestinians. So, makes me kind of sad. I forgot Bernie lived in Israel for a bit. That doesn't mean shit. What do you mean? Fuck you mean? I forgot Bernie lived in Israel for a little bit. This is entirely conflicting with his perspective. Bro, if you know anything about pro-Palestinian protests, you should know that there are motherfuckers who are in the IDF that are like, I've spent the rest of my life reconsidering all of the horrifying violence that I subjected people to. Like, living in Israel doesn't mean anything, especially if you are a real, especially if you're a real leftist. Like, that doesn't mean shit. Bro, Ofer Kasif was on this fucking broadcast. He's literally an Israeli Knesset member. And he reached out to Bernie Sanders before October 7th. Like, what do you mean? He literally reached out to Bernie. He told us here. He is an Israeli Knesset member who reached out to Bernie Sanders to be like, Bernie, you have to do something about like the violence that's escalating in the West Bank. This is going to cause a lot of problems. And it did. And even Bernie Sanders had the moral courage 2 years ago, or time and time again, Bernie Sanders has been the only politician who has been able to openly state that he is willing and able to shut the money faucet off. You know what I mean? Like, he's the only guy. He's the only guy who I've ever heard running for president, like, that had an actual valid shot. Like, I'm not talking in comparison to dudes who are running to just like sell a book or whatever. Like, he is a movement leader, one of the only movement leaders in recent American history that I've ever seen that has said, I'm gonna shut the money faucet off. Y'all need to knock it off. You need to stop it. Ryan Grimm on Majority Report said he believes it's because now Bernie has Biden's ear and Bernie thinks he needs to play nice to keep that, when in reality everyone has Biden's ear. But I also think, yeah, I don't think so. I think, I don't know what it is. Maybe he's just old and he's just dropped the ball a little bit. Doesn't give a fuck. I don't know. It's very unlike him. It doesn't change his life's work. Okay? It does not change his life's work. He is still someone who I look up to. He will always be someone who I look up to. It would be so much. He would have to do so much for me to just like throw everything he's done for modern socialism movement building in this country, normalizing this concept, normalizing it so that people can like bravely say that this is what they believe in. You know what I mean? Everything that just like fucking frustrates liberals. Yeah, here, this is exactly who I was thinking of. Here, you want to know? Like, here's why it doesn't fucking matter if you, like, lived in Israel or not.
I'm
Here.
Probably the only person with a Palestinian flag, and I'm also the only Israeli citizen here. Probably 40 years ago, I was a soldier in the IDF. It was a very hopeful time. Everybody wanted peace. A settlement with Egypt had been made. And the next step was to have peace with the Palestinians. And when I was in the army, I saw that sabotage. You know, I saw the attempted assassination of Bassam Shaka, the mayor of Nablus. And I just saw like a mafia-run country that sabotaged the peace process at every step. I'm just here to show my support.
You're cheering up. There's a lot of emotions.
Yeah. You know, like when I was 21, if somebody told me I'd be standing...
We're the bitches that like to say if you're in the idea, if you're an evil piece of shit. I mean, dude, I rely on breaking the silence. Like, I follow, what's his name? Bernie. Fuck, there's a dude that I follow who's pretty good. Like, there's, breaking the silence is comprised of veterans, okay? Breaking the silence is comprised of veterans from the IDF. You have to understand there's also, it's mandatory. So, you know, for me, Benzie, not Bernie Sanders, Benzie Sanders. Thank you. I said Bernie. But the reality of the situation is I believe in rehabilitation. Like, I believe in rehabilitation. I believe in being able to change your mind and you know, and work against things that you've done in the past. So why in the ever-loving fuck would I not apply that to veterans too? If you denounce your service, if you fucking work against it, you know what I mean? Oh, this is exactly what I was going to show you guys. If you denounce your service, if you think about it critically and you change your perspective on it and then you work to undo the damage, then you're my ally. You know what I mean? And the people that have like this mentality of like, oh, dude, you're fucking baby killer across the board. Like, yeah, sure. I mean, I just completely and utterly ridiculous. Anyway, but we've been talking about a lot of ridiculous shit. You are nice to a fault. I've written off so many people for their bullshit takes on this conflict. I am a firm believer that people will always come around, inevitably. Guys, famously, many revolutionary figures or communist or socialists have never been imperialist, military, cough, World War I cough. Yeah, like there are so many veterans in this community. Veterans are, the way I see it, like the way I see the IDF is exactly the way I see any fucking, like I see American veterans too. You know what I mean? In some ways, it's inescapable because it's mandatory. And in other ways, it's more personal even. So like it's even harder to break through that. Do you have hope for MAGA? I have hope for everybody. Sure. Not mandatory. Just don't move to Israel from Brooklyn. Dog, come on. It's you're making it seem like it's just fucking like West Bank settlers that live in Israel or some shit. Like, dog, there's like Jews have been living there for almost 100 years now. You know what I mean? In pretty large numbers. And now it's 9 million in Israel. Like, and not every single Israeli is obviously Jewish. There's also 23% that is Palestinian citizens of Israel. But still, like, come on. The point is, or the goal is, to live peacefully, you know, achieve long-lasting peace and security and harmony. These are not like ridiculous expectations. This is what's supposed to be the end goal, not the other way around. It's not really mandatory. A goddamn Swiftie stand account. It is mandatory. You go to jail if you don't do it. That's crazy. You guys are crazy. Anyway, I'm not saying the IDF is good. I will never say the IDF is good. The Israeli occupying force is bad. It's very bad. It's just that, you know, things like this happen quite frequently. Here, Ron Bauman replies to this fucking guy. One has nothing to do with the other. Whataboutism is childish. And Israel isn't dismantling Hamas. It's deliberately murdering thousands of innocent children, in the process creating the next generation of militants. Move along, please. And then this fucking dickhead replies, it must be good to be you. Don't answer questions, make ill-informed or uninformed statements, and pretend they are fact. Probably time for you to get some self-reflection and try to grow beyond your limited vision. To which he replied with, I spent 4 years in the IDF starting a year before you were even born. I have a leg still riddled with shrapnel to remind me every single day. I've been reflecting for almost half a century, and with each day of reflection, my vision just gets stronger. Goodbye. I mean, that's it. Like, it's a dunk, fine, but also that's a very powerful thing. That's a very powerful sentiment. A lot of us love to think about how a lot of us love moral grandstanding from our positions, like, and the reality is that for many of us, we've never been tasked with this. We've never had a situation like this, you know? 32% Israeli men and 44% Israeli women don't serve. By the way, I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say. I don't give a fuck that it's like mandatory or not. Even if it wasn't mandatory, I talk about American conscription, American veterans too. Like, and also when you talk about these numbers, you do realize that a chunk of that is also Haredi, I think, right? Is that the proper term? I don't know. It's Orthodox Jews that get religious exemptions, some of which are the most fucking aggro settlers, and some of which also are some of which are the most aggro settlers, and some of which are the most aggro anti-Zionists, ironically. So it's infinitely more complicated if you want to like get into the weeds of it than the way that like people try to understand it. I know a lot of like dumbasses who have just learned about Palestine and Israel last week, trying to dunk on other fucking people who are like doing advocacy from a meaningful point of view, or but like maybe a little bit misguided. So people will go, oh, dude, Israelis are white settlers. And it's like, and then you see a bunch of other people dunk on those guys to be like, hello, Arab Jews are like some of the most militant and some of the most nationalist ultra-Zionists. Like, this is not a white and black situation, which is true. It's not. It's not like as, it's not the same dynamics that you think of, because you're thinking about it from a Western lens where you're only looking at the Western world. And of course, Ashkenazi Jews, like a big chunk of Ashkenazi Jews that live in the Western world are white, right? But, you know, this is something, these are nuances that I try to describe to people. It's maybe nuances that you're not going to be able to get if you read like a couple of Wikipedia pages, or like, which, you know, I don't think is a bad thing, for the record. I think it's a good thing. Always inform yourself. But there are definitely nuances that many don't understand. But I'm glad that, inevitably, I always urge people to read on this stuff, because unless you're reading like complete ultra Zionist, ultra nationalist filth, and I read it all the time because I think it's like, I like to see what the fuck people write. That's my fun at night, is like I'll go to like, I think I was reading an article from like the Middle East Forum or some shit, and it's like written like a scholarly journal, and then you read it and it's like fucking incredibly dehumanizing. But unless that's like your only fucking reach, the only thing that you're reading, you're probably going to come to the same conclusions that I have after doing all of this reading for a very long time. Have you considered they're easier to make fun of? What do you mean? I love the counter of a lot of people serve in a lot of people in Israel serve in the IDF is counter with only 50% of women serve in the military. Yeah, exactly. That means a lot of fucking people serve, right? And then you have guys that go, Google the Irgun and Lehi group. The IDF was founded by terrorists. I know, man. Why are you telling me this? You think I haven't talked about this? You think I haven't read these books? But you are right. Read The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by Ilan Pappé. You should. Ilan Pappé is great. You should read all of his books. Back in my day, Hassan used to be anti-reading, how times have changed. No, reading, like, it's a joke. I joke about not reading. It's very frustrating. Okay? I obviously fucking joke about that. Stop taking that joke seriously. There's a lot of people taking my jokes seriously, sometimes because they just don't understand what a joke is, or other times they just want to like make an argument dunking on me, I guess. And then there's also this like other column of people who are just like straight up lying about things I haven't said, which I find really weird. There's like I guess there's a concerted effort to deplatform me or some shit, and part of that is coming from like these random fucking accounts, and I have no idea who the fuck these people are, being like, oh dude, the largest political streamer said that this person is like I'm not even gonna get into it, but there's like all this weird shit. People like trying to dunk on me for saying From the River to the Sea is not a From the River to the Sea is not like a call for genocide, which it isn't, and it's ridiculous to claim it is. Right? They all want to farm your haters. I know. Who cares? My morals are clear on this issue and on most issues, no matter how hard people try to fucking deflect away from that, or to try to cut stuff in heated moments, in emotional moments where I am not my most coherent. Okay, but seeing this is unstoppable, dude. This is incredible. Look at this. There are a bunch of people on Reddit who have it out for you. Yeah, I know. Threads is going nuts though, trying to spin the narrative. It is sad. It's sad. But if you see misinformation, correct it. If you see people fucking saying silly shit or using me as like a jump off point to, tackle certain subjects, you can engage in it. Saw a take from one of those people say the solution is a 3-state solution. Yeah, those people are fucking psychos. I don't think people care about the truth though, but you should. I think if you could change your stance on the U.S. corn industry, those accounts would become friendly. Really? Is the river to the sea supposed to be free all Palestinians, even within Israel? Okay, I'm going to talk about that right now. I think it's important to get down to the history of this, because like this was one of those things that I saw where it was like, I said free Palestine from the river to the sea means Palestinians no longer live in an apartheid state and are free of the occupation and have equal rights and representation. Not genocide of the Jews, just like Black Lives Matter never meant white lives don't matter, right? But this was another slogan that was desperately bastardized by those on the opposing side that wanted to say, oh, no, this actually isn't what that means. And it's never the people who actually like are saying the slogans that dictate what it actually means. It's always those who are on the opposing side, it seems. And you know that tweet is shadow banned. When I check your account, it doesn't show up, lol. I doubt it. I don't think so. And then I, of course, used an example of what actually is anti-Semitic. I said this, on the other hand, is anti-Semitic. The conflation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism is one that the ADL in Israel uses regularly. They claim Israel represents all Jews, and there's monolithic support from all Jews for Israel. This is not the case. It's anti-Semitic. So, yeah, I don't think I'm shadow banned, man. It's got 4.8 million views, and it's got 138,000 likes. So I doubt it. So, this guy said, what a fucking moron. And like, even in his audience, like even in his response, people are like, what do you mean? What did he say that's wrong? Like, the fuck, like, what's the problem? And I got tilted and I said, these fucking idiots love to set boundaries. Israel's killed almost 10,000 people. Spare me your snobbish whimpering. Is Israel an apartheid state which must be dismantled for a democratic one with a right to return for all Palestinians? Or is that a demographic nightmare for the ethno state? Okay. Oh, this is a good one. The shocking insight. Oh, we watched this one. So, 1948 Creation and Catastrophe is a good documentary. Roadmap to Apartheid is a good documentary, which we watched, which compares it to the South African apartheid. And then Gaza Fights for Freedom is a great documentary as well. Even though I think you sent the wrong one. This is the Vox Atlas. Gaza Explained 7 days ago, which is a great video as well. But Gaza Fights for Freedom is a great documentary as well from Abby Martin. Anyway, the point is, I will start off by saying this, okay? The reason why I clap back at stuff like this is specifically because I think people want to bastardize this. They want to bastardize the message to make it impermissible, to make it not illegal, maybe even illegal, but not currently illegal, but at least like saying anything that is like pro-Palestinian should be considered bad. You should not say it. That's the entire point, right? Like, that's the goal. It's like, oh, it's anti-Semitic. Don't say it because it's anti-Semitic. So to which I responded with, like, I hate having this weird back and forth with liberals. Like, do you believe the Palestinians deserve a life of dignity alongside Israelis, or will you keep defending an apartheid under the guise of security concerns? The everyday brutality and sheer arrogance is what caused October 7. Okay? And the thing is, it is, I think this was another person that was, like, responding to me. She said, lol, was I possibly wrong on my last post? It doesn't matter. I can still morally posture on this other point, which I didn't even change points. I don't know why these people think that they're like debating. I don't know who the fuck they're debating. I don't know what they're debating, because this is not a, like, I didn't change my stance at all. As a matter of fact, it's like pretty fucking straightforward. She said, yes, assuming Palestine is not a sovereign state, then it absolutely is apartheid. If it is a sovereign, then it's occupation. Do you think from the river to the sea isn't a dog whistle for Israel eradication? I said, great, I'm glad we agree on the facts. Yes, this is about ending Israel's apartheid so that all Palestinians and Israelis can live in this area freely without having to worry about the occupying ethno-state's demographic concerns. Because that is the major point here. The point of contention here, like the reason why Palestinians are permanent refugees, basically, 6 million of them not in Israel, 5 million of them under Israeli occupation, is because Israel has a demographic concern, which is, of course, an insane thing to openly admit. And in order to be able to openly admit that, you have to say, well, this demographic concern is actually a security concern because Israel must remain a Jewish ethno-state. If that doesn't happen, then Holocaust 2 is like going to happen immediately. Some people legitimately believe this. Other people, I think, cynically weaponize this. But ultimately, that is the goal. Like, that is the mentality. If you want to understand it, that's where it comes from. So to which she responded with, I guess I will ask you again, do you think from the river to sea isn't a dog whistle for Israel eradication? When Hamas adopted this slogan, it meant to obliterate Israel and kill all Jews. And then she, of course, dropped the 88 Hamas charter, to which I replied, yes, in 88, Hamas was a marginal group with very little support when they used this slogan that you admit predates them. Hamas also says free Palestine. Does it change the meaning of this too? They've also revamped their charter in 2017, if you place a lot of value in their words. I don't. So from what I understand, people were replying to me saying she didn't know anything about this issue until 3 weeks ago. He's been using hypothetical reverse genocide to justify Zionist oppression for years when it's always been Israel doing the real genocide. I don't know who you're talking about. So the point is, the underpinnings of her argument are pure racist sociopathy. It hinges on the idea that Palestinians are rabid Jew-hating monsters that only exist to antagonize Jewish people. Yes. So, point is this. The reason why I replied to this is because I hear it a lot. Lonerbox? Wait, Lonerbox is a Zionist? I've watched one video from him. I watched one video of his, and it was pretty good. It was about, what do you call it? It was about Benjamin Netanyahu and Ben Shapiro lying about the history of like peace negotiations, which was very good. I don't. Is he a Zionist? I don't think so. He's a soft Zionist or Zionist with extra steps. He used to be worse, but he got better. I mean, he hates you. Does he? I've talked to him. I told him that I really liked his Palestine video before. Lonerbox is going full Zionist. He's Lebanese. I think I would be shocked. I don't think he is. I would be shocked if he is. It's odd to be a Lebanese Zionist. Anyway, whatever. But he does seem too informed on Israeli-Palestinian history to like actually. His takes about Israel-Palestine are pretty dog shit, but most of his takes are all right. He has some criticism of you about Ukraine, but the video aside didn't demonize you. Maybe that's changed. I don't know. He's made like 4 videos shitting on you. How do you not know he hates you? I mean, dude, there's a lot of people who hate me online. I don't even fault them. You know, there's a lot of fucking shit ass information about me out there. Some Phoenician Christian and Lebanese people hate Palestinians with a passion. I mean, yes, but also he's defended the Phalangists in Lebanon. No shot. No. Okay, I think we're playing telephone. I'm done. I'm done listening to people in the chat, but that would be insane. I doubt it. Okay. I'll look it up for myself, which I say that, but I probably won't. I say I'll look it up, but I most likely will not be looking it up. Let's be real. But I'd be shocked. You don't fault them for hating you? Yes, man. There's a lot of fucking shit out there. Dude, I read shit that people say about me and I hate myself, okay? I'd be like, yeah, if that's the only thing I've ever fucking seen about this guy that I don't know otherwise, I would be like, yeah, this guy fucking sucks. You're right. Do you know how much misinformation is out there? Motherfuckers still are like, Hasan loved. Like, there will be upvoted threads everywhere online still to this day that goes, Hasan loved that Ukraine was invaded by Russia. Still. And it's like people literally sucking one another's cocks. At that point, it might as well be true. You know what I mean? So many motherfuckers say that. So many motherfuckers say that. At that point is, you know, like, yeah, people will drop and say shit like I'm a rapist because I went to a brothel in like 2010. Okay? And have been like unconditionally pro sex work. I've literally dated a porn star. Like, I just saw a tweet saying you're hypocritical for calling a ceasefire because you never called for one in Ukraine. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. There's so much info out there that's like readily available. I stream every single day. You could come in here and ask me. But like the point is most people don't want to do that. They just want to like circle jerk in their hate shit. Like I have literally demanded a ceasefire in Ukraine multiple times. And when I said it, everyone said I'm an appeasement Andy. They said I'm Neville Chamberlain. And that actually worse, they said I'm Hitlerian. Most common comment I see on your videos is, wow, rare Hasan W from someone who's obviously never watched you. Yeah. So that's my point. Like there's so much psychotic info out there. All it takes is like a couple designated, those liberal streamers don't want to just ask you questions in your stream. They want you to have them on stream to platform for debates. I mean, if people are going to be good faith, maybe I should start fucking talking to some of these motherfuckers and trying to get their audiences to recognize that like I'm not this fucking person that they think I am. But also, I can't help but feel like I'd get farmed in that situation. Anyway, regardless, how do we get here? Because I was talking about from the river to the sea. Okay? Everyone who follows YouTube politics knows a small set of facts about each creator they don't like. Yeah, but the facts are always like insane shit that is completely, like, at least for me, sometimes I'll see like sometimes I'll look at like an account. I'll look at like a random like meme account that mentions me as a joke, and in the fucking like in the comment section, people are like, Hasan enslaves his editors. And I'm like, bro, that was a lie from like 5 years ago. Like how are there people still lying about shit from 5 years ago? There's so many better lies that you can say from like recent times. You know what I mean? Like that's like It's crazy. Anyway, yeah, they've said I've enslaved my mother. People still talk about Armenian genocide. That's a TYT era smear. Yeah, that's true. People be like, oh, dude, remember when Hassan always denied the Armenian genocide? What I never have. It used to be that I'd see what were essentially bad faith interpretations of things you actually said. Now it just seems like mostly unhinged shit. Yeah, I think like that level of hatred and lol cow momentum just goes in one direction until like it's robbed you of your core identity. You've become this unhinged madman who dedicates their entire lives, it seems, to just being like, this guy is bad. You guys should know he's bad. And here's why he's bad, because he's done all of these bad things. You know? There are definitely, he hasn't defended the phalanges in Lebanon. The tweet literally has hundreds of likes on Reddit. It's a fake screenshot. It tricked many people. Thank you. There's no fucking shot he would defend the phalanges in Lebanon. That's insane, bro. That's like Christian fascist militias. Like, what the fuck? This is what I mean. Y'all are fucking delusional, dude. Come on, exercise a little bit of critical thinking. Jesus Christ. Fuck, man. Did you know Mia Khalifa even had a Lebanese forces tattoo on her wrist? I've heard that about Mia Khalifa as well. This is why I hate online debates so fucking much. Yeah. Why the fuck would you listen to this parasocial ass chat anyway? I mean, I usually don't. It's pretty funny. Yeah. My haters will say I'm bad because the Jenks company is called the Young Turks based off the group. Yeah. It's like 8 different degrees of separation. Like, I'm bad because Jank owns the Young Turks, which is bad because the Young Turks are the paramilitary group. Like, that's what it was named after. And not because, like, Jank was young and Turkish at the time when he first started it. And that it was, like, a common term used in the English language as well. Like, the record label, the Young Turks. Like, to say that this means that you're, like, a Young Turk, or, like, a progressive. So he wasn't Turkish at the time, but he definitely was. But he was young. I was watching a League of Legends show, and one of the co-hosts was talking about the underage brothel thing to discredit you. Dude's supposedly a journalist. Underage. Yeah. It's not even that I went to a brothel in 2010 that was busted, raided for literally tax evasion, and then successfully sued the German government and won back like hundreds of thousands of dollars for the smear campaign that they, I guess, engaged in. Okay. But now it's like an underage brothel, and like I participated in it. Like I'm the one who did it. Like, this is an insane thing to lie about. But yeah, if you don't like someone, you could just like lie about them and say that they're like a pedophile rapist, and that's like normal now in politics. Yeah. Yeah. It increases like the price of my fucking mega mansion. You know what I mean? Yes, I have seen what Daniel Day-Lewis has written about going to Gaza and his experience in Gaza. It changes you. I didn't realize how many people here are anti-sex work. It's like they don't listen to what you say. Yeah, no, there's a lot of people who are anti-sex work who get like very frustrated about it. But anyway, the free thinkers in Hassan's chat be like, Hassan gets clip chimps, smeared for it, and has fake shit said about him. Different creators on the left uses clip chimps, smears them without any basis. Yeah. So I mean, this is true though. If you repeat a lie long enough, it becomes the truth. Yeah. And the thing is, like, I have, if you have enough cyber stalkers, and I certainly have my fair share, it don't matter. You do get oh, and then she turned around and said, why are you acting like you don't know what a dog whistle is? I didn't even see this. This is from an hour ago. Why are you acting like you don't know what a dog whistle is? You wouldn't accept this argumentation for far-right dog whistles. Hamas also says decolonize Palestine. Not all catchphrases are dog whistles. From the river to the sea, free Palestine is a dog whistle based on the historical meaning it holds for Hamas. It's not. If it's a historical phrase that like predates Hamas, as she also personally admitted, why am I at a certain point? It's like I realized people were saying that she didn't know anything about. People said that she didn't know anything about Israel Palestine 3 weeks ago, and then like started reading Reddit stuff. So I guess like maybe I should not deal with people like that. Maybe they'll keep reading and they'll eventually come to the same conclusions. I don't know. Oh my God. What is this? No Israelis, a civilian crowd outing themselves. No Israelis, a civilian crowd outing themselves. Who are these people? I don't know who these people are. This has like 166 likes. Like, I don't get it. Like, this is what I don't understand. Like, what is this supposed to be reflective of a broader movement? It's not. I don't think it is. Are there people who do have this perspective? Of course there are. Guess what? You know who else? You know who else has infinitely more genocidal points of view on the other side, the side of the militarized state? Motherfucking people who support Israel unconditionally. So, you know, it's not about which side has more racists, because I think Israel wins that by a fucking long shot. It's more so about, you know, which side is doing the harm, which side is doing the damage, and how do we stop it? All right. Yeah, Ofer Kasif says too little, too late, and too little, but finally Sanders opens his mouth against the war crimes that Israel commits. Like, yeah, we're having this conversation while, like, yeah, thousands of Israelis are in front of Bibi's house calling for him to resign. The hostage families have made a fucking, the hostage families have made a fucking tent city, protesting in the streets, demanding a ceasefire in Israel. Meanwhile, here in America, we're talking about people ripping the fucking hostage signs off. Meanwhile, the fucking hostage families are asking for the same shit that the people who are pulling the fucking hostage posters off here in America are demanding the same shit. It's so frustrating. It's so fucking frustrating to have this back and forth, to constantly have this conversation without, like, actually looking at who wants what. And we can't have the conversation on the boundaries of who's doing the harm and how to stop it. We must have the conversation on, like, these aesthetics, these aesthetic boundaries. Like, do you condemn Hamas? Well, I got you. You have condemned Hamas, and also, well, everything is Hamas. Did you know that everything is Hamas? Everything that predates Hamas is also Hamas. Like, at a certain point, it becomes really fucking stupid, because if you look at it critically, you recognize that the colonial power in this circumstance, or the state in this situation, dictates the level of violence. That's how this goes. So why are you accepting, like, you don't know what a dog whistle is kind of fucking gross and immoral and disgusting, especially when it's like white Americans who don't know fucking shit about Palestine or Israel, who just learned about it yesterday, saying this type of shit to motherfuckers like myself who do know, who has been engaged in advocacy for years, but also even way more gross than someone like myself, but yelling at Rashida Tlaib over it, who is fucking Palestinian. Like, what's the implication? That she secretly like wants to genocide the Jews? Is that what you think it is? And she's just like trying to do a little dog whistle here and there. And if I dog whistle a little bit harder, maybe then, everyone will come to terms with it. Like, it is such an insane thing. Like, it is an insanely racist thing. You have to understand, a lot of people do not consider Islamophobia to be a real fucking thing. God damn it, because of fucking Sam Harris. A lot of liberals, okay? A lot of liberals just pull the fucking fascism ripcord the moment that you start talking about Arabs or Muslims as though they're human beings. Like, and they can't just openly come to terms with that racism that they have, in the same way that, like, no goddamn conservative Christian fascist is going to openly admit they're fucking racist, and they're going to duke it out in the fucking battlefields nonstop. So they just try to use progressive language and liberal aesthetics to be like, no, but you don't understand. It's a national security concern. It's a national security concern. Very odd. Anyway, projecting genocidal intent onto even the mildest call for justice for Palestinians has long been a staple of Israeli Hasbara. Exactly. There are people who literally say free Palestine is a call to kill all Jews, okay? When Palestinians call for freedom from the river to the sea, they're calling for decolonization and the dismantling of this racist colonial entity which dominates their lives, and seek to replace it with a state that would not exist at the expense of the subjugation of others. It's that simple, which is what I've tried to describe time and time again, with many different ways of explaining it. But also, let's talk about another thing here, right? Let's talk about another thing. Let's get to the fucking history of it, right? Here's the forward.com article that Humanist Report sent. From the river to the sea doesn't mean what you think it means. Over the weekend, scholars and social justice activist Mark Lamont Hill apologized for ending his recent remarks at United Nations for calling for a free Palestine from the river to the sea. I found this to be incredibly gross when he got fired for this. He is literally a fucking scholar and a historian, and he got fired for making remarks at the United Nations that ended with from the river to the sea. Think about that. Like, think about how gross this is. This was all the way back in 2018. This was he was at CNN at the time. His apology came after 3 days of furious online attacks and criticism from many people who felt deeply hurt by his remarks. Okay? Critics have pointed to Hamas's use of this phrase, the claim that Hill was either deliberately parroting a Hamas line that calls for Israel's elimination, or at the very least, ignorantly repeating a deeply offensive and triggering phrase. Yet lost in all these discussions is an acknowledgement of what the phrase actually means and has meant to Palestinians of all political stripes and convictions throughout the course of the past 100 years, because this does predate, in some respects, the Nakba, or the inception of the Israeli state, but certainly throughout the past 75 and certainly throughout the past 56 years, okay? The Palestinian plight and Palestinian liberation has been a consistent interest, okay? The tactics have shifted, the ideals maybe have shifted, or ideological militancy, even what kind of militancy and what level of violence as a retaliatory effort has changed throughout the years. But the morals of this movement have not. The morals of this have always been about liberating Palestinians from colonial occupation, liberating Palestinians so they can go back to their homes, liberating Palestinians to ensure that they can live a life of dignity. Doesn't matter who they're living alongside. And the idea that this, in and of itself, means that it just actually fucking eradicates all the Jewish people living in Israel is obscene. It's ridiculous. One, it can never happen. And two, it should not happen to begin with. The point is not revenge. The point is justice. Okay? Justice is not revenge. Justice is to ensure that there is permanent security for everyone living there. Okay? But it's a matter of projection. But I'll get to that in a second. I'll get to why this is projection in a second. We'll talk about the Likud Charter, which is the, power that has been voted in through coalition governments time and time again. It helps remember the context in which Hill delivered his original remarks. He made them last Wednesday as a part of the special meeting of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People in observance of the United Nations International Solidarity Day with the Palestinian people, which is held in the final days of November each year. The date is important. On November 29th, 1947, the United Nations General Assembly voted to partition Palestine into a Jewish state and an Arab state. While Jews in Palestine rejoiced, the country's Arabs bitterly opposed the partition plan. This is important to understand. The reason why they bitterly opposed it was because the partition plan, which, by the way, from today's lens, looks fucking awesome for the Palestinians because of how awful the circumstances have been for the Palestinians over the course of the past, 75 years. However, the partition plan at the time gave 33% of the population 53% of the land. 33% of the population that had only been there for like the past 10 to 20 years, as opposed to the population that was there for hundreds of years. Of course, this was considered completely unacceptable, especially completely unacceptable because of the assurances that were given to the Palestinian people, who were also engaging in their own post-colonial movement in the aftermath of the Ottoman Empire, as they betrayed the Ottoman Empire specifically so that they could have their own fucking national independence. The British, of course, obviously turned around and fucked them over. The reason was that they all saw Palestine from the river to the sea as one indivisible homeland. They invoked the story of Solomon and the baby to explain their stance, like the real mother in the parable, who begged Solomon to refrain from splitting her baby in half. Palestinian Arabs could not stand to see their beloved country split in two, and they saw the Zionists' eager reception of the plan as an ominous sign that they intended to conquer the whole of Palestine, which they were right. Is this map accurate at all? It's reductive. These maps are always reductive, but it doesn't matter because this map is correct, and it's gotten even worse, the last one. Okay? Moreover, the proposed borders of the two states meant that the Jewish state would have roughly 500,000 Palestinians living in it as a minority. And while the Israeli narrative holds that those Palestinians would have been welcomed as equals in the new Jewish state, the clashes between Jews and Arabs in Palestine that followed the UN vote, particularly the attacks by Zionist militants and the subsequent forcible removal of Palestinians from their homes and lands in areas allotted to the Jewish state, led Palestinians to conclude otherwise. As for those Palestinians who managed to remain on their lands in the new Israeli state, they were eventually granted citizenship, but it was clearly subordinate to the status of Jewish Israelis. They were subject to military rule rather than civilian law, which meant they needed permits from the military governor to travel to work and school. They also encountered widespread prejudice from Israelis who saw them as a benighted traditional underclass in need of a state's benevolent modernization, which is ironic because they also treated the Arab Jews that came in a similar manner. However, not as bad as the Palestinians. Remember this distinction. Because Israel is supposed to be a Jewish ethno-state by design, this is the Zionist design, there is a different classification for Arab Muslims and Arab Christians in comparison to Arab Jews. This in and of itself should be a good red flag for many. Many should look at that and go, that seems a little weird, because there's a lot of Arabs in Israel, but as long as they're Jewish, they're full-blown citizens. But if they're not, they don't have the same rights. Like, what's going on? The fuck? So remember that. The designation internally inside of Israel is Arab and Jew. This is false. There are a ton, millions of Arab Jews. But they, both themselves, do not consider themselves to be Arab. Okay? And the Israeli government does not consider them to be Arab. They consider them to be something different. They consider them to be Jewish. And Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, living under Jordanian and Egyptian rule respectively, faced authoritarian crackdowns that prevented them from being able to fully express their political views. So remember, there's also this part of the problem too. At least Egypt had like some semblance of Palestinian self-recognition in Gaza, right? But the Jordanian rule was also kind of brutal. The Egyptian one too. So here's some good books on this as well. Police encounter security and surveillance in Gaza under the Egyptian rule. There is the Palestinian refugees in Jordan from 1948 to 1957. Routledge Library Editions, Jordan. This is the book. Here you go. Wait, hold on. Let me see this one too. Oh, the other one is where's the other book? I'm losing it. Where'd it go? Okay, whatever. Let's continue. So, in other words, after 1948, Palestinians were not able to live with full freedom and dignity anywhere in their homeland. That's how the call for a free Palestine from the river to the sea gained traction in the 1960s. It was part of a larger call to see a secular democratic state established in all of historic Palestine. Palestinians hoped their state would be free from oppression of all sorts, from Israelis as well as from Arab regimes. And the most popular component of this came with the PLO. The call for action was accompanied with a unique idea at the time of a singular, solitary, secular state. That is what Israel fears the most. Okay? You have to understand that has never been a consideration for the Israeli government. It's never been a consideration for Israel in general. That is what Israel fears the most. A singular, secular state that is democratic, that offers equal rights and equal representation to all with a right to return to all Palestinian citizens. Why? One must ask the question, why? If we are to be honest about it, it is because it is not a real democracy, but an apartheid. It is not a real democracy, but a Jewish ethno-state. That is precisely what it is. And it's not like this is a hidden secret. It is very openly stated time and time again by founders, by current and previous Knesset members, over and over again. This call for maintaining the demography of Israel, to maintain the Jewish superiority and also the Jewish percentages higher, has always been the most important consideration. Now, you might look at that and believe the security concerns on the other hand, which Ben Shapiro and the like will regularly reveal. They'll say, Arabs have 22 states. Why do they want a 23rd one? Right? Why can't Israel have a Jewish ethno-state in the same way that Arabs have an ethno-state? And it's like, none of this is the Palestinians' fault. None of that is the Palestinians' fault. This does not justify, unless you think the entire Arab world is monolithic, okay? And they are single-minded and they all operate on Jew hate in the way that Ben Shapiro claims that they do. You cannot make the Palestinians suffer for the crimes of other Arab countries that had their own motivations, that had their own national movements. That's why the puzzle piece always is Islamophobia and anti-Arab racism. That's the missing puzzle piece from the equation every single time, because this would make no sense otherwise. Anyway, Palestinians hoped their state would be free from oppression of all sorts. To be sure, a lot of Palestinians thought that in a single democratic state, many Jewish Israelis would voluntarily leave, like the French settlers in Algeria did when that country gained its independence from the French. Their belief stemmed from the anti-colonial context in which the Palestinian liberation movement arose. That's why, despite the occasional bout of overheated rhetoric from some leaders, there was no official Palestinian position calling for the forced removal of Jews from Palestine. This continued to be their position despite the Israeli media campaign following the 1967 war that claimed Palestinians wished to throw Jews into the sea. While Palestinians viewed Zionists as akin to colonial settlers, Jews who were willing to live as equals with the Palestinians were welcome to stay. In his 1974 speech to the UN, Fatah leader and PLO chairman Yasser Arafat declared, "When we speak of our common hopes for the Palestine of tomorrow, we include in our perspective all Jews now living in Palestine who choose to live with us there in peace and without discrimination." This is why I get frustrated. I get frustrated with this attitude. You want to know why? Because this has been a clear and coherent message time and time again that has cut through everything else, okay? There were many different militant factions, but if there was one person who held on to a level of popularity, especially when he reached a point of recognition from Israel, that man was Yasser Arafat. That was the PLO, okay? And the Israeli government absolutely destroyed him. They destroyed this movement deliberately. They used it as a stalling tactic as they continued to shit all over Palestinians, knowing full well that they had no interest in giving them any kind of national independence, any kind of autonomy. Anyone who tells you otherwise is either a liar or a buffoon who is oblivious to the history. Okay? Now, why does this frustrate me the most? Why does this frustrate me so much? Because while this is the clear guiding principle, and it is objectively a moral right, are there people that take it one step further, especially in the Western world? Are there college campus activists or whatever the fuck people chirp about nonstop that might have different perspectives than this, that go beyond this? Certainly. But what difference does that make? Are they out there getting bombed? Are they being blown to bits? Are they living in the fucking West Bank and having to flee their homes in the middle of the night because some settlers came in and fucking threw a Molotov cocktail at it? No. Who gives a shit? It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous when you point to like a fucking charter in a college campus or something and be like, look, I knew it. They are genocidal. Look at this fucking guy. He's really angry. He's really angry and he said something that means like the entire Palestinian movement is actually full of people who are rabidly anti-Jew. They want to kill all the Jews. And it's very frustrating. It's very, very, very frustrating. And it's done deliberately. It is done deliberately to obfuscate the truth. It's done deliberately to constantly go on this back and forth where we're having a conversation about what words mean. And is this literally the same as like Nazis saying Arbeit macht frei? I've heard that. I've seen that. Gas the Jews is an inspiring call for comedians to bring laughter and comedy. What a disgusting freak to look at a Palestinian woman who's saying from the river to the sea is an aspirational call for freedom, who correctly talks about the history of the word. This fucking donkey. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you turn around and try to correct the Palestinian woman telling you what this slogan fucking means? A Jew hate us. This is why we hate them. What? No. Hamas and Fatah both cut women out of politics, but they led the first intifada. Their efforts were hijacked. Women led the first intifada, and Arafat hijacked it and cut them out of negotiations. But all media talk about the first intifada that this is when Hamas was created. Damn, dude. I don't think Palestinians should be liberated because they weren't feminist enough. There wasn't enough girl bossing happening. Meanwhile, bro, Palestinian liberation had a fuck ton of girl bosses. Okay, look up the PFLP. There's some fucking real girl bosses out there. Trust me. Okay. Yeah, Layla Khaled is a good example of a girl boss if you want to understand. Not that it fucking matters. Where were we? Let's continue. In the 1980s and 1990s, Fatah and the PLO changed their official stance from calling for a single state to supporting a two-state solution. Okay? Many Palestinians, particularly the refugees and their descendants, saw them as abandoning the core of their homeland and acquiescing to colonial theft. They were allowing the proverbial baby to be split. With Fatah seen as selling out, Hamas picked up the call for a free Palestine. From the river to the sea, it sought to burnish its own anti-colonial bona fides at the expense of Fatah. And although many people from the 1988 charter point to the 1988 charter as evidence of its hostility to Jews, in fact, the group long ago distanced itself from that initial document, seeking a more explicit and anti-colonial stance. Moreover, in its 2017 revised charter, it makes it even clearer that its conflict is with Zionism and not with Jews. And notwithstanding the extreme rhetoric of some leaders on both sides, a recent joint poll shows that only a small minority of Palestinians see expulsion as a solution to the conflict, 15%, which is incidentally the same percentage of Israelis who view this as the only solution. I don't know if that's still the case, by the way, on the Israeli side. This was in like around 2018, so who knows? 2017. Even in 2017, a majority of both Israelis and Palestinians had supported the two-state solution, by the way, which is why it's like fucking ridiculous. Conservatives argue this all the time with the Confederate flag, a post-war symbol of the Confederacy, how liberals, Northerners can't change its cultural meaning of the flag. It's a gross double standard. Yeah, except the conservatives are wrong. The Confederates were wrong. They were fighting to preserve slavery. So waving the fucking the stars and bars like that is a continuation of that racism. Whereas from the river to the sea, no, I know you're agreeing with me, but there are people who fucking use that as an argument. Whereas from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free has always been about having equal rights and equal representation for Palestinians and Israeli Jews living on this fucking land. That is what's frustrating about this. It is always and forever those who are humiliating and destroying this population of Palestinians that want to endlessly try and bastardize what they say when they want to be rid of colonial subjugation. It's always those who are in power who destroy these fucking movements. The morality is clear. It is correct. It is righteous. It is righteous. And a lot of liberals who want to defend Israel cannot look away from the immorality of apartheid. They cannot look away from the immorality of the Zionist movement and advocacy, which is why they choose to repeat lies that they've heard from others who defend the apartheid. That's the point. You can't look at this objectively, so what must you do? Say they're all Jew haters. Say that these people in America, these protests that are led by Jewish organizations, Jewish anti-Zionist organizations, they are all those who chant this are actually also haters of Jews. It is objectively ridiculous. And for a very long time, many people in this movement were afraid to fucking stick up and say something. That time has passed. That's why you see thousands of people in the fucking streets. I will always call out anti-Semitism. It's gross, it's immoral, it is a hate crime. There is no space for anti-Semitism. So when I hear from those who have never even cared about anti-Semitism coming in here to like use it, to deploy it cynically, and to say this nasty thing to someone like myself and to others who are simply calling for the emancipation of Palestinians, I lose my fucking mind. It is so gross. It's so disgusting. You are betraying the severity of anti-Semitism when you use it in such a silly way. A great example of this was demonstrated for all to see the other day when that lady walked up and screamed at the face of Jewish people, telling them that they should be put in gas chambers and that Hitler had made a mistake. Here. Do I think anti-Semitism is worse than normal forms of racism? What? There's no racism Olympics. Anti-Semitism is a form of bigotry. It's completely unacceptable. Why is it that this woman's face is not fucking plastered, I wonder, on the cover of New York Post? Will we see this on the front of the New York Times? Because let me tell you, if this was a pro-Israel protest and that was a person wearing, a shamag, a kafia, and went up to pro-Israeli Jewish protesters and said those things, that person would be executed. That person would be ridiculed and would deserve it, by the way. They would deserve it, just as this person deserves it. And yet, for some reason, you will never see this person get that same kind of criticism that fucking college students do that are taking down hostage posters. From the river to the sea is always responded with, that's anti-Semitism, in the same way that Black Lives Matter leads to what about white lives? It's all about the majority / those in power, assuming that those who don't have any power are trying to oust them when they just want the same rights. Exactly, which is why I used the BLM argument when I was talking about it, which is why I think it frustrated a lot of people. And then they went into like ridiculous, gross comparisons like, Arbeit macht frei, like that's an appropriate comparison to make. Disgusting. Or the Confederate flag doesn't mean hatred, it means heritage. Like, disgusting. You should be able to make a clear distinction here, you dumb fuck. You should be able to understand what is moral and what is not moral, especially if you consider yourself to be one who recognizes that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Oh, they're doing the Bibi Netanyahu Holocaust revisionism, Holocaust denial. Yeah, it's a really fun one that Ben Shapiro regularly uses as well. It's just like one of the most anti-Semitic things you can fucking do is just like, is just to take away the responsibility of the Holocaust away from Hitler. That's how much you hate Palestinians? Awesome. Sick. Oh, did I break your ankles with that ad break transition? I know. But let's finish this. What Palestinians do want is equal rights. They want to be able to work hard and achieve their dreams without being discriminated against. They want to be able to live where they choose without being told they can't because of their ethnicity or religion. They want to be able to choose leaders who control their lives. In other words, they want freedom. And they want that freedom throughout their historic homeland, not just on the 22% that comprise the West Bank and Gaza Strip. This desire for freedom is what Mark Lamont Hill was invoking when he called for a free Palestine from the river to the sea. His remarks were intended to center Palestinians' aspirations, not disparage leftists. This has been lost on his critics, which speaks to a larger problem. Dismissing or ignoring what this phrase means to the Palestinians is yet another means by which to silence Palestinian perspectives, citing only Hamas's leaders' use of the phrase while disregarding the liberationist context in which other Palestinians understand it, shows a disturbing level of ignorance about Palestinians' views at best and a deliberate attempt to smear their legitimate aspirations at worst. Most troubling for me, the belief that a free Palestine would necessarily lead to the mass annihilation of Jewish Israelis is rooted in deeply racist and Islamophobic assumptions about who the Palestinians are and what they really want. Rather than just lecture Palestinians and their supporters about how certain phrases make them feel, supporters of Israel should get more curious about what Palestinians themselves want. There isn't a single answer. There never is. But assuming you already know is no way to work towards a just and lasting peace. This is from Maha Nassar, an associate professor in the School of Middle Eastern and North African Studies in the University of Arizona. and a 2018 Public Voices Fellow with the Op-Ed Project. Follow her on Twitter at MTNazar. This is from Forward Magazine, Jewish, independent, nonprofit. So, you know, when you see this, you can use the article "From the River to the Sea" doesn't mean what you think it means if you want, but it's gross, and you do not have to concede on this. It is a gross, sick, disgusting anti-Arab way to deal with a just and moral cause, and the major fucking reason that people do this, do not concede on it. The major reason why people do this is because they want to make it impermissible to defend Palestinians. Okay? No defense that Palestinians can ever engage in, all the way from violent means to nonviolent protests that end up killing a bunch of Palestinians when the Israeli occupying force feels like it, all the way to defending Palestinians in the Western world. None of those things are appropriate, and none of them are allowed. At a certain point, you have to realize that, of course, they just do not want you to defend Palestinians. That's it. That's the major reason. Now, you asked, can we focus on Palestine instead of getting stuck in these Zionist traps that they make on purpose to divert the conversation away from genocide in Palestine? Zionists know the statement doesn't call for a genocide of Jewish people. They just do this to make pro-Palestinians waste their time. The semantics of this doesn't matter. Palestinians are getting killed every minute right now. That's a great question. The reason why I focus on it now, in the midst of my intense coverage over the past 29 days, is because we do live in the Western world. And there are some who are new to this that don't understand the dynamics and don't understand the history. And I think that it's important to destroy Hasbara operations like this piece by piece, okay? Especially when you have European countries that are making it illegal to say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And there are 21,000 people in here right now, and it's great for all of them, all 21,000 of them, to understand what this phrase actually means, because they might genuinely, they don't want to be, nobody wants to be anti-Semitic, even on accident, right? Obviously. Like, nobody's going to be deliberately anti-Semitic. So when someone says you're being anti-Semitic, that holds a lot of value, of course. That holds a lot of weight. It's a very serious accusation, especially in a liberal community. We're not like conservatives. We can't just like hand wave that shit away. You know what I mean? This is a serious thing. So I don't want people to like fall into that trap and think, oh my God, I'm so sorry, I said something anti-Semitic. I want people to understand the real history behind it, and not go along with this lie that people are telling them. Because the real purpose behind it, especially in the Western world, when we talk about this sort of thing, the real purpose behind it is to silence this conversation. Okay? Here's Lolo on the matter as well. Let's see what he has to say. Our boy Lolo. I am going to assume, since you already know this phrase predates Hamas, can you just be with Lolo every day? No, I can't. Okay. So want to silence genocidal. Here's an article to read. Okay. It is not good faith. I don't care. I don't care if they're not being good faith. I think that at this point, maybe they'll learn. Maybe they'll be able to educate themselves, or at least maybe people who are what do you call it? You know what? Actually, I think this is good. It's informative. I'm going to quote tweet it, actually. This is not good faith. They're probably being, what? No, they're not being paid by Israel. Dude, shut up. I'm going to assume you're engaging in good faith since you already know this phrase predates Hamas. And those who want to silence all manner of Palestinian emancipation cynically dupe others into thinking it's genocidal. Here's an article to read. What even is the argument that the saying is anti-Semitic? Is it like that Palestinian movements have been anti-Semitic? Yes. The argument it revolves around Hamas's 1988 charter says like we must wipe out all the Jews, okay? Which is true, but like when it fucking started, it was nothing. Like Hamas was nothing. It wasn't even remotely popular, and its popularity has only increased. Here you go. This is informative. You can show this to other friends of yours as well who want to know and who want to understand it as well. Like, there are plenty of people who also will make this argument about free Palestine as well, because the reason why people make this exact same argument about free Palestine as well is because ultimately it's coming from the same place. The idea always revolves around demographic fears, okay? If you want to maintain an ethno-state, a Jewish ethno-state, if you want to maintain an apartheid, if you want to maintain an occupation, then of course anyone that wants democracy and liberation is a threat to that reality. But because Jewish people have been historically wronged, and Israel and specifically Christian and Jewish Zionists in the Western world have been able to successfully plant the narrative that like Israel is a Jewish state and it must be a Jewish state, because if it's not a Jewish state, then the Holocaust will happen, and that it actually does genuinely defend all of the Jews all around the world, and that's why it exists, because that is the prevailing dominant attitude. Any kind of serious ask, no matter how moral, no matter how just, any kind of serious ask for emancipation and democracy and civil rights and liberties and equal representation for Palestinians can be hand waved away, and people will say, no, it's anti-Semitic. So it's good. It's good to educate people on this. Hasan, I think you also reiterate on the charter's modification in 2017. It's actually pretty interesting point on how Hamas's interests are now highlighted and how they're trying to reach a more moderate voice than before. People who just learned about the 7th of October don't know that Hamas was actually more radical and extremist at their beginnings. Yes, but I've talked about this a lot. But like ultimately, it doesn't matter, because Hamas's designation is a terror cell. So them like changing their charter in 2017 is not going to like convince people that they're all like, it's picking and choosing what you believe in, right? You believe Hamas in 1988 because it suits your argument, it suits your purpose. You don't believe Hamas in 2017 because it doesn't suit your purpose, it doesn't suit your argument. I don't believe in either of the charters. I don't give a shit. I don't care about what like Hamas says they care about, because the only reason for its existence is that they have been the only group that has sought violent retaliation to defend Palestinians historically, as the Israeli government that holds all the power has ritualistically humiliated, bullied, and destroyed the effectiveness of all conciliatory aspects within the Palestinian movement. And they've done this deliberately, Benjamin Netanyahu being the worst actor in this process, but has openly stated why he has done this, right? So that's why, like, this is such a gross thing to do. Like, the swastika predates the use by the Nazi party. Like, it's so fucking insane. Anyway, that'll be the last time that I try to... All I see is that when you engage with people like that, you are engaging with a million like her also. You are making cracks in their worldview. Some of them are now going to do their own research. Keep up the good work. Yeah, that's the reason why I do it. The reason why I do it is because no matter how fucking hate-filled someone might be, there's always going to be people that look at this and go, maybe I'll read this article. Maybe I'll develop a different perspective. I don't want to be as cynical, because if I lose sight of, what is this? Short 4 to 5 hour stream? What the fuck is this? I don't give a shit about this. Why are you sending me this shit? If I lose sight of the belief that I have that I can change people's minds on this, because like some people will always inadvertently approach it in good faith, then there's no reason for me. There's no reason for me to do what I do. Like, oh, well, people have made their minds up. If your ultimate goal is to defeat Hamas, you need to delegitimize his leadership by abolishing apartheid conditions and establishing a one-state solution that respects Palestinians' humanity. I mean, the question is this, like, given how the Israeli occupation continued in the way that it did, that far predates Hamas's existence, like, when in tomorrow's time, when, let's say, Hamas magically is eviscerated, wiped out in its entirety, is Israel going to go, all right, it's a one-state solution time now? Like, we actually have decided we're going to take all the Palestinians in, the ones that we haven't ethnically cleansed? No. So what the fuck are we doing? What are we talking about? This is what I meant by my other message. This video explains it, from Norman Finkelstein. The point is, we never want to talk about or a lot of people don't want to talk about the actual things that Israeli officials are saying, and they are the ones who hold all the power. And anytime you don't talk about like what, you know, the Israeli officials are saying on the matter, and you turn the conversation back to like what Palestinians actually mean, right? You're just using that as an opportunity to just like distract people, to move away.
What does "from the river to the sea" mean? It's a chant that some people are saying at pro-Palestinian protests. My cat is saying it right now. And someone asked me, I'm a big supporter of you and your content, think I might be misinformed. As I've always been told, it refers to the removal of Jews from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean. Can you help clarify for me? Here's the truth about it. You can Google what does it mean, and you're going to find two different answers what it means. One of those answers is going to tell you what you just said, that's what it means. And the people interested in suggesting that it means that are often and almost exclusively Zionists. Now, Zionist doesn't mean that they're necessarily Jewish. They could be Jewish, but a Zionist is a person who supports the settler colonial project that is Israel, right? A country that is governed by a right-wing government and supported by the United States that still is and has been for the last several weeks relentlessly bombing Gaza and now attacking the West Bank as well, and has already killed over 8,000 people, right? Plenty of Palestinians have said that this phrase does not mean that. It means freedom for the people there, equality, liberation for people living under occupation. Netanyahu's own party, as if to stick a finger in the eye of Palestinians, in their founding charter, it says that there will only be Israeli sovereignty between the sea and the Jordan. And considering the actions of that government, what it's doing and has been doing right now, and has also been doing for decades, I'm going to say maybe one of these has more evidence for genocidal intent. And in my opinion, it's kind of totally irrelevant, because what's actually happening right now is thousands of people are being killed and hundreds of thousands of people are being driven out of their homes, and their lives are being destroyed. So I don't really care about a chant at a protest where people are saying, hey, can you stop doing that? Can we have a ceasefire? I don't care is the thing. No, I don't believe that there's a genocidal intent behind it, but it's in the eye of the beholder, so it's really whatever you want. Personally, I think people using that are just creating cover for the horrible fucking shit that the Israeli government is doing. And any concern about that kind of thing is a projection because of literally what they are doing.
Yeah. God, that guy's so based. Anyway, Bernard Sanders came out with a statement that's like too little and too late, according to Ofer Kasif. I'm not even going to talk about it. The CNN segment on the anniversary of Yitzhak Rabin's assassination.
War rages again in the most contested land on earth. I've been thinking.
You know what? Let's talk about Yitzhak Rabin. We should. Important. Some people consider him to be a person that legitimately was motivated by a person who was legitimately motivated by like Palestinian emancipation. It's not the case at all. I think that there are there are more serious assessments. Let's hear what they were going to say
about the peacemakers and what history can teach us. Exactly 28 years ago today.
No, Yitzhak Rabin is not the original Dan Crenshaw. That's the other guy, Dayan. I think was it Moshe Dayan, the one with the fucking eye patch.
Hey, the Israeli Prime Minister.
That's like that should clue you in, dude. Like that should clue you in. That's like just evil guy, okay? Straight up. Yeah, Moshe Dayan, evil guy, evil. You can't. It's an eye patch guy. Automatically, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Hold on. What's going on there? Are you a pirate? What's happening?
Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated by an extremist Jewish militant, Yigal Amir, who opposed his efforts to make peace with the Palestinians under the Oslo Accords. Rabin had been a war hero. Just before his murder, he declared, I have always believed most of the people want peace and are ready to take a risk for it. So did the hope die with him? I wanted to remember his loss and what might have been, and the extremists who opposed him.
Yeah, so one thing to mention here is that I actually tweeted about this earlier today. So Yitzhak Rabin was not a good guy, okay? He was certainly, in that time and place, the I guess like the most tolerant, but it's important to recognize that he wasn't necessarily like a peace-loving hippie. When you say like, oh, he's a veteran, you have to understand like a veteran of what, right? He was, I forget which. Hold on, I'll look it up. I don't want to fuck this up, but he was a veteran, just like many at the time in the Israeli Knesset and Israeli politics were and still are, but he was not necessarily kind or tolerant to Palestinians. He also said that time and time again, whether because it was a political consideration, that he was trying to like tone his temperament to adjust it to an Israeli to an Israeli audience to make it better and more sellable, but he did mention time and time again that this was supposed to be a state. This was not a real state. Like the statehood offerings that Yitzhak Rabin made were not full. Like they were not real states. 28 years ago, Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated for pushing for a solution. While lots of us in Israel are stuck with the numbing nostalgia of what if, it's crucial to acknowledge two elements which are responsible and still with us: Hamas and Netanyahu and the settler right. Those lumping in Hamas with Palestinian struggle for self-determination forget or cynically gloss over Hamas blew up buses with women and children in an effort to thwart any chance of normalcy to stop Oslo in its tracks. This part is true. However, I think that it leaves a little bit of information out of this. I think this person is great. Like, I mean, this is a Haaretz writer. I think I don't think he's like a bad person in general, but I do think that it leaves out a little bit of information here. Because I said, while this is correct, Israel's policy of neutering any Palestinian leader foolish enough to negotiate with it also played a role in Hamas gaining momentum in this time frame. The exact same issues with the PA now was happening to a conciliatory Arafat who got nothing and was stalled, right? I will admit, while this thread says Rabin wanted a full state, something he said he didn't want, possibly for political reasons, but everyone that came after him was significantly worse. They killed the guy, and then they voted for those who called for his killing. This is something that you have to always remember.
This excerpt from our documentary, God's Warriors.
At a ceremony at the White House in 1993, two mortal enemies, Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin and the chairman of the Palestine Liberation Organization, Yasser Arafat, signed a peace treaty. The deal included withdrawal from part of what Israel captured in the Six-Day War. It was a historic step towards an independent Palestinian state.
I mean, that's a little bit of a cap there, I think.
Enough of blood and tears. Enough!
Yaakov Barnea, the secular Israeli who helped capture East Jerusalem in 1967, was hopeful.
I had a tremendous appreciation for those who made it happen, and for Rabin's courage in going this way.
But Hanan Porat, who also fought in the Six-Day War, opposed the creation of a Palestinian state.
If you think we are messianic with our beliefs, then what they think, those who believe in peace with the Palestinians, is pure mysticism.
To God's Jewish warriors, turning land over to the Palestinians would just bring more blood and more tears.
Rabin is going with the Palestinians against Israel because he's blind.
It was especially difficult to accept because Rabin had been a military hero since Israel's creation.
And yet, he was willing to make peace for the Palestinians.
Religious historian...
I think Rabin understood that... Rabin understood something that many have chosen to completely disregard because of their supremacist points of view, which was, in order to have long-lasting peace... Doesn't matter. You have to, even if you don't personally care about the plight of Palestinians, you have to deal with them. Okay? And it's true. It's fucking true. Yes, Rabin is the dude who said, break the children's bones, when I think he was he the defense minister at the time? Yes, during the first Intifada, Rabin was the one who suggested bone breaking as a successful policy, deliberately, including children's hands, because they would throw rocks. That was like a thing. That was a form of resistance against the occupation at the time, and bone breaking was supposed to like basically stop children from being able to throw rocks. So it wasn't just deterrence. It was like there was a humiliation factor into it, because it's always about cruelty. It's always about humiliation and subjugation. So he just didn't want to integrate the West Bank and Gaza into Israel so that Israel remains a Jewish majority state. That's one aspect of this as well. But of course, a non-starter. It was always a non-starter that like there would be a right to return, which was a big fucking point of contention. Remember, like, if you believe in the Palestinian plight, if you understand that they're human beings and you see millions of them in permanent refugee status that have been like shut out of their homes, shut out of their villages, shut out of their way of existence, that are now stuck in limbo, multi-generational limbo, okay? You realize like this is a honest and totally just demand to make, okay? But the demand it always fell flat. There was no interest in this, right? There was no interest in this whatsoever. So while I will say like Ehud Barak and also Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, were never really interested in genuinely dealing with the PLO and giving Palestinians anything, and simply use it as a stalling tactic to basically continue building settlements and expanding into the West Bank and walling up the West Bank on top of that in an effort to just starve out all the Palestinians that you partitioned into like a non-contiguous contiguous state, even though it's technically their own fucking land and their own state. It was like Rabin at the very least made an earnest effort in comparison to those that came after him, despite the fact that it was not one born out of the understanding that a Palestinian is a human being, but instead one that a group of individuals that have to be dealt with in a more conciliatory manner in an effort to stop terrorism, in an effort to stop a single state solution dead in its tracks. Because a single state solution was the big fear that all Israelis had, all Israelis in the Knesset had, all Israeli politicians have had. Why? Because, and this is their own admission, this would pose a demographic nightmare. Why would this be a demographic nightmare? Of course, well, because all of a sudden you would have so many Palestinians that are voting. We simply cannot give them the rights and the responsibility of being a part of our civil society. They have always been and always will be afraid of a potential Arab majority. Now, if you too are also Islamophobic, then yes, you also agree with that. You're like, yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Totally. But it's disgusting and gross. All right.
Bruce Lawrence.
All of the people whom we describe as fundamentalists have rhetoric which talks about good and evil, but the greatest evil is the Jew who's compromised. And so Rabin becomes the symbol of the real enemy.
Yigal Amir decided that, in his words, he had to save the nation.
I just put him in the same basket in which I put the suicide bomber of Hamas, which means a fanatic religious person who does his act for political purposes.
Noah Rothman, Rabin's granddaughter, was a teenager at the time.
Did he express concerns? Were you concerned about his safety from within Israel?
No, we were never concerned. The feeling was that my grandfather was very much loved among the Israelis.
Except that's crazy. They were calling for his assassination. And they were calling for his assassination before they assassinated him. And also, the people who were calling for his assassination, Benjamin Netanyahu, for example, would have most likely defeated him anyway in the upcoming elections. So that's important to understand. Why is that important to understand? Because for, as an apartheid state, there is still a semblance of like a political process that you could, I guess, understand as democracy if you just assume that those who are subjects of the apartheid state do not matter, right? and the people internally in the occupation, like their perspective was very clear. It was one that did not want to deal with the Arabs at all. Benjamin Netanyahu was warned by the internal intelligence agencies and by the Knesset to stop and maybe temper his anti-Rabin protest that he was throwing at the time with the Likud party. He told him to fuck off. And in those protests, they were burning Yitzhak Rabin. They portrayed him as a Nazi. Okay? Wow, you're so wrong. The reason he got assassinated is because he broke the rule of making peace with the Palestinian. Wait, what? What do you mean? How am I so wrong? You basically admitted what I just said. You repeated what I just said. What? I don't understand.
They loved him.
But protests against Rabin's peace deal were often laced with hate. A few rabbis even invoked a medieval Jewish death curse.
It affected somebody like Yigal Amir.
On November 4th, 1995, Yitzhak Rabin attended a peace rally in Tel Aviv. Some 100,000 supporters were there, singing Shir HaShalom, Song of Peace.
This part is important. Like, there were a lot of Rabin supporters, and I would say that there has never been, like, I don't think there's ever been that level of mass mobilization and mass momentum that even has been interested in like a normalizing relations with the Arabs in the region, or with Palestinians in general since then.
After Rabin left the stage and walked to his car, Amir moved close to the bodyguards, pulled a gun, and fired.
Why did you laugh when the doctor mentioned this guy? What do you mean? Which doctor? Why did I laugh when the doctor mentioned Yitzhak Rabin? I don't know what the context was. Do you mean Ofer Kasif? I don't know what context he brought Rabin up in. So I think he probably was talking about the Labor Party and how like institutionally neutered they are or something. Maybe that's what we were laughing at. I don't know. I don't remember.
Many believe the peace process died that night as well.
The tragedy.
Oh, he was talking about right-winger Zoomers who... Yeah, people... Like, Zoomers think fucking Rabin was assassinated by an Arab. Like a Palestinian. That's what I was probably laughing at. The fact that, like... the fact that it is so unimaginable from an outsider's perspective to have, like, that level of hatred for someone who was trying to deal with the Palestinians, that, like... It's always, like... Everything is attributed to the enemy in Israel, right? Like, it's like, oh... Rabin was assassinated. It could not have been, if you're from the outside looking in and you're not fully aware of Israeli history, of course you would lead to that assumption, like where, obviously, why the fuck would it be? Like, yeah, clearly they're not Israeli. Everyone is educated on Rabin here. Yeah. I'm saying, Dr. Ofer Kasif was saying that, I think right-wing Zoomers, like a younger generation of like right-wing people outside of Israel, think that like Rabin was assassinated by Arabs.
Besides our personal tragedies, that he was stopped in the middle of the way, and we can never know how the end of the path would have been.
Yigal Amir was sentenced to life in prison.
Piece of shit.
Carmi Gilon, chief of Shin Bet, was forced to resign over his agency's failure to protect their prime minister.
And 7 months later, in May of 1996, Rabin's widow Leah joined me for our CNN election coverage in Israel, where Likud's Benjamin Netanyahu was making his first run for prime minister, trying to
Dude, I'm not literally just the most like Oh my God, the most Hitlerian motherfucker, dude. His image, the amount of, the more you read about Benjamin Netanyahu, the more you develop this just anger inside of you. He is, God, think about it, dude. Think about it this way. Like, let's be real. I don't think a lot of Israelis are very careful or considerate about Palestinian people. You know, you can't really do that and also live in an apartheid state, right? You would probably, if you had a moral consideration, you'd probably fight back against your country doing these sorts of things, right? And even then, they're like, we fucking hate this guy. Think about that.
Seat, Rabin's successor, fellow peacemaker, and labor leader Shimon Peres.
Of course, if Labour doesn't win today, then his loss was in vain, and then his loss was a triumph.
Yeah, we showed you the video where Netanyahu literally said immediately after Rabin's assassination, he said, "I hate that he was killed because I could never defeat him now when I was supposed to."
To the murderer and to those who sent him, because he wasn't there a free agent on his own. He was sent by someone. He was incited by many people in this country. So it will be their triumph, and I don't want to see that happening. And I see that, and if we win, yes, then at least we can say this murder wasn't totally in vain.
Your husband's successor, Mr. Peres, has...
Who's responsible for more instability and death, Kissinger or Netanyahu? Oh, Kissinger. Come on. That's not even a... No. Henry Kissinger. Yes. Like, that's not even a thing.
Has accused his opponent of inciting fear again and playing on the fears of people during this election. If Mr. Netanyahu wins this election, can you support him and his policies? Will you do so?
Mr. Netanyahu?
Yeah.
Never.
Would you be able to work with him? How do you think it'll...
With Mr. Netanyahu? You must be joking. Of course not. I never will work with him, and I never will support him.
The late Leah Rabin.
Anyway, so good way to understand this a little bit. But remember, every time any kind of consideration has been brought in front of the Palestinians, their interests have never been represented. Their interests have never been represented at all because the facilitator, like, I guess, like, I remember someone in my chat asking, like, why are Norwegians like weirdly fucking based on Palestine? I guess, you know, they are the one group of individuals that kind of recognize the humanity of the situation. Swedes are, you know, they go back and forth. Some Swedes are pretty good at it too. Obviously, you have Olof Palme. And the Irish are always historically very much in support. But
we have a comrade from Korea! Juhan from Mexico!
This is the goddamn
Gaza, don't you cry!
This is the DC protests that are happening. Breakthrough News is right there on the ground, covering it live. I'm passing. I absolutely love the Irish. Yeah, the Irish have always been historically on the side of the Palestinian, on the Palestinian side. Irish have experience with the English silly lines on a map and how that causes issues. Yes, please. Netanyahu's replacement clarified his humanitarian ethnic cleansing plan. I physically cannot. Ram Ben Barak says, those who think that I have joined the extreme right circles, you can relax. The intention is to build a coalition of countries and international funding that will allow Gazans who want to leave to be absorbed into them with citizenship and proper absorption basket. Guys, it's not ethnic cleansing. It's ethnic displacement. It's just a trail of tears, guys. You don't understand. Fuck. Don't worry. I'm doing ethnic displacement, which is woke. Unlike the transfer program of the right, this will be by agreement and with the aim of giving them an opportunity to escape the reign of fear of Hamas, which uses them as human shield. I like that even here, the argument is that, like, okay, so if they do stay, then, you know, they're human shield, right? If they do stay, if they choose to stay in the circumstance, well, then human shield, duh. Centrist liberalism in Israel and where it stands is pretty funny. Leave the leader, Hamas. What? What do you mean?
We have a question. We are Jews in Fires District. I'm Rose. This
He's
is
like,
Renee.
uh-oh.
Good Shabbos. Good Shabbos, everybody. And Speaker Emerita, we want to know, will you support a ceasefire in Gaza? Yes or no?
Let me interrupt you for a second. This is not a town hall meeting.
Yes or no?
There's a genocide happening in Palestine. Children are dying. We should care. It goes against the status quo, but right now there's an urgent humanitarian crisis. We need our politicians to care. Our tax dollars are funding genocide. $106 million of Virginia.
Of your disrespect for the other people in the program that is here. This is a very important question, and I hear it morning, noon, and night outside my home. We certainly are concerned about the life of every person, whether they're in Gaza or whether they're in Israel. They're calling for a ceasefire. If a ceasefire is a gift to Hamas, we have to have a humanitarian pause so we can get the hostages out. We have to get that, and that is the policy of our President of the United States, who cares deeply about the loss of life on all sides. I don't know why people, if they want to go to war, they don't declare war and go in there and fight military to military like a guy. You're be a man, okay? I mean, you think that's such a big deal, go be one, right? But they don't. They go after children too.
I assume she's talking about the Israeli occupying force here, right? Oh, she's not. Oh, okay.
Kids at a rave. 200 kids killed at a dance. It was a horrible thing. It doesn't justify any commensurate loss of life of civilians that can be avoided.
What about 5,000 dead Palestinian children?
And that is what I'm going to say.
Ghouls, goblins, demons, all around. Pieces of shit. What are you going to do? That's just America, baby. Scoop. Israel has detailed plan of allowing fuel into Gaza if hospitals run out. Israel has told the U.S. about a contingency plan for getting fuel into southern Gaza under international monitoring if more hospitals run out. What about the northern Gaza? From the heart of the West Bank, just wanted to thank you for your coverage and thank everyone that came out to the protest from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Be safe, my friend. Be safe. One thing that a lot of people don't realize is that, especially in like the last barrage, every single time Hamas has opened fire on Israeli territory, knowing full well that like none of those rockets are actually gonna hit fucking any targets, they've done so because of Israel's actions in the West Bank. Always, okay, always. At a certain point, you have to recognize, like, okay, my internal security apparatus is warning me that we need to fucking dial it back a ton. That this is going to cause a lot of anger, and we must do something about it. But no, of course not. That is why I say that the goal there, you might agree with it, you might not agree with it, but the goal there is to show that the occupation will be costly, that it is not without cost. That's the goal. To say that if you keep beating the shit out of like grandmothers at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, okay? If you sick settlers on, if you try to take more land from Sheikh Jarrah, if you try to keep bullying and humiliating Palestinians in the West Bank, then they will take some kind of retaliatory action. And everyone knows this. Everyone knows this. That's why people are so mad. Anyway, there is no effective way of defeating militancy and terrorism by blowing up schools and hospitals and killing almost 10,000 Palestinians. The only thing you will do is create more militancy. Never forget, okay? The occupying force sets the standard of violence. Meanwhile, here is some of the tactics now being applied by Hamas, the Al-Qassam, the militant faction, the Al-Qassam brigades, showing their fighters engaging an eye of invaders on point-blank range in the outskirts of the Al-Shati camp and Sheikh Radwan neighborhood. 10 vehicles have been destroyed and a green flag raised above the bulldozer. The editing is out of control. I don't know how the fuck. Like, you have to, dude. Look at this. Look at this. Look at what this motherfucker's wearing. That's like a 18-year-old, dude. That's an 18-year-old with a homemade rocket-propelled grenade launcher. Okay? No uniform, no nothing. And that's not because, like, these guys want to hide amongst the civilians. I know people always fucking say that. Oh, it's like, that's part of it. Like, no, half of the time, they just don't have any fucking, they don't have anything. That's not homemade, probably manufactured since it has nothing unusual or welding marks. Okay, I'm saying that it's like, it's shitty. This is, by the way, the video you're about to see for Norman Finkelstein, a guy literally says Israel's every right to put a blockade on Gaza because Hamas is a threat to Israel. Yeah, that's, it's fine. I'm sure Norman will fucking rip him. This is the best editing ever, is what you were going to say. I mean, it's wild that, like, these dudes that are being, like, fucking ruthlessly bombed are sitting inside of fucking tunnels and, like, they got cap cut. Is there a merit in talking about how much this conflict benefits Bibi when his coalition was in decline in recent years? This would propel the ultra-right back into prominence. Brother, the difference between the ultra-right and the far-right and, like, the moderate right is marginal in terms of, like, how Palestinians are treated. There's no group, there's no coalition that is taking the threat of the occupation seriously, okay? Every single person is universally saying, like, oh, no, these guys, they all deserve to be wiped out. They have to be wiped out. We have to wipe out Hamas. Just like the fucking 10 other sieges that have occurred. You know what I mean? But the reason why this is important to see is because, like, these are dudes wearing fake ass Adidas, okay? Busted ass Adidas. Who threw me that busted ass Adidas? And fucking no infantry on the Merkavas or the armored personnel. This is not a Merkava. This is an armored personnel carrier, I think. But, like, no infantry support whatsoever. And from what I understand, it is literally because it's because they're just, like, worried about casualties. That's Caterpillar IDF 9.
هاي دباباتهم هاي جرافاتهم والله إنها بإذن الله ستكون دمار ووبال عليهم.
Where is the close infantry support? This is ridiculous for a modern military operating armored vehicles in urban areas. Yeah. Their policy is, in order to avoid, like, casualties, they don't have infantry, I think. Like, as far as I've seen, they rarely ever have infantry. But maybe it's because, like, maybe it's... look, I'm not a fucking military specialist by any means, but I do know that there's supposed to be infantry support on tanks, especially in urban areas when you're engaging in urban combat. Tanks already are difficult and costly. And, I mean, they're fucking popping these, like, $10+ million tanks. They don't use infantry to avoid soldiers getting captured and taken hostage. But no infantry armor means, no infantry means armored vehicles are just steel coffins. Did you see our combat footage coping hard over this? No infantry supports because they're filming TikToks? No, the reason why they don't want to fucking do infantry support is because, like, I think they're afraid. This is guys, 300,000 reservists with so much to lose. Why in the ever-loving fuck would they want to go out there? Like, dudes that just, like, want to sit in the tank with fucking air conditioning don't want to be outside. They're not well trained. They're used to just, like, fucking doming random civilians and shit. What the fuck do they what kind of experience do they have? So IDF troops can be found outside of tanks when fighting in Gaza, as in when they're needed to give interviews to Channel 13 news crew that has accompanied them into the strip. An interview that then rapidly ends when Hamas starts firing at them because they're just standing around. I don't think the other thing is the IDF hates taking casualties. That sadly is the metric that is in play now. When it gets too costly, they'll stop. Yeah. The other part of it is because drone warfare is so cost effective. Like for any kind of insurgency movement in urban combat, especially, it's like you can get a fucking $100 drone and drop a goddamn grenade on an entire troop, as they have done. Anytime you see, you're focusing on the bulk of the IDF infantry and neglecting the very well trained and armed special forces. Yes, just like there are armed and trained forces on the Palestinian side, there are of course very well trained IDF infantry or very well trained armed special forces within the IDF as well. The difference is the fucking dudes in the fucking busted ass Adidas tracksuits can take down a $10 million piece of equipment with a virtually homemade rocket. Okay, it's entirely disproportionate, and it benefits the insurgency side. Now there are. I have been looking at the IDF footage that's been released as well. The IDF said they found tunnels, but they can't go in them as a tactic because they already went to fake tunnels leading to a dead end and got bombed. They've been inside of tunnels. They sent dogs in. I watched the videos. They strap dogs with GoPro cameras, and they have like attack dogs that they send into the tunnels because they don't want to go down there. The dog was fake. Wait, really? That's a fake video? That was a training video? I got Hasbro. I'm sorry. Wait, give me the mock. Give me the fucking mock video. There's a training video from 2014. God, I can't trust, dude. That's what you get for trusting anything that comes from a fucking IDF source, dude. Fucking, I just got fucking. What would it be? How come you trust the IDF? Wait, what do you mean? I look at both sides all the time. Oh, here it is. This is the one. This is, I guess it's fake. Hamas terrorist screams when a dog found him in a tunnel. I mean, where did I get this from? I got it from somewhere. I saw it on another account. You want to know what the problem is? You want to know what the problem is with these videos? Like the problem with videos like this is, like, for example, there's what is it, the Gaza Watch or whatever? Be aware that there are Israel's very own accounts that portray themselves as Arab, okay? That is supposedly giving information from the ground. The issue is, I know what a lot of those accounts are, but there are also other observers that I rely on that are and rely on their analysis that get duped by these motherfuckers sometimes, and that ends up when I see it from an account like that, not from like a Daily Wire source or whatever, but when I see it from an account like that, then I take it a little bit more seriously. Why would he be masked in a tunnel amount? I don't know, but I guess it is a training video. It says the dogs chase Hamas dogs until victory. A very weird phrasing. This is not an Arabic person writing this. Yeah. He's wearing a padded suit. Where is it? Let me see. I only see the balaclava for like a second. Does seem like he's wearing them. Why is there a video for the dog? Is the dog watching this? I mean, it makes sense that they have a video on it. Because it's from if it's from training. That's a bite suit. You can see when he puts his arms up. Wait, really? Why would there be? But he has like fingerless gloves on. They don't bite the fingers. IDF actually came out on Twitter after this and clarified it was from training. Huh. I'm curious, do you think Hamas being a religious militant group undermines their legitimacy to the world as a resistance group armed compared to the ANC or Viet Cong? Well, don't be curious about that. I can tell you that during the ANC's resistance to the apartheid and during the Vietnamese resistance to the occupation, the world still considered them to be terrorists and wrong and immoral, regardless of their religious backgrounds. The difference is those who know what the ultimate goals are for Hamas, who understand it, who read and write about the situation, will regularly recognize that, like, the comparison to ISIS is completely ridiculous. It is an Islamist group. That is true. Okay? It is true. They are. However, they're while Hamas is an Islamist group, the reason why they are considered somewhat popular now, at least more popular now than they ever have been, is not because they're an Islamist group. It's not because they're a fundamentalist group or anything like that. A lot of those fucking 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, they don't fucking give a shit about Islam like that, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Their parents have died. That's it. Their parents have died. They have nothing. So they're like, okay, fuck this shit. And also, most people will openly and readily recognize that it is supposed to be a resistance group, not a Islamist group that is like interested in taking over other parts of the territory. That's it. It's not like it's not a offensive strategy. It's more of a defensive posture. Can I join you Discord and talk about the truth of war, please? Today, motherfucker, IDF killed people in a hospital. Bro, that's fake. Haha. I read somewhere that a lot of secular Palestinians joined Hamas after 2007, try to moderate the group, kind of like the DSA trying to change the Dems from within, I guess. Yes, that is true. That's not a joke. That's why they changed the charter in 2017. That literally isn't a joke. There are internal factions within Hamas that like have nothing to do with an Islamist attitude at all, and literally want to become a internationally recognized group. Interesting defense of murdering EDM festivals. This is not a defense of that at all. You're fucking ridiculous. Like, dude, here's my question to you. Do you actually care about ending the violence? Okay. Or do you just want to ethnically cleanse Palestinians? Because if the answer to your question is, I want to end the violence, okay, then you have to understand where that violence comes from. Now, if you want to understand where that violence comes from, then I ask you a second question, right? Do you think that the military operations on October 7th that were brutal and ended up indiscriminately killing civilians? Abso-fucking-lutely, it did, okay? Absolutely. Do you think that violence was born out of some, personal, weird, like villainous attitude that these guys had, or do you think that was a violent retaliation for 75 years of occupation and endless plight that has escalated dramatically, especially with respect to the treatment of Palestinians under the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, that the Israeli government openly is engaging in pogroms against? Do you think that was the reason, and that the only means of violence, the only means of violence resistance against the occupation in contemporary Palestinian history said that this occupation cannot be one that is devoid of cost for you? Something that, people who have dedicated their whole lives into defending Israel's national security concerns have understood. So the question to you is, do you think they're just like evil? And not do you think that they did something evil? Because I think that killing civilians is evil, right? Not that they did something evil. I'm asking specifically, do you think that their motivations across the board came from just like, I'm a bad guy and I want to do bad things? Or do you think that this was a calculated slaughter that specifically came as a violent retaliation to the occupation and the apartheid state? So if your answer is, oh no, they're just like bad guys that want to do bad things, they would do this regardless, like their goal is to just do this regardless, then you're wrong. You're just objectively wrong. It's a comfortable narrative to exist in. It's a comfortable narrative to repeat over and over again, but it's one that will definitely push you away from the truth. Okay? And once again, and this is perhaps a very important part of this conversation, is that the occupying force that controls all levers of power is the force that sets the standard of violence. Israel sets the standard of violence here. Israel is the force that sets the standard of violence. So the retaliation that comes is still in the hands of the oppressive colonial occupiers. Okay? Yeah, I mean, you can't also take the larger geopolitical timing of the operation happening when it did out of the equation, especially with the normalization efforts of Saudi Arabia and Israel. There being virtually no chance for a two-state solution post those normalization efforts. This is also talk Bibi's popularity, who's single-handedly the arbiter of death. Yes, that plays a role in it as well, certainly. Anyway, these are important factors to consider if you want to truly and permanently end the violence, okay? If you want a real solution, you have to understand that. Or you could just simply go, la, 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 I can't hear you. I don't know anything about the conditions that Palestinians were subjected to for years and years. I don't even know what happens at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. I will refuse to understand it. Why does Ben Shapiro only debate students and not someone who has good knowledge on the Israel-Palestine conflict? Because why the fuck would he? He gets to own students and look good in a controlled environment, okay? Like, people will say the same thing about me, where my goal is to educate people. People will be like, why don't you debate people? I mean, I do. I would. I don't think Ben Shapiro wants to debate me on this issue. I would debate him. He never looks good, though.
I think it's fair to characterize Gaza as a concentration camp. And I am the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. My uncle was a child in the camps, and my entire family on my mother's side was murdered.
Yeah, when the funny part about this is that whenever people try to do this for Norm, he's like, well, so was my parents. Like, what are you talking about?
By the Nazis. I don't think those are, they're not the same thing. I'm not saying that Gaza is, a fun place by any stretch of the imagination necessarily, but I don't think that characterizing it as a concentration camp is fair. And then also your point.
Would you like me to respond to that
Sure.
first, then you'll go second?
Sure.
Okay.
And you can cut this out if you want.
No, you're part of the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Finkel.
So, Baruch Kimmerling was a senior.
You want to know what really frustrates me before we get into this, okay? The consistency in which I have literally fucking talked about how the Azov battalion and nationalist forces within Ukraine were going to rise to power and prominence as the emancipatory forces once Russia invaded. And all of that was going to be in the hands of Russia. Russia would be responsible for it. And I said this time and time again. I said this, I tweeted it. It's impossible for you to not see that I have this perspective. I've had this perspective since day one of the fucking invasion. I said it over and over again because I understand that when your country is invaded, you have no other option but to rely on anyone and everyone that is going to defend the country from the occupation. Okay? Congrats, you were right, question mark? No, it's important. It's important to understand because so many motherfuckers still to this day lie about this, okay? They lie about this over and over again. I called for a ceasefire over and over again. I called for the Minsk agreements to be revitalized over and over again. I talked about the 15-point peace plan that was cast aside. People shit on me every step of the fucking way. And look what has happened now. Look what has fucking happened now. This isn't me gloating. This is me angry because thousands, tens of thousands of Ukrainians have fucking died, okay? In the time frame a year ago where there could have been better conditions for a fucking deal, a possible deal, if America wasn't interested in dumping their munitions into Ukraine and just like making a tidy profit, there could have been better fucking, there could have been a better deal. There could have been a better deal every step of the fucking way. I said, never forget they told you how little they cared about Ukrainian lives when they openly said, with 5% of our military budget, we were able to destroy 50% of our foreign adversaries' military without a single American soldier dying. And now we're at a point where U.S. and European officials have begun quietly talking to the Ukrainian government about what possible peace negotiations with Russia might entail to end the war, according to one current senior U.S. official and one former senior U.S. official. Do you want to know why they're doing this? Not because they're like running out of funds or because it's getting too costly. It's because they're running out of humans. Okay? That's what it is. U.S. and European officials have begun quietly talking to the Ukrainian government about what possible peace negotiations with Russia might entail to end the war, according to one current senior U.S. official and one former senior U.S. official familiar with the discussions. Now, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to actually do this. I don't know if they're actually going to push for this, okay? They probably have that dog in them still. Like the American government is like, actually, you know what? No peace negotiations. Keep going. Keep throwing your fucking bodies into the fire for literally like millimeters of territory. Thousands of people have died in the counteroffensive that was supposed to fucking rid the lands of all of the Russian invaders. The conversations have included very broad outlines of what Ukraine might need to give up to reach a deal, the official said. Some of the talks, which officials described as delicate, took place last month during a meeting of representatives from more than 50 nations supporting Ukraine, including NATO members, known as the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, the official said. Remember, this predates Israel. They already signaled that their support was not endless, that the coffers would run out eventually. The support was never endless. It was never going to be endless. And also on top of that, there was always an end to that support. But also, it would become a political issue inevitably. Bro, you're high if you think a peace deal. If you think a peace deal could have been struck with Putin at the beginning, thanks to Western aid, Russia controls 15% of Ukraine instead of all of it. I don't think you understand my point in this, okay? There was a point where Russia controlled 0% of Ukraine. Those conditions could have been reinforced. The Minsk agreements that came before Russia even invaded Ukraine, when it was engaging in a proxy war in Ukraine and the Eastern territories. But even before 2014, there was always a moment, there was always an opportunity to solidify. Except Russia wanted Ukraine in its own sphere of influence. The Western world wanted Ukraine in their own sphere of influence. Both sides violated the Minsk agreements. None of this justifies Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Hey, you wouldn't call Gaza millimeters of territory. What's the difference? 100% genuine, not asking in good faith. Great question, man. Great fucking question. What do I want? What do I want in Gaza? What do I want? What do I want out of the current ongoing? What do I say all the time? I say ceasefire. I say peace. I say I want a single, solitary, secular state where Palestinians and Israelis can live side by side. Exactly. What do you think? I want Russia to fucking control Donbass? No. I don't give a shit. Fuck Russia's own personal interest in the Eastern territories. Get the fuck out of here. And before you say Donbass wants it, what you also fail to consider is that even the original fucking plan for Russia was to at least keep Donbass in its realm of influence, specifically so they could monitor and fuck over Ukrainian politics. And Ukraine didn't want that. But this is not about Donbass. This is about what's going on now, because they've moved beyond that. My advocacy was never like, oh, Russia's doing a great thing. They were not. They never were. It's completely unjustifiable to invade a neighboring country like that. And I knew the human toll would be gruesome. It would be a human rights catastrophe. And it was, and it is. It still is. And I don't know what the conditions are going to be now, but they're inevitably going to force Ukraine to capitulate no matter what. They began amid concerns among U.S. and European officials that the war has reached a stalemate and about the ability to continue providing aid to Ukraine, officials said. Biden administration's officials are also worried that Ukraine is running out of forces, while Russia has a seemingly endless supply, officials said. Ukraine is also struggling with recruiting and has recently seen public protests about some of President Zelensky's open-ended conscription requirements. And there is unease in the U.S. government with how much less public attention the war in Ukraine has garnered since the Israel-Palestine war began nearly a month ago, the official said. Officials fear that shift could make securing additional aid for Kyiv more difficult. Some U.S. military officials, remember, 41% now say we're giving too much to Ukraine. That number has jumped. 41% of Americans say that we're giving too much to Ukraine. Now, obviously, there's still a plurality, or not a plurality, sorry, but a majority that says we're not giving enough or we're giving just the right amount. A majority, I think it was like 53% or something. But it doesn't change the reality that, like, that number is growing And it will only continue to grow, especially as Republicans start using this as a political tool to bully the Democratic Party. Some U.S. military officials have privately begun using the term stalemate to describe the current battle in Ukraine, with some saying it may come down to which side can maintain a military force the longest. Neither side is making large strides on the battlefield, which some U.S. officials now describe as a war of inches. There you go. It's not me saying it's fucking millimeters. They're saying it's a war of inches. Officials have also privately said Ukraine likely only has until the end of the year or shortly thereafter before more urgent discussions about their peace negotiations should begin. U.S. officials have shared their views on such a timeline with European allies, officials said. Any decision about negotiations are up to Ukraine, Adrian Watson, spokesperson for the National Security Council, said in a statement. We are focused on continuing to stand strongly in support of Ukraine as they defend their freedom and independence against Russian aggression. An administration official also noted that the U.S. has participated with Ukraine in discussions of its peace summit framework, but said that the White House is not aware of any other conversations with Ukraine about negotiations at the moment. The Progressive Caucus got fucking ripped apart for saying Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine is unjustifiable. However, we must look for a ceasefire and peaceful conclusion to this process that takes Russians out of Ukraine so that Ukrainians can rebuild their fucking nation. Everyone called them fucking Putin lovers. I feel like over the course of the past 2 years, those who have so loudly championed the efforts in Ukraine have just very successfully created this environment where anyone that goes, hey man, don't do this. Like, I promise you, I fucking hate Putin. Fuck that guy. Why would I like Putin? He's literally an invention of the American state. Russia is a capitalist nation with kleptocrats. Like those who literally worked with Western bankers as fast as possible to seize as much of the assets of the state as quickly as possible, have become those in power. Okay? Like Putin's invention is our very own. We did it. Okay? We did that. Putin was our guy in its inception. He's not anymore, but he was, and he still has similar motivations. And I said time and time again, no matter what happens, all war ends with peace negotiations. All wars end with ceasefire. Okay? That's how wars end. But every single person told me I am literally a fucking Putin supporter. I love Putin. I'm the biggest Putin supporter. I want all Ukrainians to fucking die. And it blew my mind that I kept pushing this over and over and over again. And now the American government is also doing it. That's a clip. What did I say? President Joe Biden has been intensely focused on Ukraine's depleting military forces, according to two people familiar with the matter. Manpower is at the top of the administration's concerns right now, one said. The U.S. and its allies can provide Ukraine with weaponry, this person said. Plus, winter is coming. And in winter, it's going to be even harder to actually deploy any kind of counteroffensive. Yeah, pushing Z in the pocket of Big Pootler, all that shit. But if they don't have competent forces to use them, it doesn't do a lot of good. Biden has requested Congress to authorize additional funding for Ukraine, but so far the effort has failed to progress because of resistance from some congressional Republicans. The White House has linked aid for Ukraine and Israel in its most recent request. That has support among some congressional Republicans. But other GOP lawmakers have said they'll only vote for an Israel-only aid package. Before the Israel-Hamas war began, White House officials publicly expressed confidence that additional Ukraine funding would pass Congress before the end of this year, while privately conceding concerns about how difficult that might be. Biden has been reassuring U.S. allies that Congress will approve more aid to Ukraine. I think they will. Approve more aid to Ukraine. I do believe that. And the question comes down to, is Putin willing to negotiate? This is a question where a lot of people came to me and said, Hasan, how dare you? Why do you think Putin will fucking negotiate? And to which I always replied with, even if he doesn't, then you go back to the same situation that's at hand. An identical argument I've made for Israel. If you do a ceasefire and you create a one-state solution or a framework to reach a one-state solution, and like all of a sudden you have the Islamo-fascists or whatever the fuck you think is happening in Palestine try to take control, don't worry. You can go back to the apartheid state. I don't want you to, but You can always go back to the current system, the current structure. It's awful. It's ruthless. But if you're genuinely fearful that like Arabs are going to fucking take over, then there you go. You go back to the same situation. Just like with Ukraine. If Russia refuses to follow through on a ceasefire a peace process, then you go back to fucking fighting. That's it. Both Ukraine and Russia are struggling to keep up with military supplies. Russia has ramped up production of artillery rounds and over the next couple of years may be able to produce 2 million shells per year, according to a Western official. But Russia fired an estimated 10 million rounds in Ukraine last year. That's so much, dude. The official said it will also have to rely on other countries. The Biden administration has spent $43.9 billion on security assistance for Ukraine since Russia's invasion in February 2022, according to the Pentagon. A U.S. official says the administration has about $5 billion left to send to Ukraine before money runs out. There would be no aid. By the way, those numbers are so fucking suspicious because it's almost identical to Afghanistan's remaining budget. Afghanistan's yearly budget when we pulled out was around $50 billion. The fact that this is so close to that is mind-boggling, but, you know, I won't get into that. There would be, and it's not because, like, the military has a finite amount or the American Congress has a finite amount. It's that those budgets on the military-industrial complex side were going to be used somewhere. And we also printed anyway. It doesn't work in that way. But I think the real reason for the budgets come from the side that is supplying, the use it or lose it mentality. Exactly. A U.S. official says they have $5 billion. There would be no aid left for Ukraine if the administration hadn't said it would fund. It found a additional $6.2 billion accounting error from months of overvaluing equipment sent to Kyiv. Public support is slipping. Progress in Ukraine's counteroffensive has been very slow, and hope that Ukraine will make significant advances, including reaching the coast near Russia's front lines, is fading. A lack of significant progress on the battlefield in Ukraine does not help with trying to reverse the downward trend in public support for sending more aid, officials said. A Gallup poll released this week shows decreasing support for sending additional aid to Ukraine, with 41% of Americans saying the U.S. is doing too much to help Kyiv. That's a significant change from just 3 months ago, when 24% of Americans said they felt that way. The poll also found that 33% of Americans think the U.S. is doing the right amount for Ukraine, while 25% said the U.S. is not doing enough. Public sentiment towards assisting Ukraine is also starting to soften in Europe. As incentive for Zelensky to consider negotiations, NATO could offer Kyiv some security guarantees, even without Ukraine formally becoming a part of the alliance, officials said. That way, officials said the Ukrainians could be assured that Russia would be deterred from invading again. In August, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told reporters, "We do not assess that the conflict is a stalemate," which was a lie. Instead, Sullivan said, Ukraine is taking territory on a methodical, systematic basis, which was also a lie. A lie that the media channeled and a lie that the media championed over and over again. I briefly covered it at the time and you guys yelled at me, so I never covered it again because it was just, there's a lot of, it's just not something that people want to take seriously. But a Western official acknowledged that there has been a lot of movement by either side in some time. There has not been a lot of movement by either side in some time. And with the cold weather approaching, it will be tough for either Ukraine or Russia to break the pattern. The official said it would not be impossible, but it will be difficult. U.S. officials also assessed that Russia will attempt to hit critical infrastructure in Ukraine again this winter, attempting to force some civilians to endure a frigid winter without heat or power. Administration officials expect Ukraine to want more time to fight on the battlefield, particularly with new, heavier equipment, but there's also a growing sense that it's too late and it's time to do a deal, the former senior administration official said. It's not certain that Ukraine would mount another spring offensive. One senior administration official pushed back on any notion of the U.S. nudging Ukraine towards talks. The Ukrainians, the official said, are on the clock in terms of weather, but they are not on the clock in terms of geopolitics. The fiercest battles in months are actually taking place right now. What's the date of this article? The date of this article is yesterday at 4:47 p.m. Okay? Ultimately, by the assessment of the American military and those who follow this conflict closely, people have considered this counteroffensive that was supposed to be very successful a stalemate or an abject failure with a tremendous number of human casualties. It's just, I don't know. Nobody believes in our victory like I do. Inside Volodymyr Zelensky struggled to keep Ukraine in the fight. I knew this shit. I knew that fucking this shit was not going to continue permanently when he wanted to speak at the Grammys again, and they were like, no. Okay? What was it? Like, there was a couple different places where he wanted to go and talk to a broader audience, and, like, he was like, no. They were like, no, we can't. Sorry. It's a wrap after that point. Oprah said no. So that's it. At that point, that's it. If it's fucking a war of attrition and Russia literally does not give a single fuck about its own conscripts and what the fuck that happens to them, and you on the Western back side actually do have to care about your own civilians more than Russia does, then, you know, it's a war of attrition that, like, Russia's not going to win, but it's one that you have a lot to lose politically on. So this is something to consider. This is something to remind people of. Anyway, this is not like a I told you so moment, but it kind of is. It kind of comes across like that. I do not know if America genuinely will drop all support. I mean, I don't think that they will drop all support. Let's be fucking real. I don't think that they ever will drop all support. But bad faith, you're not reacting hard enough on Zelensky. He sold his country out to BlackRock, and the black soil of Ukraine is the world's most fertile soil in the world. I don't either, but looking at how they did in Palestine, I wouldn't be surprised by anything anymore. What are you talking about? Yeah. So I don't know what that chatter was talking about with like BlackRock or whatever, but Ukraine has privatized a lot of its state assets, which of course always comes with Western allegiance. Like, that is a consistent thing. My speculation, and I have tweeted about this time and time again. I'm sure you guys can pull up my earlier tweets if you want to know, from day one of the invasion all the way throughout the entire process. A lot of people yell at me about my take on Crimea, especially as I compared it to like the ongoing invasion and how different it is. They love yelling at that, or they love saying like, oh, Ukraine blew up a fucking bridge in Crimea, which is an act of like, which is still a war crime because it's civilian infrastructure. Everybody goes, that's really fucked up. You said that, not realizing that immediately after that fucking video, immediately after that perfectly clipped thing, it's still Russia's fault because they fucking invaded Ukraine follows, but they never mention that. Just like they never mentioned that attacking civilian infrastructure is always a war crime. It's a war crime when Russia does it too. You know. So if you are a person that has been duped by these like shortly clipped things of people who are trying to draw out like a broader secret that I have held on to, I guess, like somehow that I'm secretly a fucking Vladimir Putin supporter. You know, if you want to truly know what I think, I very openly have mentioned it time and time again. Just like I ate a lot of crow when I fucking said that I was that I was confident that Russia would not invade. You took a lot of attacks and you were right. I took a lot of attacks. This community fucking absolutely got sliced in half, 100%, by opportunist pieces of shit. Can you tell us how many rubles Putin pays you? Yeah, dude. Putin bought my fucking 41-month subscriber. Fucking idiot. Trust me, they've eaten way more crow at this point from Snake Island than now. It doesn't matter. There's no eating crow if you're like on the side of the State Department and are unconditionally repeating whatever the fuck they're saying. Senator McConnell links pro-Palestinian marches of Vladimir Putin, saying both support a ceasefire. Street protests across the West have found a common cause with the Russian dictator. I love this because so many fucking liberals, so many goddamn liberals, they've been openly dismissive and outright critical of American media, sensationalizing their ongoing conflict with a major regional power at their doorstep. Mainstream media is making diplomacy harder by writing whatever the fuck the State Department tells them. Awful business. The Ukrainian admin has routinely walked back American State Department sensationalist hits on Russia's imminent invasion of Ukraine. All of this was wrong, right? I mean, this wasn't wrong. They were saying that, but they were wrong. And so was I. I was wrong for thinking that they were correct. And by they, I mean not the State Department, but the fucking Ukrainians on the goddamn ground. Oh, shit. Fucker. Oh, I just got to grab something real quick. See what this piece of shit's saying.
Brutal terrorist attacks of October 7th.
How is he not dead yet?
Poured gasoline on the flames of anti-Semitic hatred
I'll be back in a second.
around the world. Take the alarming reports this weekend out of Russia, a country with a long, troubled history of anti-Semitism. After weeks of pro-Hamas propaganda spewed from the Kremlin, an angry mob overran a provincial airport and surrounded a plane that had just arrived from Israel. Chillingly, the mob went person to person, checking passports and asking if they were Muslim or Jew, a modern-day pogrom in southern Russia. Vladimir Putin.
This freak is like, only I get to do pogroms with Jews. How dare they? How dare they engage in my favorite pastime without me being called into question? I love pogroms. I'm Mitch McConnell.
Is usually quick to accuse other countries of imagined atrocities. But he's issued no such condemnation of Hamas for the very real savagery inflicted on innocent Israelis. In fact, as this latest despicable episode of anti-Semitism unfolded on Russian soil, Putin's regime welcomed a delegation of Hamas terrorists to the Kremlin. The Russian government's policy is to demand that Israel agree to a ceasefire, a de facto amnesty for the terrorist aggressors who slaughtered children in their homes a few weeks ago. In that regard, street protesters across the West have found common cause with the Russian dictator.
Hasan's only politics is America bad, America bad. Meanwhile, I will repeat exactly what Mitch McConnell is saying uncritically without realizing that I'm saying America good. I don't say America good, but I just understand the complexity of the situation. That's why I end up arriving at the same perspective as Mitch McConnell. Actors have different interests, okay? Different regional actors have different interests. America has a different interest. Don't fucking matter. When I say America bad, I follow it up by why. You can't even say America good, and you desperately falter, so you have to say, oh, Hasan has no analysis. He just says America bad. Dumbass liberals. Anyway, there's more. I said, I hope I'm right and a diplomatic solution can be achieved through French and German leadership. An outright invasion of Ukraine would be catastrophic for both Ukraine and Russia. There's more, though. I said more. Where's the one? Does anyone know that? Did anyone find the tweet where I was talking about fucking how right-wing forces are seen as emancipatory in times of conflict? Anyone that says from day one that I have been like a defender of Russian invasion, anyone that says I've defended the Russian invasion from day one is a liar. Do not listen to them. Do not take them fucking seriously. They're simply trying to paint a narrative. I have always and will forever be anti-invading Ukraine. Update. U.S. President Joe Biden indicates progress on securing the real reason. Here's what it is, okay? At the time, people were mad because I was not unconditionally supporting Ukraine in the way that they wanted me to. So they wanted to draw something else out of what I was saying. Just like those very same people still to this fucking day claim that now I'm a supporter of Hamas. I'm a supporter of Hamas. Look, I said every time an imperialist or irredentist power decides to encroach upon a smaller nation with the most right-wing nationalist elements are seen as emancipatory forces willing to do the violence necessary for liberation. A dangerous prospect for Ukraine stuck between the West and Russia. Also, it's laughable to think Russia has any valid liberating claims here. Bombing Western Ukrainian military positions to defend LPR and DPR is just USA-style bullshit propaganda, almost as bad as claiming Ukraine started shelling more in Donbass when there's 200K troops at the border. They can't fucking argue on what I'm saying. They don't want to think about what this means, so they turn around and say, oh, you must actually secretly oppose. You must actually just secretly love the other side and think that what they're saying is correct, and you're too cowardly to admit it. Here, instead of being able to fucking, I'm just going to do my very best to comb through your words and you know, comb through your words and say that you actually mean something else and propagandize against this fucking propagandize against you for 2 fucking years. U.S. President Joe Biden indicates progress on securing a humanitarian pause in between fighting Israel and Hamas, replying yes and giving a thumbs up that they said that there's headway on the issue.
A sociologist at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, and he was highly respected. He's since passed from the scene prematurely. If you look at his book, Politicide, I'll spell it for your listeners, Politicide.
Hopefully our listeners can spell that themselves.
Yeah, because he coined the term. That's why I'm spelling it for your listeners. He described Gaza as, quote, the largest concentration camp ever. That was in the world. That's his expression.
Okay.
Okay. Number two, he wrote that in 2003.
Okay.
Before the blockade and before Israel's repeated operations, mowings of the lawn in Gaza.
I don't like that phrase, but okay.
Yeah. It's a revolting phrase. Yes. And isn't that something that should give one pause?
Yeah, it's a revolting phrase. You don't like that phrase because it reminds people too much of another modern genocide, Rwanda. That's the reason why you don't like the phrase. It's not a phrase that it's a phrase that the Israelis used. Just like in Rwanda, the phrase was cutting the tall trees.
Phrase is constantly repeated. We're mowing the lawn in Gaza.
Can you imagine the phrases that Gaza uses about what they've done?
You realize 1 million of those blades are children.
Okay, I have never heard anyone, and I know a lot of Israelis,
Hamas is using, sorry, go ahead,
ever use that expression. I don't know anybody who takes any pleasure in killing children.
Damn, she must not know any Israeli Knesset members, I think. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Let's take a look. Fuck! I hate paywalls so much. With strikes targeting rockets and tunnels, with Israeli tactic of mowing the grass returns to Gaza. For more than a decade, when analysts describe the strategy utilized by Israel against Palestinian militants in the Gaza Strip, they've used the metaphor. With their displays of overwhelming military strength, Israeli forces were mowing the grass. But while many liberals suggest a new effort to find peace through negotiations is what's needed, some conservatives say that only military action will resolve the situation. Just like mowing your front lawn, this is constant hard work. David M. Weinberger, the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security, wrote for the Jerusalem Post this week. If you fail to do so, weeds grow wild and snakes begin to slither around in the bush.
And I don't know that that's the standard.
We know that Hamas massacres.
You got to talk into the mic. Here, Perry, you can say, come say.
We know that the Hamas took great pleasure in killing children.
Okay, but I'm not. Yes, we do, but I'm not talking about that now. I'm talking about the Israeli. So I don't want to use that phrase as a standard because I think it's repugnant on both sides. So that's one thing, and then you take.
I love that there's two different Zionisms here: soft liberal soft Zionism from her a little bit, I think, and then hardliner ultra Zionism from the dude who's like, "Oh, Hamas!" immediately.
Take, these words like ethnic cleansing and genocide, but I haven't heard you say anything about the horrors of what comes out of Hamas's mouth or these.
Did Hamas take pleasure in killing children? Fact check it. What difference does it make, dude? What do you mean? It's just like it's another way to reinforce the narrative that they're animals, they're animals, they're animals. Okay, that's it. What the fuck?
Maybe it's naive to say that some other people who perhaps are not Hamas apologists or sympathizers, who are from the river to the sea, which calls for the very explicit genocide of literally wiping Israel off the map and Jews across the world.
Yeah, okay, soft Zionism versus hard Zionism. She's soft.
Okay. I know we're going to be pressed for time, and you obviously are committed to the subject enough that you sat down at the table and you want to ask me questions. And I respect that, okay? I had a very close friend in Israel. She was like a high school sweetheart. And I was also close with her daughter. And her daughter is the deputy editor of Haaretz, Tamar Zweigrath, or maybe, yeah, Zweigrath. And on October, she started to hear some of the statements I made, and she was very angry at me. And she said, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore, and you've lost your moral bearings. And actually, just a week ago, because she was a decent person, I know that. Just a week ago, when I went to Grand Central Station, and I saw those 1,000 Jews inside the station, and about 2,000 more outside the station. I was outside because silly reason, I don't own a cell phone. And
I know.
they didn't announce where the demonstration would be until 6 p.m. You had to have a cell phone. So I was stuck at home waiting for my friends to tell me. So I was one of the 2,000 outside. And it was one of the, for me, maybe my chauvinism comes out a little. It was such a proud moment, such a magnificent moment, seeing 1,000 young Jews inside Grand Central Station wearing "Ceasefire Now" on the front of the T-shirt and "Not in My Name" on the back side of the T-shirt. It was thrilling, and I wanted.
You know, I was fucking complaining about like how right I was about Ukraine and how fucking wrong everyone was and how they fucking bullied me nonstop earlier. Imagine that times 1 million. I feel embarrassed to even like bring it up in a similar perspective. I'm just trying to get you to comprehend what has happened to this man for multiple decades, for his unflinching defense of Palestinians. I'm not making it about me at all. Shut the fuck up. I'm saying that's nothing. Like I'm saying people yelling at me is nothing. It's like a fucking crumb in comparison to what has happened to Norm Finkelstein his entire fucking life. Okay? Yes, I know what he said about trans people. I don't give a shit. We're not talking about this 900-year-old man's opinions about like modern social movements right now. You don't have to immediately talk about that. You don't have to immediately jump to this. I hate this. Stop. It's like every time I disagree with Noam Chomsky on a multitude of different issues. It doesn't matter. When I bring up Noam Chomsky, you don't have to immediately come in here and be like, well, remember what he said about Khmer Rouge? Like, that is, unless you are literally a State Department operative, there is no reason for you to do that. Deflecting L? No, I'm not deflecting. Oh, you're saying that they're deflecting. Okay. Especially when no similar standards of purity are applied to those who just fucking lap up whatever the fuck the State Department is saying. Okay, his greatest interlocutor, his enemy, is Alan Dershowitz. Do we think Alan Dershowitz is good? Do you think those who are on Alan Dershowitz's side go, hey, dog, maybe you shouldn't have fucking been besties with Jeffrey Epstein? No, Alan Dershowitz gets to go on Fox News every fucking night. Doesn't that make you think twice about the situation a little bit? The Dersh. Incoming, does Hasan not care about transgender issues? Yeah, I know. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not talking about that. I've criticized him on that many times, okay? I've criticized him on that since I found his perspective to be, I think, a little, way too overboard, in my opinion. But I don't care because that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about his life's work and how he got fucking blacklisted across the board and how he is vindicated in this moment.
To send a picture of that to Tamar and write, I guess it's not just me who's lost his moral bearings.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yeah, I know. So now let me get to your question. My parents were very decent people. They were hardworking. My mother was very educated. She went to Warsaw University, studied mathematics, but that was terminated by the war. That was 1937, okay? Having said that, I once asked my mother, just out of curiosity, so Mom, what did you think about the terror bombing of Germany during World War II? They were engaged in terror bombing to kill German civilians in order to get them to rise up. That was the hope. It didn't work. But to get them to rise up against the Germans, okay? The estimates are as many as 800,000 German civilians were killed in the terror bombing. And she just turned to me and very flatly said,
it's funny to use the least defensible part of the most defensible war when trying to draw comparisons and act like what Israel is doing is appropriate. Like we built a whole rules of engagement, dog. We built like an entirely new way of doing global conflict after. For that fucking reason. It's so nuts. Sorry.
Our feeling was, if we're going to die, we're going to take some of them with us. She didn't discriminate between civilians and combatants because we were talking about the terror bombing directed at civilians. If we're going to die, we're going to take some of them with us. It was impossible in my home growing up to say any good word about a German or a Pole. But my parents were from Poland, or a Pole. Now with Poles, it was more contempt. You know, the Jews had a contempt for Poles. My mother would say, stupid Pole, stupid Pole. But Germans, it was a raging hatred to the last day of their life, you know? And they were very decent people. Once I brought to my home a friend, Cyrus Wieser, who was half German and half Armenian. It was the first time I ever brought anyone of any German extraction to my home. And my mother wanted to rise to the occasion. And she took him aside at the end and just whispered, "It's okay that you came." That was the furthest she would go. Now, if you asked what she felt in 1945, because I'm talking about 40 years later, it wouldn't have been okay.
This is important to understand. Obviously, because that's the okay, whatever. I'll just let him do it.
So for me,
I'll just let him do it. It's important to understand that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay, that's what his mom did not understand. Don't bring up light bulbs opposed to a touchy subject. Okay, listen. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's it. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. I'm eating a salad and chicken.
It's expecting something superhuman of the people of Gaza to make anything less than the kind of homicidal statements that my own mother said. If we're going to die, we're going to take some of them with us. I have visited Gaza, not extensively, but I have been there. And, you know, for whatever reason, I was treated decently. I lived in the West Bank. I lived in, if you know the West Bank? Okay, I lived in Beit Sahur, the Christian Palestinian village outside Bethlehem. And I lived in Hebron, right across the street from Fawar refugee camp. I went back every year from 1988 to 1993. Do I walk away with a memory? And I didn't meet Hamas people, because Hamas was already around back then. Do I walk away with a memory of homicidal fascist maniacs wanting to kill me? If I did, I would say it. And people have accused me of many things, but lying is not one of them. You know?
Yeah, true.
And also, errors in my footnotes is not one of them. You can accuse me falsely of selectivity. You can't accuse me of misrepresentation. So that's my answer. You're asking for something which, to my thinking, is superhuman, that they feel about the Jews having been locked up in that concentration camp for 20 years, what my parents felt for the Germans.
Wait.
Important to understand here. He's saying, in the Holocaust comparison, the Israeli forces are the Nazis. Like, that's what, from the perspective of the Palestinian, he's saying the Israeli forces are the Nazis. I'll take it one step further, however. While Norm says this, okay, the reality is, in my opinion at least, incredibly more moderate, which I will never understand. Talk to anyone who's not a Palestinian, who has done advocacy for Palestinians over the course of many, many years, and they will always consistently say, it is wild how open-minded Palestinians are in general, across the board, in spite of all of the harm that they have experienced, in spite of all of the violence that they've been subjected to. They're so fucking kind, dude. I'm not saying this like to hype up anybody, anything. Like, it is shocking. It is shocking. In spite of all of the wrongdoing, it takes a superhuman to look at that situation and go, it's okay. We just want equality. We don't want vengeance. We don't want revenge. We just want equality. Okay? For 75 fucking years, that has been the most consistent through line through Palestinian liberation. The most vocal parts of Palestinian liberation have always been emancipatory and has always pushed for liberation for the Palestinians to be able to just simply live on their own fucking lands. And it's gross and disgusting that their oppressors have regularly bastardized, have regularly pushed more and more people to more violent means of retaliation, showing them that there is no conciliation, there is no conciliatory emancipation coming from the oppressive side. That's why I believe that a one-state solution and its greatest opponents won't be the Palestinians. Think about it. I showed you the 2017 Palestinian poll showing 52% of Palestinians in 2017 still believed in a two-state solution. That is almost stupid at that point. It's like not even like you're delusional at that point. Think about that. The fact that 53% of Israelis and 52% of Palestinians believe in a two-state solution at that point means that they are literally not even like understandable normal levels of like human empathy, okay? They've gone far above and beyond after being crushed for 75 fucking years. It's crazy. Now, of course, yes, there is another reason. It's because, half of the Palestinians in Gaza, at least, are fucking children. So there is that, too. And it is definitely, children are optimistic and innocent for the most part until the Israeli occupation turns them into victims. And then also some who choose to take matters into their own hands. Miss Susie B, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And Psychedelic Gazelle, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Enough. We have to. Do you want to say anything? I'm sorry.
I'm going to hold my tongue. I was going to say something, but I'm going to hold my tongue.
No, say it and finish. I would accuse you of selectivity, and I hope when we meet again that I can try to.
Fine, go through my book and show it.
I made a whole thing, but I thought it wasn't because I'm supposed to be like. Impartial. I didn't want to be.
I would just tell the listeners, the viewers.
I would like to spar with you on that.
This entire conversation, we have seen Mr. Finkelstein analogize the conditions of Gaza to a concentration camp. Yes, he has an Israeli sociologist who said it too. It is a free and open society in Israel. So yes, you will find such people who will say these sorts of things.
Can I say something? I don't know if this is inappropriate, but I think about this quite a lot. I've often wondered why Israel, weirdly, to a fault, in spite of being a fascist state, would allow Israelis to say whatever the fuck they want. Israeli academics, Israeli politicians at times. Well, obviously, they've been executed in the past, assassinated. But I have always thought, in my mind, one, partially because they're completely powerless, but I think it also is because of the similar, the aspect of Jewish supremacy that comes from within the maintenance of this apartheid regime. I think it's because if you, the notion is like, if you're a Palestinian citizen of Israel, they will fucking throw you in jail. Not even a question. But if you're Jewish in Israel and you say the exact same thing that the Palestinian citizen of Israel is saying, then you're allowed. You are allowed. And I think it is quite literally simultaneously, because like it's an open, free, fair democracy. That's what we want to present it as. But I also think it's because I think it revolves around a supremacist attitude that like, yeah, we hate this guy. We hate our own that says things that like benefit our enemy, but ultimately he's still Jewish. And if you have like if you have this perspective, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I might totally be wrong. I know there's some Israelis in here that maybe will be able to give me a better perspective on this, but I feel like it's almost supremacist, because like the way that the mistreatment, the way that Palestinian citizens of Israel, those the Israeli government declared Arab, right, like is so different than the way that Israeli leftists and those who are the way that if you are Jewish and a full-blown Israeli citizen, you can write articles, you can be like Gideon Levy. I'm not sure, Hassan, we are dismissed as delusional in the best case, or traitors usually. Well, that's the thing though. But hold on. But the question is this: Haaretz still exists. Gideon Levy still writes there. right? Like, even if you are a someone who has renounced their own citizenship, like Ilan Pape, there isn't like, you don't go to jail. You don't get treated in the same way that a Palestinian citizen of Israel would for saying something much, much lighter than what Gideon Levy says, right? And I think it has to be from like the notion, the underlying notion that it's like, yeah, he can say it. He should be able to say it. We can't subject him to the same exact, we can't subject you to the same exact fucking conditions that we subject Palestinian citizens of Israel to, because, you know, you're still a Jew. Like, you're still a part of the inner group. I've always thought it was interesting. Look at the case of Jonathan Polak. You are right, though. If I was not Jewish, I'd probably be in jail right now. Like, I feel like you have to go above and beyond in order to, like, actually face repercussions. For example, I think that, wait, what? So what happened to Jonathan Polak? Is an Israeli activist and graphic designer who works for Haaretz. He co-founded the Direct Action Anarchists Against the Wall. For Israeli and U.S. activists, demanding equality tends to mean raising others to our level of privilege. But how many are willing to relinquish that privilege? For the last years, while I and everyone I know was out in the streets for New York and Tel Aviv protesting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, they're screaming for democracy, my friend Jonathan Polak was trapped under house arrest waiting for trial in Israel. He was arrested by the Israeli border police during a demonstration against the illegal settlement outpost of Eviatar in the occupied West Bank. Eviatar was first built in 2021. Largely on land owned by Palestinians from the town of Beita, whose residents have lived there since long before the state of Israel was founded. What? No, it's not not okay. That doesn't... Chatter, this literally does not work in Israel, okay? This is so funny. Everyone always fucking goes for this, but this unironically does not work in Israel. Our analysis of Israel's right to exist might be shrouded by what we perceive as like this. We put Arabs in this category, and then we think like, well, our Ashkenazi neighbors are maybe here. But the reality is Israel is this. Israel and Palestine, Palestinians and Israelis are indistinguishable from one another. Indistinguishable. There are white Palestinians, just like there are Ashkenazi Jews, but then there is also a shit ton, significantly more Arab Jews. The irony always is that like some of the Ashkenazi at the very least are like are perceived as more moderate. Anyway, so what happened? The outpost was temporarily evacuated back into the government. At least active participation in far-right ministers. At least 9 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces. Jonathan was held in detention for several weeks and released to house arrest. I mean, didn't they literally shoot at another Israeli Jew in the West Bank, like settlers did, as some of the activists put their bodies in front of the Palestinian villages that they were trying to destroy? This happened like last week, I think. They're getting way too fucking out of hand. I mean, they're getting way too comfortable, but why shouldn't they? Ethiopian Jews are mistreated because Israel has had a whiteness complex, for sure. I'm not saying that it doesn't, but you have to remember what the demographics look like. Not from Israel's own perspective, which is a distinction that they make between Arab and Jew, which is not a real distinction. It's not a fucking real distinction. It's one that only a Jewish ethno-state could make. Why? Because there are millions of Arab Jews. They're just like, all right, well, they're Mizrahi, so it's different. No, they're Arab. They're from Arab countries. They're Arab. They're Arab Jews. The reason why they eat hummus is not because they're Jewish. The reason why they eat hummus is because they're Arab. Okay? Like, the fuck? You think motherfuckers coming from Germany was like, oh, I love hummus and fucking falafel? No. Where did it come from? Anyway, I will never condemn hummus, okay? Hummus is fucking... I'm eating hummus right now. Only Sabra hummus.
But he's stealing a base. And he's starting with this analogy in order to justify homicidal mass murder. And what I would say to him, even though I am younger and I know that he is a scholar, he's written all these books, is that I wish he would evaluate the fact that he cannot bring himself to simply understand that Hamas are the 21st century Nazis, not Israel.
But I make bad analogies.
Well, they are.
If I invoke,
they do what the Nazis do, which is just kill the Jews.
If I invoke the Nazis, it's outrageous.
Bro. That's why I always say the comparison between fucking Hamas and Nazis is not one that benefits a Zionist, because very quickly you will recognize one is the state that has a supremacist fascist ideology and is like mechanically doing mass murder is not fucking Hamas. It's not the Palestinians. That's insane.
Outrageous.
Well, no,
but when he invokes the Nazis, that's permissible.
Well, no, I'm basing it on what they do, as opposed to
right. And actually,
my inner demons or whatever.
That's exactly what I did. I based my comment on what they do. I think locking people in a camp for 20 years, where you can't go in, can't go out, no food, for a full stomach, 1/2 the population suffers from extreme food insecurity. And now, as we speak, exactly at this moment, fuel is not being admitted, which means the hospitals collapse and the water supply.
So why doesn't Hamas give them some of their fuel?
You know, why? Oh, because they have to kill more Jews?
Okay, Periel, first of all, you don't know that Hamas is not giving the fuel. That's what Israel says. But
if they are, then what's the problem?
Okay, but I am not going by what I know personally. I'm reading the human rights reports. And the human rights reports, as we speak, they're coming.
They're anti-Semitic. So there are a lot of people. This is their first ever like iteration of an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign that has continued for a very long time. So this is probably the first time that they get to experience like a rabid defender of Israel. But given the 75 years of arrogance that has been built up as a consequence of consistently getting exactly like Israel getting exactly what it wants from American foreign policy, unlimited funds, and also widespread justifications for their actions. A lot of defenders of Israel will openly just be like, yeah, Human Rights Watch is anti-Semitic. They're actually bad. They're also bad. The Geneva Conventions are anti-Semitic. Like, I think that's very off-putting. I mean, I personally think that that's like morally repugnant, obviously. But I definitely think that comes across as very off-putting and arrogant to like the average person, right? If you're an average person, you're like, I don't get it. Like, what? Why are they bombing children? You're like, oh, they're fucking human shields. And then you say, well, I don't understand. Like, the Human Rights Watch says apartheid state. Well, that's anti-Semitic. Human Rights Watch is anti-Semitic. You're gonna be like, the fuck? What is happening here? Like, what am I hearing from someone whom I've cherished for years, someone whom I've found close to myself, someone who I thought was of a similar mind? Like, what happened? What happened that now this person who I thought was a liberal is engaging in such like bloodthirsty zealotry? And I think that will come across as certainly off-putting to a lot of people who just like kind of look at the situation and can cut through the propaganda that, like, you know, Islamist Arab dogs are bloodthirsty and violent.
Coming out on a daily basis. If the fuel is...
Who are you talking about? Do tell us. I have a shit ton of like Jewish normie friends who are pretty progressive. I wouldn't say like completely progressive, but like normies that are understanding, you know what I mean? Normies that like look to me and go, haha, you're the woke guy, right? Like, and I think like in this last couple weeks of coverage, like their perspective has shifted from like, oh, you're the woke guy, to like, I feel like you're HasanAbi. I feel like you're HasanAbi. You know, you really love Hamas, huh? Like, is that what's going on? You really love Hamas? And it makes me sad because like I know that there are a lot of kind people. Why do they do that? What do you mean? Indoctrination, man. What the fuck do you think it is? Bro, none of your normie friends have said that you're HasanAbi, no shot. Well, there's one that does say that, but that's besides the point. Anyway, there's a couple that jokingly say it. but I feel like it's not a joke. I feel like it's like serious. There's like a level of seriousness behind it, and it kind of hurts my soul a little bit every time I hang out and every time I like try to talk to him and stuff. But why the fuck would I tell you anything about who I know in my normie sphere of friends? Why would I ever in a million years reveal that information to you fucking roving gang of freakazoids? Get the fuck out of here. Shut the fuck up.
Is not admitted, the hospitals will not function and the water will not be drinkable in Gaza. Okay? That's what the human rights organizations are saying.
Okay. We're repeating ourselves
It's
now.
not about, at this moment, it's not about Hamas. It's very convenient, and I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose.
She does do it on purpose.
No, I'm not saying. It's very convenient
I gotta make a point.
to home in on Gaza. I'm home in on Hamas. I'm talking about the 2.3 million people. 2% of the food that they normally get, which means normally it's extreme food, and 2% is being admitted. Water is drying up. Hospitals are becoming dysfunctional. Now that to me is a murder plan. You may not like to hear it.
Okay, sir.
But de facto, it's a murder plan. It's a death sentence for the people of Gaza.
I'll say, and then we'll finish. First of all, I've said this before, I'm not ready to sign on the dotted line for what Israel is going to do.
Oh.
I am giving them the...
Oh, that's my favorite. Look, I also hate Benjamin Netanyahu. But here's why everything he said and done is actually perfectly morally and legally permissible. My answer, I will use one word. Hamas. I rest my case. There it is. There's many different kinds of Zionisms out there, but ultimately, given that it is a supremacist ethno-state project, it almost always revolves around, well, what are you going to do? You got to be a little violent with these animals, okay? Historically speaking, there were moments where I think like there are different iterations, I'm sure, but when push comes to shove, even the soft Zionism of J Street, which is supposed to be a counter to AIPAC's hard right influence on American politics. J Street is supposed to be liberal. They sent out a fucking memo to every Democrat saying you have to do an unconditional support for Israel bill or else we'll never fund you again. They went back on it. Only because some of my friends, like literally my friends that I've had on the stream, had to go back and talk to the current J Street people to be like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
The benefit of the doubt, and I'll predict here today that Israel is not going to starve Gazans to death. But if they do, I will say Finkelstein was right, I was wrong, and this is a
oh, dude, you'll say that? Oh, well then it's okay to fucking posture like that right now.
Shame that the Jewish people committed. I don't believe that's going to happen. I wonder if you really think it's going to happen. But there's a lot of bluster and bluffing and hard fucking nose actions that people take in wartime. I want to say the following about the Nazis. Conclusory, comparing things to things is a tool. It's a strategy of advocacy. To compare something to the Nazis is a very powerful way to win an argument. All I would say is that if you were to compare factually what you've described as a concentration camp in Gaza, and then I were to list factually to somebody who never heard the word concentration camp, what it meant to be a concentration camp in Germany, they would never think of using the same word to describe them both.
No, with all
you can find some. A concentration camp implies mass murder.
No, that's a death camp.
Okay, but that's what I understand. There's war camps. There's war camps and death camps.
Bergen-Belsen was a concentration camp.
But you know as well as I do that the general public doesn't make that distinction.
The Japanese, what we call them internment camps, they were concentration camps.
Yes, but that people don't make that fine distinction in everyday life. And
that's my favorite. I've heard this too from friends who know I'm not anti-Semitic, who know that I have fought against anti-Semitism and find it to be morally repugnant and abhorrent. who say, well, you're not, but you're breeding anti-Semitism by calling out Israel's war crimes. And I'm like, dog, you can't say that. That's ridiculous. And he knows full well that he's in the wrong here against a scholar. So he turns around and goes, oh, well, technically you're making that distinction specifically so people invoke a different feeling. That's an entirely separate argument.
And I don't know the details of the work camps, but when you tell people it's a concentration camp, I believe you know this. You know how ignorant people are. They assume you're comparing it to the worst of Germany.
I'm quoting Baruch Kimmerling.
All right. Well, that's fine. All right.
Yeah, you found one.
Actually, you want a second?
You have another. You got
Oh
another
yeah, I
human rights
will.
report.
Actually,
the Gaza
no,
Ministry of
no,
Health, because
no,
they call
no.
it that too.
I would suspect that you would know Amira Haas.
Yeah, I do know Amira Haas.
Okay, and Amira Haas's
I'm not
parents were in the camps in World War II,
Okay.
and she once had to wrestle with that question. And if you're interested, since you said you want to do research after, just Google Amira Haas concentration camp, Gaza. She lived there, to her eternal credit. She lived there, and she wrote a book, Drinking. Okay.
I am interested, but of course, everybody can pick somebody esteemed who agrees with them. So it's not an evidence.
Yeah, but it's not like you're pulling.
The question is
Oh, wait, what? Wait, I'm sorry, what? Oh, dude, not an argument. This person who lived in Gaza, who knows full well what the concentration camp situation was like, compares it. Well, you can't do that. Well, okay. Who am I supposed to rely on then? You? Your opinions? The fuck? What are you saying? If a fucking formative scholar on the history, on Israeli history, on Palestinian history, is not a good person to rely on in this matter, and you don't think that the other scholars that he is deploying in this argument are not a good person to rely on in this matter, what is it? It's just your opinion versus like all the scholars that he brought up. How do you 3v1 a motherfucker and still get absolutely eviscerated?
It's not something like
her arguments are.
Fine, that's why I said. Google it, because Amira, I don't always agree with her. But number one, Amira is a stickler for facts like myself, and she's a political person.
All right.
And if you read her statements since October 7th, in general, they've been excellent.
All right.
They've been excellent. And she was careful to say, I have friends who've looked into it. There were significant atrocities that occurred on October 7th. I defer to her judgment. I know she's not a propagandist, but she was also very careful not to blame the people of Gaza for what happened.
Okay, Professor, thank you very, very much.
See, he used the term correctly. Propagandist. Scholars are not propagandists. They can be, okay, but a propagandist and a scholar are very different. Remember that. I am a propagandist. I, however, rely on scholars to make an assessment on a situation, to build my perspective, to understand. Like, I look at a situation and I think this smells a little weird. And you are terrible at it, lol. Got him! Fucking got him, dude. Amira Haas is the last scholar that he used. What is this? You have to make them read this chart if you... What? If they want to make that argument? What the I think this just broke my brain. I've heard this guy on TrueAnon a ton, but I've never seen him. He's pretty good looking, not gonna lie. Norm is a daddy, dude. It makes me kind of sad to see like his takes on contemporary politics, but he does kind of feel, I mean, he's been a legend on this issue. This is a man who's dedicated his entire fucking life. I see a lot of, I'm a very stubborn person, and I have a profound amount of respect for people who just go, nope, don't care, don't give a fuck what you do to me. This is the truth. I know it's the fucking truth, and I will defend it unconditionally. And can bring a lot of facts to the table as well. And while Norm certainly, I think, due to his background, due to his personal relationship with literally these atrocities, specifically the Holocaust, his parents are survivors, right? Can say a lot of, he can say a lot of stuff that I think maybe even goes above and beyond in his criticisms. However, he has always been maybe even in certain times like a lone solitary voice of Palestinian emancipation. Norm Finkelstein. I love him. You do realize I'm making over 34K a year, right? So watch your tone. What? What does that mean? Love this guy too. I don't know much about his other opinions though. No, his new stuff is like a little... He's old. He's a guy. He doesn't even have a fucking cell phone, guys. At a certain point, you got to realize, like, you're yelling at a dude who doesn't have a fucking cell phone, okay? It's just... Yeah, he's not very up to date on all the new stuff, on all the woke stuff. He's like... And he's like a classic, identity politics is like very difficult and destroys movement building and solidarity, and is like deliberately weaponized against cancel culture, is like weaponized against the left and stuff like that. Abu Layla 97. What are you fucking... Who is this person? Would you say Al Qassam are similar to Viet Cong? You got to see Huzumlot's last tweet. Did you see about the local Israeli comedian being jailed after he posted something in support of Gaza residents? I can't tell if this is like a account trying to bait me into saying some shit. Feels like it's very in that sense, political advocacy for Palestine is more impressive. Norm Finkelstein's political advocacy for Palestine is not only impressive, but his stubbornness is one that I love. I really hold him to a very high esteem. Also, he hates Alan Dershowitz, which puts him in a which automatically means he wins. So let's distribute Gazans all around the world. Let's distribute. There are 2.5 million people. Each country takes 25,000. 100 countries. That's humane, and that needs to be done. If they're refugees, better to be a refugee in Canada than in Gaza. What do you think about this article on Norm? I don't know, but it's some fucking dumbass, like, God, I don't care about a fucking dumbass Medium piece on Norm Finkelstein, okay? What is this? Like, I don't care about a fucking hit piece on him, okay? But right off the bat, I scanned the article and I agree with the assessment. Well, I don't agree with the conclusion that the article arrives at, but I do agree. His penchant for being loud, abrasive, and saying contrarian things, oftentimes in the loudest way that one can, does have a tendency to, I think, push people away. However, that's never even a consideration for motherfuckers who defend Israel unconditionally, like this guy. Look at this. You think this is appropriate to say when you liken it to an emancipatory slogan of a group of individuals that have been historically oppressed? A fucking American congressperson saying what it actually means, and then you go gas the Jews an inspirational call? No. You can be a fucking freak as hard as you want when you're shitting on a Palestinian, because Palestinians are the oppressed ones here. So who's going to fucking go out the bat for them? Unhinged. Swastikas are mathematical symbols celebrating symmetry and our equality. He was so horny to write this, he wrote SWAT-stikas. Yuda on a yellow star is a celebration of the Beatles in harmony with constellations of love and peace. Get the fuck out of here. Disgusting. 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 You're a fucking animal. You fucking piece of shit. The reason why you can't cope with the historical reference points of as to why from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free and what it means, the reason why you can't fucking actually talk about it honestly and earnestly is because you're defending an ethno-state. So you turn around and you fucking say some of the most Reddit arguments I've ever heard. It makes me so mad. Here, let me clear it up for you. Nazis are the bad guys. Okay? Nazis were the bad guys historically. So yes, things that they claimed were fucking bad. They're associated with bad things that they did. Let me tell you something else. Palestinians are the good guys in this conflict, okay? They are the victims in this conflict. So, therefore, automatically, even if they do bad things from time to time, they're still the good guys in the conflict overall. Because when all is said and done, when you look back at the South African apartheid, you don't go, well, the ANC fucking necklaced people by putting fucking tires around them and lit them on fire. You go, holy shit, I can't believe there was an apartheid regime in South Africa. It's simple. That's it. That's it. You can fucking look at the minutia right now as it happens in front of you, okay? But ultimately, sorry, the people that are seeking emancipation from an apartheid regime are the guys who are morally righteous. They are in the right side. Those who defend Israel unconditionally, or even in a cowardly way where they go, oh, well, there's a lot of things I don't agree over here, but also secretly fucking, wipe out Gaza. The ANC didn't necklace whites, though. You are wrong on that. Bro, they did. And they necklaced collaborators. Also, they blew up civilian targets, so shut the fuck up. Necklacing is just the most violent phenomena that came out of that, most personally violent phenomena that came out of that resistance movement, which is why I bring it up. When all is said and done, you don't go, those guys were, I don't know about the apartheid thing. Maybe it was good. You think the 10% white population of South Africa didn't have those exact same fears that the Zionists, the ultra-Zionists in the Israeli government have and are championing? The propaganda that you hear about how, like, well, the Palestinians want to fucking wipe us all out. You think they didn't have the same fears? They did. What is this? Mocking, completely full circle. Mockers. If you see that, you cannot unsee it. You are not a human being. You are on the wrong side. They did. Yes, they did. They also killed people. Always free of the band every so often, and then we end up having to buy another void for them. What? Israel just bombed a Gazan water reserve? Jesus Christ. After bombing dozens of bakeries, water stations, and fishing boats, and preventing food assistance in the Gaza Strip, Israeli barbarism has reached a new record. They just bombed a Gazan water strip, in Jabalia refugee camp, which now deprives more than 120,000 people of fresh drinking water, another form of genocide. Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, is there other additional confirmation on this? This is a Palestinian journalist from New York City, now based in Germany. I write about anti-Palestinian repression, writing in 972 Mag, but comes from Al Jazeera, Palestine. Israel bombing targets in Tal al-Zatar in the northern Gaza Strip. Israeli bombing targets water tanks in Tal al-Zatar in northern Gaza Strip. Correcting the historical note on necklacing is all. No, I'm pretty sure they did necklace whites, but they also necklaced. They necklaced collaborators, like black collaborators with white people. Yeah, they did necklace white people. And also, they bombed civilian positions too, so it doesn't fucking matter. My point isn't necessarily like. My point isn't about like who was the broadest targets. The point is, you don't think about how, no matter how violent something is, you don't even bring that up when you're talking about the apartheid, because everybody understands that the apartheid is the major form of violence here. Problem is, people don't have that perspective on Israel. They can't think about it like that. Anyway, it's a lesser evil kind of thing. No, it's not a lesser evil. It's not even that. It's not even a lesser evil. There's a difference between I'm not making a lesser evil argument. Why do you always avoid the question of homosexuals in Islamic countries? I'm Muslim and I can tell you our culture prohibits homosexuality. First of all, I fucking never in a million years. Take because Hamas did more damage to Israel statistically. Okay, Zaza Monster 42069 is horny for me to yell at him, it seems. Number one, that's not true. The Gaza Strip is 2.2 million. Israel's 9 million. The Israeli Air Force have killed, almost 10,000 people in Palestine of Palestinians. So 2.2 million to 10,000 is a significantly higher percentage of the population than 1,400 to 9 million. So that's number one. You're fucking stupid. Shut the fuck up. Number two, I know this is a beta account. The idea that I avoid the question of homosexuals in Islamic countries is not true either. I don't. I literally talk about gay rights from Turkey all the way to gay rights in all other countries. Okay? I've talked about this time and time again. These countries are too busy trying to fight back against Western imperialism to even have the freedom to be able to fight for their own civil liberties, okay? Internally. You're too busy with not being fucking ruthlessly slaughtered by a drone or a missile strike to think about, like, yelling at your own government to ensure that they offer you civil liberties. Also, additionally funny to say this, in America, where American civil liberties are being slowly but surely taken away, and we have, we're not getting bombed. Just a new account to troll you. I know. I'm still going to reply to that garbage anyway. I'll still keep eating that garbage. Yeah, it's so funny. Like, what is it? Do you think the gay people in Muslim countries are please bomb us? That's the best way we can liberate ourselves?
Offensive, perhaps, to those who sympathize with those who slaughter babies in their cribs and rape and kidnap women en masse, who shoot Holocaust survivors in the head and bind together parents and children before burning them alive. It is no.
Okay. I don't care about any of this shit. Let's get to the debates where Ben Shabibo will bring
that healthcare is not a right. I mean that very specifically. I think that we really, really overbroadly use the word right. All the time we use it, and we use.
Ben Shapiro hates rights, dude. It's we use it too much. More things should not be considered rights, in my opinion. Black people eating alongside white people at a restaurant. Why is that a right?
It's a semantically overloaded term. So a right can simultaneously mean a thing that's good for you to have.
By the way, I joke, but Ben Shapiro has unironically made the libertarian argument, same argument that fucking Ron Paul has made against civil rights.
Which is not a right. That's a thing that's good for you to have. That's not the same thing. Right? I love having pizza. That doesn't mean that I have a right to pizza. It does mean, however, that the government does not have the ability to stop me from having pizza, or should not have that ability. So in that sense, I do have a right to have pizza. So I don't have a right to have pizza provided by you, but I do have a right to have pizza that the government cannot prohibit me from having. Right? So I think that we have to be very clear what we mean when we say that somebody has a right to a thing. There's a legal theorist in the late 19th, early.
Okay. I'm gonna die. All right.
For military. Look up.
Hi, Ben.
Howdy.
Also, the gay thing is about being public with it. Still messed up, but that should not be used to justify killing people. No, it's ridiculous. You should be able to be gay in public. That's not even an argument. The problem is, there's a hierarchy of need that, activists will openly tell you. And that hierarchy is completely dominated by trying not to die to rocket fire or trying not to live in a concentration camp, trying to work on emancipation that directly ruins your life and the lives of others before you get to other stuff.
So over the last couple of weeks, you've been making this point that there's no moral equivalency between what Hamas did on October 7 and what Israel's response has been. But do you think there is a point at which the civilian death toll no longer justifies the actions of Israel, or do you think that alternatively Israel can justifiably kill every last civilian as long as its goal is to destroy Hamas?
So Israel should do its best to avoid killing civilians in destroying Hamas. However, there is no number where it goes from every life obviously being valuable. There's no number, however, where it goes from 10,000 to 10,001, at which point it has entered the realm of disproportion. That's not how war works. If war worked that way, no one would ever win one. It also completely destroys.
By the way, that argument is exactly one that Ben uses all the time, but when it's deployed against him, he has to be reasonable about it. If Ben was talking to an interlocutor and he was actually defending Palestinians, which would never happen, obviously, and he would 100% use that argument and go, how many babies need to be killed? How many babies need to be killed by Israel until you decide, okay, enough babies have been killed, and I think Israel has gone too far. How many? Is it 10,000 babies? Is it 3,005 babies? Because we are at 3,005 babies right now. I've heard him use that argument before. What is the baby to Hamas? What is the baby to Hamas ratio?
It talked about incentive structures. It destroys the incentive structure for military units to act in ways that do not put civilian lives in danger, to allow Hamas immunity by dint of the fact that they are deliberately hiding among civilian populations. If you actually want people to not hide among civilian populations, then there have to be serious penalties to those groups for doing that sort of thing, providing.
What? He said you should make it illegal. Someone should make it illegal for Hamas to operate in the most densely slammed concentration camp. Okay, dude. Got it.
A ceasefire to the terrorist group as they hide under the ground is precisely the reverse of that.
But do you not realize that in using...
I like that he didn't even reply to this dude's... it's a it's a loaded question, one that I've heard Ben deploy, but he didn't even question it.
Hamas's disregard for civilian life to justify Israel's action, you are establishing the same equivalency that you are rejecting.
Please explain.
If you say that Hamas is hiding behind civilians, therefore we have a right to go after Hamas, despite the fact that we will get a lot of civilians in the way, you're using the fact that your enemy is evil to justify your own evil actions.
No, I'm lamenting the fact that the enemy is evil. That's a different thing. I'm lamenting the fact that Hamas is hiding beneath civilians, and
he's saying, "Oh man, look what you made me do, Hamas. It's so fucked up." That's what he's saying. He hates it. Okay, well, Hamas says the same shit. What do you say to that?
I'm suggesting that if Israel has to get done what it has to get done, that lies with Hamas. That's not. It's not. The death of civilians here is unjustified.
Bro, he's got nothing
across the.
Wait, I thought he dominated this kid or all of these kids. Turns out he didn't really do that.
But is blameworthy on Hamas's part. There's a difference between death being justifiable in these circumstances, in the sense that it's ever morally praiseworthy or good, and where you place the blame for that death. I mean, that's a pretty obvious moral point. I mean, to suggest that it's somehow a celebration of the death of civilians to point out that Hamas is hiding.
This person did not say you're celebrating the death of civilians. He simply posed the question. He simply posed the normal question. His follow-up was like way less explosive and incisive than or incendiary than the previous question. He said, if you place emphasis on Israeli civilians and like if you think that it's bad that Hamas is using a human shield, like what level of Israeli brutality against said civilian population is not morally permissible.
Beneath them is to miss the point entirely. The entire point is that it's horrifying what Hamas is doing.
And he's just like, oh, it's really bad. But also the human, he's doing this argument where it's like the human shield is actually the responsibility of Hamas and not my responsibility or my side's responsibility when I'm the one who is dropping fucking bombs. He basically took the long way of saying, like, analysis is not justification, but his analysis is false. His analysis is that it's not Israel's fault that they're dropping bombs on a fucking densely packed concentration camp. It's actually Hamas's fault. Now, the question, and this is why, for a very long time, those who wanted to defend Israel unconditionally hated the potential prospect of Israel being considered an apartheid state, because it is a loaded term. It's a loaded term that immediately implies one side is in the wrong and one side is the victim, okay? Because ultimately, everything goes back to that same point. Who started it? The chicken or the egg conversation, okay? Because when you put it on the same moral playing field, if you put a militant wing that has gained, like, that has never really won an election since 2005 or anything, that is that controls now or is considered the entire representative of this population, okay? If you put them on the same moral playing field as one of the strongest militaries in the world with a fucking nuke, which I think is ridiculous to do so, but even if you do that, even if you put them on the same moral playing field, all of a sudden you realize that both parties are engaging in acts of terror. Both parties are actually at fault, but there's one party that is certainly more at fault, and that party is the one who is maintaining the apartheid state.
If Hamas wants to end this all today, all they have to do is surrender. That's literally all they have to do. They have
immediately. If Israel wants to end this all today, then one, they can just stop the bombing, and two, end the occupation, right? End the occupation. There would be no need for a violent resistance. There would be no need for violence at all if Israel was not maintaining an apartheid state. And Ben knows that in his heart, which is why he has to turn around and say, well, actually, if Israel ended its occupation, if Israel ended its apartheid, then all the Jews would be genocided by Hamas, which of course would not happen. That would be fucking ridiculous. And the counter to that would be to just go back to the apartheid state if you have a legitimate security concern, which would not be legitimate. It would be an illegitimate security concern because it's currently an illegitimate security concern. You can't fucking maintain an apartheid regime because you feel like Arabs are scary, barbaric dogs, okay? You can't do that. That is just a racist justification. Every single fascist movement has done the exact same thing, including Nazi Germany against Jewish people and socialists and the disabled. Like, you think they didn't have any justifications for it? Of course they did. It's about whether those justifications are right or wrong and whether or not the actions are permissible. This is why I personally fucking hate the whole, like, some people are evil, some people are good, and evil versus good arguments. It's so stupid. French Bureau says 20% of the Israeli population is Arabic Muslim. They're not Muslim. Not all 20% are Muslim, but yes, 23% of Israel's population are Palestinian citizens of Israel. This is true.
Have to walk out of the tunnels with their arms up and hand the hostages back to the Israelis, and this all goes away literally tomorrow. So all of
yeah, totally, definitely. Except, no, it hasn't, and it never will. That's a fucking lie. It hasn't gone away. There are plenty of periods of time when there's ceasefires where, the ceasefire is originally violated by Israel, but Israel acts like that's not a violation of the ceasefire because it's just the maintenance of the apartheid regime, you know? So it's not technically a violation of the ceasefire when you fucking kill people in the West Bank, right? It's only a violation of the ceasefire when Palestinians retaliate when Hamas retaliates at the behest of the rest of the Palestinians. Yeah, that's not how war works. Also, if Hamas surrenders, it will be over tomorrow. Yeah, Hamas hasn't always existed. The apartheid has. And the funny thing is, he would say this about the PLO too, because he's a piece of shit. His goal is to undermine any kind of nation-state initiative that offers Palestinians emancipation. That's it. That's it. That's it. Anyway, at the top of the hour, though, the only emancipation you can get is by subscribing for $5 or free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Did Bang gain a little weight? Maybe.
this moral heartburn that people are having over Israel attempting to destroy a terrorist group that just murdered 1,500 civilians.
No, people are experiencing moral heartburn because they're not fucking monsters like you. They're experiencing moral heartburn because Israel is engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign. And they don't believe the dumbass justifications that you're presenting, which is, to destroy Hamas, we must do this. We must kill 10,000 Palestinians. We must kill 3,000 Palestinian children. Nothing to say on Hamas killing civilians. Nothing to say. Nothing to say on Hamas killing civilians. Really, dude? It's almost been an entire month since October 7th. You think I haven't talked about Hamas killing civilians? Huh? Is this your first incursion into the fucking, into the broadcast? It seems like it is. Why do you think that I haven't said anything about Hamas killing civilians? This is the first time I've heard of this man. I assume he has nothing to say about Hamas killing civilians. So stupid. Thank you for the follow, though. Also, eat this top of the hour ad break. Are you going to address the allegations? What allegations? That I ran the 3-minute ad break? Brother, you've been following since November 2nd. You've heard me talk about that. I've talked about it even here. Okay? I've talked about it today.
In their beds, including babies burned alive in ovens. The heartburn over that because Hamas.
By the way, the baby oven thing, it was not true. That was a lie. You know what wasn't a lie, though? Deir Yassin in 1948, where the Lehi and Irgun brigades entered the town of Deir Yassin, which had created a pact of truce with the nearby Jewish villages. Okay? It was an Arab village. And the Zionist brigades did do that. They took a baker and his son, and they posted them right in front of an oven. And they told the baker, go ahead, throw your son in the oven. He refused. They hit him in the head. And then they threw his son in the oven. And they picked him up, and they said, go, follow your son. And threw him in the oven right after his son. It's always projection. Just like there was other, how was it debunked? The baby in the oven thing was, there was no evidence on it. Further reports came to light in the baby who was perished in the oven by attack by Hamas, a tragedy that has horrified millions. The first responder, Asher Moskowitz, who handled the infant's body, records his testimony and speaks how important it is to tell the world. On a recorded account by the New York Sun, a first responder, Asher Moskowitz, a member of the Israeli police recovery team and the deputy head of Elad branch of the United Hatzalah EMS organization, recalls handling the child's body after the fourth attack. It took it the IDF's Rabbinat Shura base in central Israel. I thought the IDF literally said that that wasn't true, or that there wasn't enough evidence. Not the New York Sun. Baby in the oven. Let me see. The IDF did say it wasn't true. American media just parrots every bullshit that they say. No, I'm. No. Hold up. The Deir Yassin thing is real. There's a direct firsthand account of it. However, what we're talking about is something different. Okay? What we're talking about is the first responder claiming that there was a baby in an oven. Okay? And then, if I recall correctly, I think the Hamas attacks were horrific. There's no need to minimize them. I will never minimize them. I've said that they're brutal. I said that they're unacceptable. I said time and time again that they are not in any way, shape, or form justifiable. You know this. You've been in here for a very long time at this point. Okay? Stop sending me the fucking 1948 catastrophe video. This is a separate issue, okay? I'm trying to find where I saw information that contradicted this. Not your fucking dumbass, like, winning an argument ass bullshit, okay? If this is objectively verifiably true, then 100% it's objectively verifiably true, okay? Stop trying to send me a counter argument to deflect away. This is important. It's important to recognize the atrocities, okay? It's very odd. I'm trying to figure out exactly where I saw that this was illegitimate. The baby in the oven home has been exposed by Israeli reporters and the regime itself. Oh, this was it. Yeah, this was the one. But I don't know what this dude's background is, but this is what I saw. There's a certain story that has been published on social networks in recent weeks. Oven, from checking with the IDF, Zaka Shura camp, and more. You don't know of such an event. Spreading incorrect stories will harm Israeli propaganda. There are so many stories and documentation of horrors that there's no need for inaccurate additions. This is what I saw. Yeah. Oh my God. If one more person fucking sends me that every Zionist accusation is a confession video, I'm going to fucking orbit. I'm going to literally fly out of orbit. I already made that comparison. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Are you guys automatic bots? Like, what's happening? I know. I already brought that comparison up myself. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck. Anyway, Hamas did not bake a baby in an oven, Israeli journalists report. A baby was found in an oven, baked to death. They baked the Jewish baby alive. These man-bees broke into a house. Okay, what is this? This is just like showing the exact same thing I just looked at. I will write carefully. There are so many stories about the atrocities of Hamas, worse than ISIS, Nazi Holocaust, genocide, cannot be contained, and everything is recorded by the terrorist cameras. So you don't have to make up stories about things that didn't happen, just unnecessary. That's what I saw. Pike's incarnation. Where did the story of the oven come from? Eli Beer, the president of the Hatzalah organization, spoke yesterday at a conference of the Jews. Oh, this is the one. This is the other one I saw. Conference of the Jews in the Republican Party in Las Vegas held over the weekend. Like any good Jew who sees the rich, he thought about the money and told a story that does not exist and was not created about a baby in an oven. What is the beer based on? About one of his volunteers saw a baby with stove marks. It's also, like, I will never say, a Haaretz reporter asked Eli Beer, the first responder, to clarify it, and he said another volunteer told him about it, and it was just a random anecdote. Now, important to recognize here. Why? The testimony comes from the Zaka volunteer who, it seems, they asked to further clarify, and he said he heard it from someone else. The Haaretz reporter deleted his tweet, though. No, look at the link. The one time I took food in my tent and a bear attacked me. I might be completely wrong on this, but at the time, I remember they put a baby in an oven. And then immediately saw, not screenshots. This one's not deleted. This is still there. I don't know where the other one is. The other one might have been deleted, but that it originated from this. Like, this is the reason why I didn't cover it. Okay, look at the Insta link. Now it's on the New York Sun. The Asher Moskowitz, deputy head of the Elad branch. I came to ensure the medical care. So the dozens of the bodies as we continued our work. Carried off trucks, small bags. Oh my God. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I'm going to lose my mind. Oh my God. I think it was I think it was confirmed. I don't know though, but you're still not sure. I don't see how you are. But if you're not sure, I don't see how you are unequivocal. What? I think Hamas attacks were horrific. There's no need to minimize them. Yeah, I'm not minimizing them. Babies were murdered. I have said it many times, which I think is of course an atrocity.
ממש שקיות קטנות, ביניהם הייתה שקית קטנה שתיארנו לעצמנו שזה חלקי גופה או גופה של
Had either body parts of the body of a baby. They opened the bag. There's a big bag there. It was a gruesome sight, swollen with what it looks like heating element attached. They told us afterwards, after we left the room, they had worked on the body, try to identify it. After terrorists murdered the parents in a very, very gruesome way home. Oh, so someone else told him that. So it is. Liberation has the detailed articles on the claims. It's in French. Where does the claim that an Israeli baby was put to death in an oven come from? The claim came from Eli Beer, head of an emergency relief organization, during the meeting with Jewish members of the American Republican Party in Las Vegas. It is not confirmed by any official source. Several Israeli media outlets have questioned it. Since Sunday, a new horrifying testimony has spread from John Podhoretz, yada, yada, yada. Mossad commentary, followers, everything was recorded. Hamas recorded everything on Telegram channels. Many have seen it, saved it, and plenty is out already. On October 7th, Hamas Nazis entered a home. They draw their weapons. They kill the father, put the baby in an oven. So they're saying there's a video recording of it. Why is the Hamas use it? What the fuck? No, there's no way this is this is not a real Mossad account. I thought this was a fucking Mossad account that was using emojis. They say widely followed fake account presenting itself of Mossad of the intelligence service. It's fake. Several internet users, notably French included philosopher and columnist Raphael Enthoven, who has since deleted his tweets, relayed the story on Monday. To date, there's no official confirmation of the story, which is the subject of many contradictory claims, should be taken with caution. Originally, we found the testimony of Eli Beer on Saturday, speaking to the Republican Jewish Coalition about the atrocities he claims to have witnessed. Before his speech against the Republicans, Eli Beer, who already spoke with Joe Biden last week, had mentioned the Jerusalem Post's intention to obtain the support of American leaders. We are witnessing today the attempts of Hamas propaganda machine to deny and minimize the scale of the massacres in order to improve its international position during the war. And it is our duty to witness these witnesses to these barbaric acts to obtain unwavering support for Americans. Okay, but this article shows the same shit that I just showed you. On Tuesday, after these denials, a statement of the IDF spokesperson reignited speculation on social networks. During a visit to the Shura camp, he said, without reporting further details, they told me that they had found the body of a baby who was actually burned alive. I believe it was in an oven. He was found yesterday. A few hours after the IDF spokesman's video, a new video appeared on social networks featuring Asher Moskowitz, presented as a volunteer for Eli Beer's organization, United Hatzalah. The man says he went to the morgue of the Shura military base and saw among the bodies coming from Kfar Aza, one of the kibbutzim hit by Hamas, of a burned baby. And the translation is that it says it looked like a heating element stuck to the body. They told us after we had left the room that they had worked on the body, tried to identify it. They had gruesomely, as far as they knew, after terrorists had gruesomely murdered the parents in one room, they took the baby and literally put him in the kitchen oven. While the baby was still alive, they put him in the oven and cooked the baby alive. The body was burned, and from what I could see, it was swollen. Something from the oven had attached itself to the body itself. Yeah, this is the not firsthand account, but this is what he's saying that someone told him personally. Yeah. And Eli Beer says he repeated what he had heard from this guy. Not that it fucking matters, because a baby died. So ultimately, who cares? The baby still fucking died. Also, do you know how many fucking babies have been lit on fire? 3,000 children have been lit on fire since Israel's bombing campaigns started. 32 minutes in, first round, talking about the baby stuff. All right, yeah, Eli Beer appears less affirmative than in the account given in Las Vegas, affirming many of the points unknown. Did the Hamas terrorists put the baby in the oven? Then were they killed while they were lighting the oven? Did the baby's parents hide the child in the oven to protect them from the attackers? When was the baby killed? It has sometimes been claimed that the story is proven in the images in a 45-minute non-public montage that the IDF produced to show the press the atrocities. Like it's wrong. In October 30th post on the Gaza Strip, and even today, some doubt their credibility, and they do so by taking advantage of the testimonies that have no basis, denying the massacres in the interest of Hamas supporters and other hostile elements. We're in the weeds. Babies were murdered. Babies have been murdered horrifically on both sides. It's enough. They've been bringing in UK journalists to watch Hamas death porn. I just need to be clear. It doesn't matter. It's horrific. It doesn't legitimize murdering 4,000 children. I agree. There's a lot of evidence about IDF bombing Hamas on hostages on the 7th of October. Anyway, I wanted to look further into this because I had seen Ishai Cohen's take on it and immediately wrote it off, because why the fuck would I think that he has any reason to lie, like in this direction. You know what I mean? But it's good to know that it still seems like it's up in the air. Asher Moskowitz's testimony. He's saying like he thinks that this is what happened.
שזו תגופה שככל הנראה של אור לגופה לנסות לזהות וכולי, שזו תגופה שככל הנראה של הורים מה שנרצחו
And the terrorists murdered the parents in a very gruesome way at
מאוד
home.
מאוד זוועתית בבית, ולקחו את התינוק או את התינוקת והכניסו פשוטו כמשמעו לתוך תנור או מטבח, וכשהתינוק או התינוקת היו חיים והכניסו את הגופה לתנור, הפעילו את הגופה.
Yeah. Why do they keep finding random bodies a month later? First of all, it does take a long time to like accurately recover bodies and engage in forensics to make sure that they know exactly how every single victim died. So that's number one. And number two, the reason why this information keeps coming out like this is because the Israeli government compiled all of the videos. First, they showed it to the international journalists that they brought together, 100 of them. Then they recently showed it last week to the Knesset members, except for some of the Orthodox Jewish Knesset members who are I believe, like the ones that don't also serve in the IDF either, said that said that they did not want to watch it, and that was also another point of contention because everyone was mad at them. They said that they didn't want to watch it because it was for modesty reasons. They didn't want to watch it. And then they even said that they drugged the Knesset members before watching it. Like they were offering everybody drugs to be able to cope with it or some shit. I read a lot about this stuff, but that's the reason why new information keeps coming out. Anyway, regardless, the baby in the oven, the baby in the oven thing, as far as I understand it, and I feel like it's inadequate to say is like a completely confirmed report. However, the issue in this situation is that a baby still died. Okay. That's number one. And number two, it doesn't even matter because no one will ever go, hey, you didn't fucking verify that and you just went along with it. Does that make sense? It doesn't matter. You can say whatever you want. How do you know? So no proof. Lies keep lying. How do you know? Brother, I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying that the only thing I saw immediately was that someone who has no reason to fucking say that this is untrue. You don't need to fucking exaggerate. There's already atrocities as it is. Like that person saying that is enough for me to question it. And I'm saying it's unverified, and yet a baby still died. What the fuck are you arguing against? Are you saying no babies died? Is that what you're saying? The fuck do you mean? Gov of long lying? What? Okay, I'm just blocking.
Has simultaneously mistreated its own citizens, and so that's somehow Israel's responsibility. So Israel has to allow its own civilians to be put at risk because Hamas is deliberately putting its civilians at risk. Hamas is the governing body in the Gaza Strip. They've robbed their own citizens blind to the tune of billions of dollars. They have a $500 million investment portfolio in real estate around the globe, while 80% of their citizens are living in poverty. They took all the water pipes out of the ground and carved them into rockets, and somehow Israel is supposed to stop from deposing them because they're so cruel to their own civilians? That logic doesn't work in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask a question on the topic of universal basic income. So last year,
okay, I'm skipping this. I don't care.
Your class allocation, which the US had raised.
I don't care about this either.
Is an amputation or nothing. When you get, which in the vast majority of cases in which women get pregnant, they had no part in the actual pregnancy making act, which is not true. I've done nothing. When you get, if you or any of your friends get pregnant, that is generally not having anything to do with me per se. So I'm confused as to why I would want you to force anything.
Hello, hi Ben.
Hi.
That's going to be a really hard one to follow, I think, but I will try. Thank you for a very interesting discussion. My question is about your beliefs on gay marriage, which I believe are informed by your practices as an Orthodox Jew. Is that right?
I will say.
Okay, I don't care about this either. Wait, does he not talk about fucking Israel-Palestine at all?
But on an ideal, Palestinians are willing to have a Interesting magic wands. I do it, frankly.
And one called.
I mean, I have tanks.
This is about Palestine.
Thank you so much for your time. My question is sort of going back to the topic of Israel and Palestine, and specifically focused on Resolution 242. And just to give a context to the audience, like what Resolution 242 is. So in 1967, the United Nations passed Resolution 242, and this legislation requested that Israelite armed forces retreated from the territories occupied during the recent conflict.
From territories occupied,
yes,
not the territories.
Yes.
This is actually a real distinction in the law.
Yes,
it makes a big difference.
Territories. Yeah, sorry. And it also stressed the importance of resolving the refugee issue justly, and also encouraged the end of the belligerency claims in states. However, the resolution did not explicitly state which territories Israel had to withdraw from because of the ambiguities in the language of the English version versus the French version. And this ambiguity kind of is being used as a resolution, by the Israelites to justify its continued occupation of some territories. And furthermore, although the resolution mentioned a just resolution for the refugee issue, it failed to clearly address the right of the Palestinian people to statehood. And from my understanding, that is the reason why a lot of the Arab nations sort of reject that resolution. So my question for you is, if you were in their shoe, if you're a Palestinian, where
he would kill himself.
That is
That's how much he hates Palestinians.
Impreciseness within the resolution that will potentially put your people in disadvantage. How would you respond to that, and whether you will accept a partisan deal or will you reject it? And before you answer, I'm ready to be destroyed by Ben Shapiro.
So, I mean, the answer, if I were a Palestinian citizen, which fortunately I'm not because it's horrible to live under the Palestinian Authority or Islamic Jihad or Hamas,
Yeah, that's why it's horrible. Man, shut the fuck up, bitch. It's horrible to live under the Israeli occupation. Like, goddamn. I hate this Tory fuckfest, dude. All these fucking young dipshits who love debate. He's like, oh, I'm just asking you this question because I love debates. I love debates, but that's it. I can't wait to be destroyed by you. Oh my God. God damn. God damn. I've said this before, but anyone who fucking acts like it is actually the real fear, the real awfulness that exists for the Palestinians is living under Hamas and not living in an Israeli occupation that would, by the way, if destroyed, would also remove Hamas from a leadership position because there would be no goddamn interest to live under Hamas rule if there were elections, like fair and free elections. Is such a silly, frivolous, dumb question and dumb argument to have. If you ask the Palestinians, would you rather get fucking ruthlessly slaughtered by the IDF or have Hamas be your leaders? I'm pretty sure they would say, yeah, no, I don't want to be slaughtered by the IDF.
If I were, I hope that what I would be doing is pressing for a full-scale attempt at a peace deal that would involve a two-state solution.
Oh, that's crazy. They did that a lot, actually. I wonder. Now, does he know that? Does Tall Guy know that? Probably not. Let's see.
The biggest problem with the two-state solution right now is that one side wishes to exist and the other side wishes it not to. And
yes, and that side that wishes it for it not to exist is the Israeli side. Yes.
That's a serious problem. So if that were to alleviate, there's been heavy movement for decades in Israel.
Thank you, Volodymyr Zelensky. Yeah, one side is fine and has consistently said, we will capitulate to all of your fucking ridiculous demands. The other side has just basically used the two-state solution to continue building a shit ton of settlements.
Israel for ceding territory, which is why Yasser Arafat was in charge of areas of the West Bank, which is why the Gaza Strip, which was completely ceded to the Palestinians in 2005. Israel removed.
Yeah, that's crazy. Who was in charge of the fucking Gaza Strip before then, though? Who? This motherfucker acts like Hamas was always in charge of the Gaza Strip. Shut the fuck up. That's not true. Yeah, dude, 1988, Hamas brings out their own charter. They're like, before that, they're like an Islamic charity. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, they're just like, we love violence. We love killing Jews. That's our thing. And then everyone in the Gaza Strip's like, oh my God, Finally, someone who also hates Jews as much as I do. Please come and control the Gaza Strip. Like, that's not what happened. There were elections that led up to this. Why does Ben not talk about it? Does he not know? Does he not fucking know? He's acting like Hamas has always controlled the Gaza Strip while simultaneously recognizing that that Arafat, the PLO, actually was broadly popular, like infinitely more popular in that same time frame where Hamas was nothing.
8,000 Jews from the Gaza Strip in 2005. They did not have internal military presence in the Gaza Strip, which is why they didn't actually have any intelligence as to what was going on
Bullshit.
October 7th. And so the obvious answer would be
his argument is not one that is even internally consistent with with what the IDF has ever said. That's also a lie. There's never been a moment where the IDF has been like, yeah, we don't know anything about what's going on in the fucking Gaza Strip. What are you talking about? It's the most surveilled area of all time. That is so wrong. Not only that, but also motherfucking Egypt told them. And even, I don't know if this was, I feel like I read somewhere that even American authorities talked about some movements, but I'm not entirely certain. Let me see. But Egypt definitely did tell the Israeli government that there was movement happening in the lead up to October 7.
That if a Palestinian government were to arise that were trustworthy and credible in its pledges, not
bullshit. Fuck you. Bullshit. Suck my dick. Liar. You're a fucking liar. There was a Palestinian government. There was a Palestinian government that literally America even liked, okay? He's acting like he is 100% acting like it was almost always. It was in Haaretz, but retracted after Net spoke. Yeah, I thought I read something like this. U.S. intelligence warned of the potential violence for days before Hamas attack. Anyway, none of that matters. None of that matters because he's lying about other shit, okay? The PLO was broadly popular, was incredibly popular. The PLO won by like 83%, okay? 83%, like the best governing mandate you can get that no fucking Israeli leadership has ever gotten, okay? Single-handedly. Get the fuck out of here. And they got that because Palestinians were excited at the prospect of finally getting recognition. Palestinians were very excited at the prospect of being able to retain their own lands, being able to maybe not go back to the 1967 borders, which, you know, that was the ultimate goal, but obviously Israel was never going to let that happen. But even then, like, a couple of points were always in contention. What happens to Jerusalem? Okay? Does Israel get to have troops on the border, originally on the border of Jordan? And then also, do Palestinians get to have their own elections? Do Palestinians get to have their own standing military? And last but not least, or well, 5, I guess. The fourth plank would be settlements. Stop the settlements. Stop the land grabs in the West Bank. And later on in, I guess, Gaza as well. But especially in the West Bank. And the fifth point of that plan, the fifth plank of this was also a right to return for Palestinians. Israel did not want any of that, ever. And anyone who ever tells you that they wanted that is a liar. The closest you got to it was, I guess, Yitzhak Rabin, and, you know, he was fucking assassinated. So there you go. What is this? I guess Palestine is not willing to take a fair share of the land. They want it all, which isn't possible at this time. That's fucking bullshit. You're a stupid person if you think that that was ever any of the modern considerations. That was never a modern consideration. There was a point where Arafat literally was so goddamn cucked that he was willing to do a 6-to-1 land swap, okay? Or no, that was the Israeli suggestion, was a 6-to-1 land swap. It's unacceptable. It was humiliating. There's a reason why the guy who came into power with 83% of the fucking popular support ended up being despised, okay? Ended up being despised by the end of this like multiple decade process. PLO was united under Yasser Arafat to 90% or more. Those days are gone. After the death of Yasser Arafat, PLO just went into the grave. The uprising of Hamas was due to the injustice actions of Israel and the silence of the world. Hamas was created as a resistance against Israelis. And let me make clear, Hamas won elections in Gaza, not by terrorism, but by votes. No, you're missing a broader part of this conversation. Hamas, much like other factions, was one of the militant groups that did not want to put down their arms. It was a competing faction against Yasser Arafat's PLO. And the more Israel destroyed Yasser Arafat's popularity by ruining his, by ruining every attempt, by ruining every single fucking attempt to come up with a peace solution, by utilizing the two-state solution possibly as like dangling it in front of their fucking noses while you simultaneously grabbed more and more land in the West Bank, which was the real design of the two-state solution and the negotiations. Okay? What is this? How Hamas won and kept control of Gaza. Okay, we're going to talk about that in a second. Chatter. Here's where you're wrong. In the Second Intifada, Hamas saw... Hamas did not want to engage. By that point, Hamas did not want to fucking engage with the Israeli government because, I hate to admit it, they were right. The Israeli government had no interest in a fucking peace negotiation. The last conversation that they fucking had, the last negotiations process that they engaged in, was not even done with someone who had any political power remaining. And fucking, what's his face? Bill Clinton openly lied. Bill Clinton openly lied alongside the Israeli authorities about how Arafat was responsible for the deal falling south, when it is well documented to be the exact opposite. The Arafat, even at that point, and American authorities that were in those meetings have openly written about this. Okay, they've straight up written about this. Bill Clinton manipulated Arafat and tried to get him to capitulate to some of the most unjust, insane demands that the Israeli authority, which at that point had no real political power remaining in the country, was making. Okay? I think this part is not on Wikipedia, so D thinks that Hamas was just democratically elected without interference part. I think most new frogs read basic history and will get that impression. Okay. This part is very important to understand. So even before the 2006 elections, okay, Hamas is gaining momentum as a militant resistance group, right? As a militant resistance group, but their popularity is nowhere near, even at its low point, nowhere near Arafat's popularity. The PLO is still seen as the important, the actual leadership, okay? But by 2000, by the last time that there is like any sort of peace negotiation, Palestinians are perfectly aware that the Israelis have no interest in meeting their very reasonable demands. Arafat goes in to that last negotiation and is basically withered down to whatever the fuck the Israeli side wants. He says yes to almost everything. He says we will do a right to return in the interim period for I think 15,000 refugees, with hopes that later down the line we would like to get assurances for a right to return for all Palestinians while maintaining Israel's own demographic concerns. Think about that. That's how important this is. Okay? At this point, the damn near entirety of West Bank is completely partitioned. They've taken over. They've kept building settlements throughout this multiple decades-long process of engaging in an act of settler colonial terrorism. Okay? And Israel still casts it aside. And then they turn around and lie about Arafat. And Arafat, in an effort to save face at this point, because he's like, there was another point of contention with Jerusalem, which I won't even get into. He was literally saying, like, I will get executed if I offer you Jerusalem unconditionally. I can't do that without, like, the entire Islamic world's feedback on the matter. This is an important place for all Muslims around the world. So they just, the deal falls apart. At this point, Bill Clinton is like, he doesn't even give a fuck. He just turns around and lies and says, Arafat tossed the deal aside. We gave good terms. Not true. Yasser Arafat later privately reveals that, yes, he had conceded to all of the demands. Arafat offered Palestine being a limited arms state, but Israel could not even accept sovereign airspace and water rights for the West Bank. Yeah. Okay? If you're ignorant of the history of the two sides, that's fine. What do you have to say about Israel breaking international laws from day one until now? So now, listen, that's unimportant. We're not going to get into that right now. My point is this. So Arafat is destroyed at this point. He's destroyed. Hamas sees the writing on the wall, and starts blowing shit up. Okay? They start engaging in suicide bombings. Sorry. And throughout this time frame, they start gaining more popularity because they are seen as like the new kids on the block that are interested in fighting back against the occupation at this point. Okay? So then 2005 comes around. George W. Bush has basically said to everyone in his cabinet that he's going to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. This is his like side project. When he's not busy fucking ruthlessly slaughtering millions of Iraqi children and you know kids in Afghanistan, he's also trying to fuck shit up in Israel. Okay? So George W. Bush, and they at this point they have Mohammed Dahlan, who is the one of the enforcers inside of Fatah, okay, and he's a CIA guy. Like he is literally directly working with the American authorities. They like him. They want him to be the guy who ends up controlling the Palestinian Authority. They want him and the Palestinian Authority, which is secular, to work alongside Israel, and they think this is our guy. These guys are going to win. However, they're very unpopular. Okay, they're very unpopular at this point because why the fuck would they be popular in the eyes of the Palestinian population? It's now been fucking multiple decades where like they put their arms down. They started working alongside the Israeli government. They literally kill Hamas leaders. They fucking actually use CIA-backed police and Palestinian forces to kill Hamas leadership. There's constantly a back and forth fighting between Hamas and secular PLO. Okay, and the people see it. The people see that in this entire process, there is no. There has never been a moment where Israel ever even cared and has humiliated the PLO. Arafat is very unpopular. Dahlan is unpopular as well. He's seen as a CIA asset because he is. They think he works with Mossad. Some people still say he works with Mossad. I don't know. I don't know about that part, but I know that Americans like them. So then George W. Bush says, we are going to hold elections. Fatah, Palestinian Authority says, fuck no, do not have elections. We are not ready for elections. We are very unpopular in the eyes of Palestinians. We might actually lose these elections. Hamas might win these elections. Hamas runs in that election as a singular, violent emancipatory force, as the Islamist guys, okay? But more so than being Islamists or more so than their violent emancipatory actions, they run as the uncorrupted party. We do not touch the Americans. We are anti-corruption. At this point, Palestinians think, understandably, that all the secular parties are corrupted. Okay? So in spite of the pushback, the Americans foolishly go, fuck it, YOLO, do the elections. The elections come out, Hamas wins with like, I think 11% or 13%. I don't remember the exact numbers. I'm freestyling over here. I'm giving you top dome shit, okay? And in many of the places where Hamas has one guy, there's like 3 secular people going up against one another, splitting the vote. So Hamas ends up winning control over Gaza. Now, not fully though, because there's still multiple parties. You have the DFLP, you have the PFLP, you have Fatah. So what ends up happening in that situation is George W. Bush goes, okay, we're going to do a fucking coup. Oops, you lost the election. Time to do a fucking coup. Hamas won by 3%, but won like 30 more seats. Yeah. Let's just do a fucking coup. They know that the coup is coming. Hamas squashes it and permanently, in that time frame, permanently becomes the authority in Gaza. They are now officially the full-blown authority in Gaza in perpetuity. Since then, no elections have been have taken place. Between the time period of 2006-2007 until now, okay, the Palestinian Authority has been mistreated, which controls the West Bank now, and Hamas controls Gaza. They're warring factions still. I mean, these guys tortured one another. Mohammed Dahlan was learned enhanced interrogation techniques from the CIA, which he used on Hamas, both Hamas militants and sympathizers, which was on record, and people fucking hated that. They thought he was really brutal. They thought, oh, this is another American dog, American asset. In this time frame, Hamas's popularity starts growing. Why? Because the Palestinian Authority, which is still collaborating with the Israeli government in spite of the fact that the Israeli government has given them nothing, okay, is now basically a part of the Israeli government's security apparatus. Okay? How was it ever America's choice to hold elections? Oh my God, please, brother, come on. Of course it was America's choice. Why do you think Camp David happened? Like, do you never think about these things at all? Like, do you never go, it's really odd that America had so much power over Israel and what happens to Palestinians? Like, yeah, of course they do. They control everything. So when I say these motherfuckers, America bad, this is part of the reason why I'm saying America bad. So anyway, here's what's important. Here's what you need to understand. Okay? They control everything. Yes, America, they, in this process, not like some other fucking weird, anti-Semitic conspiracy. America does control everything. They have 800 military bases around the world that we know of. Shut the fuck up, stupid. If Joe Biden tomorrow said Israel, not a single other bomb will be dropped on Palestinians as far as I'm alive, they literally would halt the bombing. You understand that? That's the level of control that we have over Israel. To be fair, I don't know. Maybe Israel would still drop bombs. I don't know. They're wilding out a little bit. Yeah. The Bush defense's goal is spreading democracy to the Middle East. Sweeping victory of Hamas in the Palestinian elections threw Bush and his aides on the defensive on Thursday, complicating the administration's policy of trying to promote democracy as an antidote to the spread of terrorism. Reacting uneasily to the Hamas triumph, Mr. Bush said the results spoke to the failures of President Mahmoud Abbas and the old guards of his Fatah faction to root out corruption and mismanagement. Bitch, you are the corruption and mismanagement. You're responsible. There was a peaceful process as people went to the polls, and that's positive. Yeah, by the way, the elections were fair and free, for the record. Every single Palestinian election that's been held has been held with international, with members of the international community, verifying it every step of the fucking way. So what I was going to explain here is that between 2007 and now, because Israel has continued its policy of undermining Palestinians who are fucking foolish enough to collaborate with them and basically simply using them as a part of their security apparatus, Palestinians feel increasingly like they are out of options. And of course they feel that way because they are correct. They are out of options. Israel, in this time frame, mostly under the watchful eye of one Benjamin motherfucking Netanyahu, Philadelphia's own demon son, very deliberately has pushed Palestinians into the hands of Hamas. Why has he done this? Well, let's ask him why he's done this. He's openly stated why he's done this. Once again, it's not like these are secrets, okay? It's like openly discussed. According to Benjamin Netanyahu, at least in a 2019 meeting that he had with his own Likud party, he said, if you ever want to thwart Palestinian attempts at Palestinian statehood, what you must ensure is that Hamas is the governing entity. Hamas has to be the leading governing body, okay? Because everyone views Hamas as a terror cell. Hamas is a terror cell. Therefore, if they are the only governing body of the Palestinians, well, we can always control how high the flames go, okay? As in, no matter what happens, let's say Hamas gets out of line, there's no way that they will be internationally recognized as a normal governing body. And you're experiencing the impact of that terror designation to this day. That's precisely the reason why, even though the civil side of governance in Gaza is technically still Hamas, right? When doctors give you information about what's going on the ground, people go, well, this is a Hamas-led, medical, this is a Hamas-led Gaza health ministry, so I don't know if we can even trust those numbers. It makes it much easier to justify ethnic cleansing because they are illegitimate in the eyes of the Western world. So now you can slap on the Israel versus Hamas sticker on every action that Israel engages in. And because they're terrorists, we have only one way of analyzing terrorism and terrorists, and that is we have to keep fucking killing them. We have to keep ethnically cleansing these Palestinians because we're just simply trying to control how high the flame goes and deal with Hamas. Okay? So that was a deliberate design, not by Benjamin Netanyahu, but by basically every single Israeli administration that has purposefully pushed Palestinians towards recognizing that the only person, when they watch their fucking family members get destroyed, when they watch their family members get killed in the West Bank, when they watch their aunts and uncles get brutalized in the Al-Aqsa Mosque every year ritualistically, when they watch how horrifyingly humiliating the conditions are for adults, where you see those videos where like the occupying force in the West Bank will go and like literally grab a child in front of their fucking fathers. 8 armed thugs will grab a kid, like a 12-year-old kid, in front of their fucking dad and will point their gun at the dad and say, "What the fuck are you gonna do?" Okay? And break their will and try to break their will and bulldoze their fucking homes and blow up their fucking houses. Like let settlers blow up their houses with Molotov cocktails. Okay? With no legal recourse. Because Palestinians are led under military governance, whereas the fucking settlers, who 60,000 of them in 2015 literally came from America, like Rhode Island and Long Island and Staten Island and all the fucking islands and Brooklyn, okay? Those Americans have the same exact rights that Israeli citizens have in the settlements. When you live under that apartheid state with no legal recourse, with no standing army, with nothing whatsoever, basically just waiting for your random death sentence that might come any day now when a fucking psychopathic, far-right religious fascist assumes that you are, or sees you in their periphery and wants to spit on you and fucking kill you, okay, when that's your everyday existence, yeah, I think people are going to probably go, I don't give a fuck who is doing my defense. I don't give a fuck if they're Islamists. I don't give a fuck if they are the most far-right institution on the planet. I don't give a fuck who is going to defend me. At least these motherfuckers are defending me. This is why I say it is sheer arrogance, thinking that you can control 5 million people like that, thinking that you can manage an apartheid state like that, okay? Assuming that there will be no punishment for that, assuming that there will be no cost for that. Of course there's going to be a cost for that. Of course. Yeah, it is the hubris of the despot. You're absolutely correct. So go ahead. Time and time again, these animals in the Israeli Air Force and the Israeli Defense Force, the occupying forces, have gone back in and mowed the lawn. Okay? They've done it time and time again. They've mowed the lawn. What happened? People's emancipatory interests did not go away. They're still human beings, no matter how much you tell yourself that they're not, that they're animals. No matter how much you tell yourself that they're human animals and they're subhuman. No matter what you fucking think, they're still human beings. You cannot break the will of people, especially when they have nowhere to go. So of course they're going to fucking fight back. Of course they're going to fight back. And throughout the last couple of decades, okay? Throughout the last couple of decades, the violence has only increased because, not because like Hamas is extra genocidal or some shit, or they want to kill more Jews than before, okay? The violence has increased as an adjustment that Israel has made because the large power at play here dictates, they set the tone, they dictate how violent things are going to be. The actual offensive launched by Hamas was named Al-Aqsa Flood, directly responding to the raids on Al-Aqsa Mosque. The Israeli army targeted this mosque, the third holiest site for all Muslims around the world, in a number of raids. In these raids, Israeli forces employed tear gas, rubber bullets, and indiscriminately beat peaceful worshippers. It is a flagrant provocation and a defilement of a place deemed to be sacred to the 1.8 billion Muslims around the world. By no means can we confuse the trigger of this crisis with its origins and its causes. You can keep saying these guys are doing these bad things, these brutal things, because they're bad and brutal. okay? But your inability to assess where this violence is coming from, your inability to analyze where this violence is coming from, not justification, but your inability to assess that is the reason why the death toll was so high that it was the most deadly incident for Jewish people since the Holocaust. Nobody wants that. Nobody. You can sit there and go, sorry, I'm just going to fucking close my ears to that reality and act like you love that. You just want Jewish people to die. You just want Jewish people to die all day, every day. But the truth doesn't change. I feel more comfortable thinking like, oh, every single person that I have actually talked to about this issue is not necessarily recognizing the humanity of Palestinians and trying to help me understand, but instead are just like dangerous propagandists who believe in murdering all Jews or whatever. But that doesn't change the reality. Just like every single person knows that you cannot simply eradicate Hamas. Something else will always come in its place. Unless you engage in a full-blown ethnic cleansing, you will never, ever be able to break the will of the Palestinian people. As long as they're there, they are going to want to take their homes back. And they have every right. They have every right to want to take their homes back. That's crazy. They have every right to want to live peacefully alongside those who have oppressed them. It's ridiculous. I can't believe I saw, while I was peeing, I saw fucking a Knowing Better thread that said like, this is a dog whistle and people don't understand it because it's a dog whistle coming from the left. Ridiculous, dude. Ridiculous. What do you want, Megaphonics? Jesus and fucking Lord mercy. Holy shit, dude. Look how much you fucking spam this. What? Hasan has plenty of Jewish guests on the show like Noah Coleman, Felix Biederman, etc. Zionists keep telling me Palestinians will never be allowed to intersperse with Israeli Jews. That's a death wish without understanding that dismantling the apartheid will nullify a significant amount of violent sentiment, and a constitution that grants equal rights and protections and safety to all would still allow the state to take action against terrorism and violence like every other state does. The one-sided defense of Israeli Jews' privileged status is wrong. You're right. Okay, thank you. Thank you for fighting fucking Fossabah for 40 minutes to deliver this information. You're right. Please tell us your solution to the Israeli oppression. If you don't think Israel should exist, where will the Jews go? Nowhere. They stay where the fuck they want to. I never said that they need to go. Shut the fuck up. As a matter of fact, that's the reason why I don't believe in a two-state solution. You want to know why? Because in a two-state solution, the 500,000 Jews have to go somewhere else. And that is never going to happen. And the Palestinians are not willing to take part of the land. They will want all of it and want the Jews out. Please inform me on what could be the solution. No, I'm having to like argue against your fucking delusions here, okay? Shut the fuck up. Palestinians have explicitly expressed genocidal intent. That's not true. 2017, the last fucking, by even in the last poll conducted in 2017, Palestinians still, despite being fucked over and ruined, had their lives ruined, living in a fucking apartheid state, were still kind enough to say they want a two-state solution. Shut the fuck up, okay? They are infinitely more kind than you ever could be. And that's why you project your genocidal intent on them. Fuck you. You fucking brainwashed scumbag. Fuck you. Fucking racist piece of shit. You can't live with your genocidal intent as you desperately try to fucking maintain this apartheid regime in your mind. So you say, it must be the other side that's genocidal. Otherwise, why would we do such horrifying things? That's the only way this works. Fuck, man. People seem a bit confused as to why this is hate speech. We're quick to notice dog whistles and right-wing memes, but never seem to notice it from our side. From the river to the sea, Palestine will never die. Dude, imagine looking at this artwork and going, this is a fucking dog whistle. I'm losing my mind, dude. He's normally so fucking thoughtful. He's normally so thoughtful and smart. Like, how do you arrive at this? Wonder why this was the most popular emote. This one, last one. Wait, what? So yeah, famously the white dove of war. Here, when you read the justifications, it's gonna make you fucking lose your mind. It makes it that much harder to point out actual anti-Semitism on the left, which is a problem, but not as much as right-wing actual Nazis. I hate these anti-left freaks. The story that goes that when Israel was, first of all, it's not a story. That's a real thing. There's a reason for that key. I can't believe he just said that. The story goes that when Israel was first established, the Palestinians who were forced out of their homes kept their keys so they could eventually return. This doesn't symbolize freedom or peace, but retaking Palestine from the Jews. Oh my God. How can you look at this egregious wrong, like openly admit that there was something so morally impermissible and go, that's actually getting being able to go back to their own homes is genocidal. I think Kai may be stung by a bee. Her lip area around her nose is swollen, not crazy, but noticeable. Typically offer Benadryl in the past that alleviates swelling quicker. I'll leave that up to you, however. I think she will be fine without it. Oh no, she's trying to eat a bee. Sorry, hold on. Let me deal with this. She's on her period and she got stung by a bee. Oh no, my baby. If someone stole something from me and I got it back, I would be the same as the thief to this guy. Very logical. From the river to the sea is the first half of the slogan. The second half, curiously absent, is Palestine will be free. This is the most contentious line, but make no mistake, it is an anti-Semitic phrase. The Arab world has been clear on this from the start. If the Jewish state becomes a fact, and this is realized by Arab peoples, they will drive the Jews who live in their midst into the sea. Hassan al-Banna, Muslim Brotherhood, 1948. I love that you're saying this and like this has happened. Like, yes, I wonder why Hassan al-Banna said this. I don't know what time frame he said this, but like depending on which month of 1948 he said this, he was either prescient, prophetic, or literally just reacting to what had happened already. Bro, you can't do videos on neo-slavery in our prison system and the Trail of Tears and then turn around and go, but when they're Arab dogs, it's different and valid. Please, bro, come on. Is this his fucking veteran shit coming out? Like, what's happening? The war started in His Excellency. The war started? Bitch, it wasn't a fucking war. What do you mean? The war started and His Excellency then said that with 3,000 North African volunteers, we could throw them into the sea. Fatih Jamali, Iraqi ambassador speaking to the Arab League. Man, that's crazy. So Hassan al-Banna, I think Hassan al-Banna, the person he's using there, that guy probably Palestinian. This guy, I don't know what the fuck this is, what the situation here is, okay? Yasser Arafat began using the slogan around 1964 to advocate for a one-state solution. Exactly. Okay, good. This is true. Hassan al-Banna is Egyptian. Okay. Hamas was founded that same year and immediately adopted the phrase, they openly want to obliterate Israel. That's not true. Arafat might have wanted to mean one thing, but it was co-opted almost immediately. Arguing otherwise is like saying the swastika is a Hindu symbol. I'm going to fucking die. Yet, dude. This is like the most insane thing I've ever... What the fuck are you saying? I'm going to DM him. I'm going to be like, dog, you are so wrong. Like, what are you doing? I said, brother, I'm sorry. You're wrong on this. You're very wrong on this. I fear you're mistaken. Can I send you some resources to read? Oh, my God. First of all, Hamas was founded as an Islamic charity in 1973. Okay? So he's entirely wrong on that. Hamas wasn't founded on 1964. It was founded in 1973 as an Islamic charity. Until 1988, they had no momentum. And even from 1988 all the way to like the 2000s, they rarely were seen as like a serious fucking group of people. I just wrote a uni essay on Hassan al-Banna last semester. The guy studied in the U.S., hated Western culture so much, he went back to Egypt and basically wanted war with them. He was a bit of a psycho in his own way. He started the Muslim Brotherhood, then got assassinated since then, though. The MB changed their charter anyways. That's the very quick summary. Thank you, Zuriel. Dude, this kills my heart, okay? When I see like people whose work I've appreciated in the past saying such like monstrous things, when you remove the fear mongering and the misguided takes, like when you take it down to the fundamentals, you're literally saying like a slogan for Palestinian emancipation, which is morally right, like morally righteous, okay, is actually technically genocidal. That kills my heart. When I see someone who has such a gigantic audience, and I say this with complete sincerity, I'm not trying to like fucking shit on this guy. He has some takes that people have yelled at or whatever. Wait, he asked me which part. Hold on. Founding charter unpopular. Oh, yet we're nowhere near. Okay. Arafat might have wanted it to mean one thing, but it was co-opted almost immediately. First of all, the river to the sea, I think, is it even Arafat? I'm pretty sure it's a PFLP originated, right? That's where it originally comes from. Stop engaging with these content creators. Man, I'm not going to fucking ascribe uncharitability to fucking knowing better when I don't think he's like, I don't think he's like that, okay? Shut the fuck up. In recent weeks, Palestinians rose up in the homeland. You may have heard the claims of slogans anti-Semitic, da-da-da-da-da, it's bullshit, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Like many, about a decade ago, Peter Breinart wrote Open Zion, aimed at bringing a range of perspectives, open arguments, challenge tenets of Zionism. Today, I believe the conversation has shifted in this direction. The recent Palestinian uprising foreshadowed a struggle in which the Green Line is unimportant if existent at all, because across the country, Palestinians mobilize collectively on a large scale against their national banner. The phrase "from the river to the sea" captures the future as no other can, because it encompasses the entire space in which Palestinian rights are denied. From the river to the sea is a rejoinder of the fragmentation of Palestinian land and people by Israeli occupation and discrimination. Palestinians have been divided myriad ways by Israeli policy, even under Arabs. Oh, it is a PLO slogan originally. Ghassan Kanfani used "from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." Okay. Palestinians living with no citizenship rights under Israeli military occupation in the West Bank. They're Palestinians in legal limbo. But it's precisely because Zionist settler colonialism has benefited from pursued Palestinian fragmentation that it seeks to mischaracterize and destroy this. Mark Lamont Hill was attacked for it. But as historian Maha Nassar has noted, there has never been an official Palestinian position calling for the forced removal of Jews from Palestine. The links between this phrase and eliminationism might be produced of an Israeli media campaign following the 1967 war that claimed Palestinians wish to throw Jews into the sea. Jewish groups such as the American Jewish Committee also claim that the slogan is anti-Semitic because if it's been taken up by militant groups such as the Palestine Liberation Organization, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and Hamas. But as Nassar writes, the phrase predates these uses and has its origins as a part of a larger call to see a secular democratic state established in all of historic Palestine. It's racist and Islamophobic. Exactly. Here, I'll send him this article as well as the other one that we read right up on the forward. Let me pull it up for you. Where's the hold on, let me see if I can find the forward article really quickly and send him that too. When their adoption of the phrase is because it is a universal slogan that has existed far longer than they have, or Hamas's popularity. So they're systematically negotiations process as a in the nation's process. I think you greatly overstate the Hamas influence on the slogan when their adoption of the phrase is because it's a universal slogan that has existed far longer than they have. Hamas's popularity has only risen as a consequence of their secular counterparts being systematically humiliated by numerous public concessions as Israel used the negotiations process as a stalling tactic, in parentheses, their own admission, to keep expanding on settlements with no real consideration any of the reasonable plans. PLO made around time frame clarity marginally support because anyway, okay, well that's fine for now. Estimates 300K at the DC protest. That's great. Okay, the claim from the river to the sea carries a genocidal intent, relies not on the historical record, but rather on racism and Islamophobia. These Palestinians, the logic goes, cannot be trusted even if they're calling for the equality. The real intention is extermination. In order to justify unending violence against Palestinians, this logic seeks to caricature us as irrational savages hell-bent on killing Jews. Nor does the attempt to link Palestinians to eliminationism stop the deliberate mischaracterization of the slogan. Rather, it is deployed in many other contexts. In 2015, for instance, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who engaged in Holocaust revisionism by stating that it was really a Palestinian, not Hitler, who inspired the final solution. Angela Merkel, the German chancellor, actually had to remind the Israeli Prime Minister that it was the Germans who were responsible for the Holocaust. That's so funny. I didn't even know the Angela Merkel side of that story. I know that like he was universally criticized Raising the constant specter of eliminationism as political utility for Zionists, the twisted logic not only serves Palestinians, marginalized groups are often accused of not being trustworthy. Fundamentally, such arguments disregard what Palestinians are calling for when they use the phrase in question, a state in which Palestinians can live in their homelands. As free and equal citizens, neither dominated by others nor dominating them. When we call for a Palestine from the river to the sea, it is precisely the existing system of domination that we seek to end. So here, So he said Arafat might have wanted it to mean one thing. Arguing otherwise is like saying the swastika is a Hindu symbol. Yet many on the left seem to believe that exactly that and desperately want to convince you as well. I don't understand why he is so strong on this position without knowing so much. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free means pushing the Jews in the sea and raising Israel from the map. Palestine cannot control that land if Israel does. Thinking of this conflict will end one state where everyone lives peacefully is delusional, just as an addendum, while Palestine will never die, doesn't have any hidden meaning. It gives off real the South will rise again vibes. I'm glad that he also shut that part of the equation up. All that is done, I support Israel's right to exist, but what they're doing and have been doing for decades is wrong. No, this is nuts, man. I don't know. I don't agree with this. But anyway, go easy on him. I am. I told him very, very kindly. He said he wished he had phrased the part better. I sent him the Forward article. I sent him the Jewish Currents article. And I said, I think they greatly overstate Hamas' influence on the slogan when the adoption of the phrase is because of a universal slogan that has existed far longer than they have. I said Hamas' popularity has only risen as a consequence of their secular counterparts being systematically humiliated by numerous publications such as Israel used the negotiation process as a stalling tactic. Like you mentioned, Arafat, he won when the elections were, in spite of Dahlan's warnings to use that slogan. Anyway, it's just like, it's not great. Racism against Arabs is ingrained in the Western daily life. People don't even see their racism anymore. Yeah, it is really, really, really. It's kind of scary to see someone who is like very open-minded. I mean, he's a veteran and shit too. Like, he's overall very open-minded. In spite of being a veteran, especially when you are a veteran, you usually have like you usually either go on the like super reactionary side, or you usually have a very good perspective on Arabs in general. And no, he's not just the white guy with a platform, man. Stop. He's like. He's done a lot of good work. I refuse to say that, like, he's just some random fucking white guy with a platform. He has a history with his own service. You know what I mean? This is crazy. In Govanas, punters come out of the pub to support the Free Palestine protest. That's right. That's fucking right. They say free Palestine. All right. Scotland, not Ireland. I don't know how to do a Scottish accent. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. Right. I love Palestine. I love me some Palestine. Oh, Murat's here. And Fifi. I love me some Palestine. Oh. Anyway. Your Scottish accent sounds like my Scottish professor. Wow. So I do sound like a Scottish person. Okay, got it. Thank you. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you for telling that to me. Oh, here's another aspect of saying that like this is a terror cell and you shouldn't trust them, because Islamophobia is a multifaceted line of attack. German news outlet Welt today spread the Pallywood conspiracy theory, which the IDF themselves have deleted in shame after millions of people had seen it on Twitter. This guy is like a Palestinian YouTuber, and the IDF had fucking claimed falsely that he was actually faking an injury, when in fact they were just being fucking racist. It was an entirely separate Palestinian that had actually been harmed. Okay? But of course, Welt went along with it fucking weeks after this was immediately discredited. Why? Because they're fucking racist, dog. That's why. German news outlet Welt today spread the Pallywood conspiracy theory, falsely claiming amateur actors are faking scenes in Gaza. Here's a segment with English subtitles going around. I want to mention something here. This argument is so silly, the Pallywood argument, because it's like the death toll is so fucking high and we can see with our own goddamn eyes. I don't understand why they still go, oh, they're faking it. They're faking it. It's like, I feel like it's more so just to add insult to injury. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's just to simply say, like, don't even believe your lying eyes. Don't do it.
Erlangt. Auf hier oben
Sad fame.
singt
Up here
er
it sings about glorifying Palestine.
herrlicht Palästina. Da unten freut er sich
Down
über die
there he
Luftangriffe von
rejoices in the
Palästina.
air
Auf
of
der rechten
Palestine.
Seite allerdings
On the right,
weint
however, he's
wegen der
crying
Vergeltungsschläge der
because
Israelis.
in retaliation to the Israelis, so you
Also
here
hier
you
sieht
can
man,
see
der
the
Mann hat
man
viele Gesichter. Wir werden auch gleich weitergehen.
has
Der ist
many
inzwischen-
faces. Wow, that's crazy, man. I can't believe he's crying because like his city is being fucking ruthlessly bombed. The concentration camp. How dare he even smile in his concentration camp, by the way? That's really fucked up. How dare he breathe the fresh air in his concentration camp that Israel is maintaining? And then here he is crying in his concentration camp.
Hat viele Gesichter. Wir werden auch gleich
Has many
weitergehen.
faces. He
Der ist
will go.
inzwischen sehr, sehr bekannt geworden.
Has become very well known, I'll
Sag
say,
ich jetzt mal Laienschauspieler. Hier zum
as an
Beispiel
actor. This is a separate person. This is not him. This is a different person. You are a sick fuck. You are a disgusting Nazi fucking prick. Follow your leader, you Nazi fuck.
spielt er einen Sterbenden in einem Krankenhaus von seinen Angehörigen,
Dying man
von
because he's
seinen
in a hospital. He
Freunden,
says goodbye to his
verabschiedet er
relatives,
sich.
his friends,
Meistens
and
wird dann auch noch
usually
Musik unter diese Videos drunter gelegt.
music is
Also auch
also
hier
put
das
under
gleiche
these
Gesicht, der
videos.
gleiche Schauspieler.
Here too, same face, same actor. Wow, dude. Literally just saying, you know, these Arabs, they all look alike and they fake their fucking demise.
Und hier sieht man eben das, was wir gesehen haben, sieht man eben hier nochmal.
You
Und
can
da
see him
unten
again and here
liegt er
down
in einem
here.
Leichensack. Auch das ist er.
He's
Und da
lying
sieht
in a
er-
corpse. That photo right there, you know what that photo is? That right there, they added once again insult to injury. That is someone in a fucking Halloween costume in America. That's not a fucking, or in Thailand or some shit. That's not motherfucking someone in Gaza. That's not like a fake baby in Gaza. No one in fucking Gaza has to fake the atrocities.
In einem Video mit einem
You fucking scumbag. You fucking animal, you. Holy fuck, dude. We did not go far enough during World War II.
Kind da unten.
This is what happens when you don't kill all the fucking Nazis. This is what happens when you let the Nazis take back positions of fucking power and don't actually denazify a fucking country. Shouts out to America for that, by the way. You fucking animal. Fuck you.
Und auch da sagt er, naja, das ist eigentlich mein Kind. Die Israelis sind schuld daran, dass dieses Kind verletzt ist, aber es ist gar nicht sein Kind offensichtlich. Also so
It's obviously not his child at all. What is this guy doing, dude?
funktioniert es auch hier als Pressevertreter mitten im Konflikt.
Press
mit
in the
dem
middle of a
Kriegsgebiet.
conflict
Und
war
inzwischen
zone.
Ist er auch Kardiologe
And in the
geworden.
meantime, he's also
also so
become
sieht
what?
man, wie die Hamas damit umgeht, was die Hamas
Bro, that's a different person. You posted 3 different Arabs and said they're the same guy.
versucht, eben wirklich Bilder zu produzieren mit Verletzten, mit Toten, mit Kindern. Und es wird dann auch teilweise historisch. Dieses Bild soll nämlich eine typisch
This picture is supposed to show a typical... Bro, he's just doing Pallywood shit. That's it. This is it. Hey, real question. You're not with the mainstream message. You're basically saying anti-vax stuff in 2020 according to mainstream media. How do we fight this? How do we get your message to be real against the mainstream media experts? Great question. Here's how. The mainstream media does not rely on scholars. I do. That's the problem. Whereas in the anti-vaxxer conversation, the universal consensus was, again, what I relied on, not what the fucking mainstream media was saying. What the fuck? When I give you historical feedback as to how things are happening, which is, of course, way more up for debate than fucking vaccine science, which is not up for debate, okay? That doesn't mean that that this is like anti-vaxxer shit. Who you calling Nazis? Genuinely asking? This fucking German piece of shit is who I'm calling a Nazi.
1929 zeigen. Aber
what is this? What the fuck? What is the cover of a book?
Das sind
The Armenians in the Ottoman Empire. It's falsified. What does this have to do with anything? Shut the fuck up. Okay. First, the claim is that the Palestinian Instagrammer faked being on his deathbed. This is false. It's an entirely different person in the hospital, and that video was uploaded months before the Hamas attack. The other person lost a leg. It's not the same guy. But that other guy was also faking it, I assume. The second debunked claim is this completely irresponsible segment. The same Palestinian Instagrammer fake being a corpse in a body bag. This is also false. The photos from a woman in Thailand's Facebook page is her kid's 2022 Halloween costume. And then I guess the guy fucking blocked him. I was just blocked by Clemens Wegen, chief correspondent of Die Welt, for uncovering that they are lying in their news coverage about Gaza. They used a photo of a kid in Thailand wearing a Halloween costume to claim Palestinian man faked his death. Got a lot of racists lurking over here. No, I don't think. What? I'm not saying you're anti-vax. I'm saying you're anti-MSM, which is the fight, in my opinion. Bro, I use predominantly mainstream media coverage when I'm talking about these issues, okay? The only difference is I just don't believe everything the IDF says because there's so much. Yes, I was going to talk about Richard Goldwater's assessment as well. I forgot. Because no one asked me, I figured I'd weigh in on the river and the sea debate. I literally bookmarked it. Since 1967, there's been one group, Israelis, in control of the territory between the river and the sea, and with that group enjoying freedom, and another group, Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, living under occupation without freedom. So from the river to the sea, Israel free, Palestinians no. Why is that okay? Seems worse than a chant. Yet, people and their supporters are telling Palestinians and their supporters that call for Palestine to be free from the river to the sea is not okay. More than that, it's genocidal, they say. They attribute the meaning to the phrase that is not evident from the words. I suppose we could ask people who are chanting it what they mean, and I'd guess you'd get a lot of different answers, including some pretty ugly ones. Some folks say it's bad messaging because it's not clear to the people on the outside. That may be so, but perhaps it's not directed to us. It's a rallying cry for them. Again, I don't know, but the point is Palestinians have been told they can't resort to international bodies like the ICC. They can't boycott Israel, and they must support Zionism or be branded anti-Semitic. Still can't believe this is a thing. And now, people want Palestinians to stop chanting river and the sea. If they stop, will Israel end the occupation? What's left? How will Palestinians win their fucking freedom? Great. Thank you. That German guy was in your replies. Your ignorance is showing. You might want to read the Hamas Charter, chief correspondent of Die Welt. I have read the Hamas Charter. And I've read the Hamas Charter from 2017 as well. I've read both of the Hamas Charters. Let me tell you, my friend, mein Freund, it's unimportant what the Hamas Charter says. Very odd that you care about the Hamas Charter from 1988 when they had no popularity and refuse to read the Hamas Charter from 2017 when they were infinitely more popular. Yeah, it seems like they've reformed, mein Freund, in their efforts to become more popular and be seen as an international body to gain legitimacy in a similar capacity to how the PLO did it as well. But of course it doesn't matter. None of this matters because it's fine. You'll think all of the Palestinians, all of the Arabs are the same. We know you're racist. We know you're racist, yeah. You cannot hide it. Achtung. I'm a German man about to say some of the most racist things you've ever heard in your entire life, okay? When it comes to the phrase, though, because of the actual threats made by them, by the presidents and the like, saying they want to drive Jews in the CIC from the river to the sea is a veiled threat. I don't need Israeli propaganda to tell me that. I would think that regardless of what group was targeted. Wait, hold on. All right. Whole stream in that accent? No. Dude, back in the day, I used to think that Germans felt like deep shame for the Holocaust. Some Germans felt deep shame for the Holocaust, and that's why they were behaving this way. Now I realize it's more so to just be like, yeah, we did the Holocaust, but also these guys are doing the current Holocaust, which is bad, right? It's much worse, right? Don't pay attention to what we did. I feel like it's more of an abdication of responsibility to be like, come on, guys. Come on now. Much worse, right? Yeah, focus on that thing. That's like much worse. Especially because they also are like, Sam, I literally lived there and thought the same thing. Everyone was always so shameful and butthurt, even if you made a harmless joke about it. Anyone else mentioned? It's a simple Palestinian emancipation. Racist canards about. I'm saying it's a simple way to shut down comments about Palestinian emancipation while conversation against an apartheid state, while invoking racist canards about Arabs wanting to exterminate all Jews and shut down comments about Palestinian emancipation against an apartheid state while invoking racist canards about and tying any kind of expression freedom to anti-Semitism. It's like, I don't know. I find it additionally wild that, like, isn't knowing better... I thought knowing better was Christian, right? Like, I guess, ethnically not. It's like I thought he was a Christian guy, and I feel odd having like a Christian guy tell Jewish people that like this slogan is, like it's used by anti-Zionist Jews. Like, I think he's a good guy. I know knowing better is a good guy. I don't know. I find it. Edinger Mentum did a piece on George W. Bush. Finally, he's been doing a lot of research on GWB. I've talked about this. Not GWB. Sorry, GHWB. I've covered this aspect a lot as well. I mean, we can read it. Would you say that a German saying, "Have you read the Hamas Charter?" would be like if you tell him, "Have you met the German government's charter for 1933 to 1945?" What? I mean, I wouldn't go that far because I don't think that like I'm not politically in agreement with Hamas. You know what I mean? It's just, I also want them to no longer exist in the formation that they currently do. It's just that they're the only thing that exists at the moment. Like I wouldn't say the difference between the 2017 charter and 1988 for Hamas is the same as Nazi Germany because like there was never, like Hamas was never a military machine that was interested in like ethnically cleansing Jewish people in the same way that Nazis were. HW was a segregationist. Listen, George W. Bush was a based anti-Zionist, and we're going to learn more about it, okay? The president who stood up to Israel and won, from Edinger Mentum. Not defending Hamas, but they exist for resistance. Nazis systematically murder people. Yeah, no, exactly. That's why the comparisons to ISIS are completely fucking ridiculous. And also, again, Islamophobic. Like, these guys aren't great dudes. Let's be fucking real. Their actions, especially so on October 7th, were brutal. They were ruthless. But the idea that like the idea that they're similar to ISIS in any capacity is definitely gross, especially when like Israel has defended ISIS at times, and Hamas has not. You might say that they've killed ISIS leaders inside of Gaza specifically because they were like, we're the only game in town, but ultimately one group killed ISIS leaders, the other one relied on them for their own geopolitical interests, and even I think offered them healthcare. Like offered them medical support before. Like the only thing that you can say is that these are both Islamist fundamentalists, or at least the militant wings are supposed to be, but I don't know how much they fucking care about that. Whereas like ISIS is actually way beyond that. They're not just fundamentalists; they're like psychopathic. Whereas they're psychopathic. They're like there are very obvious differences. Like Hamas also has a civilian branch, like a civilian governance. They have to do shit like run the fucking hospitals, right? Whereas that's not a thing for ISIS. You know what I mean? Yes, Taliban. No, that's a great example. No, the Taliban is a great example of this, except the Taliban is also significantly here. That's a great fucking comparison. The Taliban and ISIS would be a closer comparison, and even then, the fundamentalism doesn't come near the Taliban at all, because there are people in like you see Gaza. You literally fucking see Gaza. You can watch. You see with your own two eyes. There's Christians in Gaza. There's women without headscarves in Gaza. Like it's not. It is a infinitely more diverse place than the way you understand it. It's fucking ridiculous. Like to act like these guys are, throwing fucking people off of buildings and like killing you if you are a woman who doesn't wear a headscarf. Like they're not in that business at all. Their business is violent, emancipatory reaction to the increasingly brutal ways in which the Israeli apartheid destroys the lives of Palestinians, both in the West Bank and in Gaza, but mostly in the West Bank, because on the off seasons, the West Bank is the part where Palestinians get fucking destroyed. But yes, they do. Yeah. They do kill. They do torture political dissidents. So did Fatah again. So did the secular group. These are reflections of how brutal their conditions are, right? Do you understand? Not necessarily because they're like barbaric, Islamist fundamentalists or anything. So does America and Israel, by the way. What the fuck? We've shown so many videos of Israel doing it. So that in and of itself is not indicative of anything beyond the fact that like it's gross and unacceptable. But yes, it is reflective of the circumstances that they're dealing with more than anything else. Does that make sense? Because like the political dissidents that they've tortured and killed have also tortured and killed them. Like there have been, yeah, no, I get it. But the same way Amnesty report also says that torturing went on at one of the hospitals. Wait, what? Yeah, I know, I get it. But it says same Amnesty report also stated that torturing went on at one of the hospitals. Okay, I don't know what you're trying to say there. Yes, they do. They do torture. They do kill political dissidents. They do torture. We're talking about like we're talking about comparisons to ISIS. Like the aspirations or the motivations of ISIS are entirely different. Anyway, we could read this. Clearly means many things. I do wish I had phrased things better in that thread. I would have said why some view it as hate speech. I do understand why Israelis view it as a threat, and because of their conflation, anti-Semitic clearly means many things. I knew that before, and yet I emphasized the anti-Semitic side. That was what the thread I stole that picture from was debating. I really wish they chose a different slogan because I agree with the sentiment, but that one is also easily labeled anti-Semitic. I don't think so. I don't think it's labeled anti-Semitic. But anyway. But look, they're less violent than Israel. Look at the way they treat hostages. Also, why is no one talking about the hostages? Wait, what? I mean, they're still violent. As you once said, you either believe violence and poverty are shaped by extrinsic factors and you believe in systemic racism, or you believe it's shaped by intrinsic factors and you yourself are a racist. Yes. Yeah, a crime made all the more tragic by the fact that the perpetrators won and got what they wanted. Yup. And have won ever since. As the camera moved between shots of a rally, ultra-right Israeli settlers in Jerusalem, the reporter sounded somewhere between amused and incredulous. Throw the bombs out. That's a loose translation of Hebrew posters in his Jerusalem rally, but the bums these Jewish settlers refer to are not Israeli politicians, but President Bush and U.S. Secretary of State James Baker. Settlers are conservative by most political standards, but if they could vote in the American elections, Bill Clinton would carry the West Bank in a landslide. Then the scene switched to a march of Palestinian nationalists. The reporter was just as bemused as before. And Palestinian leaders, supporters of that radical national liberation movement called the PLO, confessed that these days their hearts are true blue Republican. This was not a parody. It was a real news clip. And you can watch both segments at the link here. And it depicted the political reality in Israel-Palestine, at least as it was for a moment. Tough to swallow take, but in a way, ISIS is a doomsday cult, much like the Zionist Anglican Church. Different methods of the goal is the same. I mean, yeah. If the material conditions of the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, Zionists reflected the material conditions of like, I don't know, fucking shelled out, carved out Iraq, then they would be doing the same exact shit. That's what I believe. I don't believe that a human being is like intrinsically and automatically evil due to anything. I think that we are a product. We are shaped by our environments. Okay? And yes, if the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant living in fucking Texas going to a massive megachurch to listen to their favorite televangelist was dropped into a condition that's reflective of like bombed out fucking Baghdad, you bet your fucking ass they would be doing throwing gays off the roof type shit. Okay? Right now, that motherfucker has to worry about diabetes and heart disease. Okay? That's the only thing he has to worry about right now. In fucking bombed out Baghdad, he has way different considerations. I still don't see why the IDF is so much better compared to Hamas. I never said they are. I would say that they are a metric ton more violent. They've always had the power to not be as violent, and yet they've chosen to be violent. You know, I'm trying to figure out why people say that, because they're fucking racist, dog. That's why. Because people think that like Israel's the most moral army because they're our allies. And they're killing people that we hate and are scared of because they're scary meanies. Anyway, for the past number of decades, practically every politician in the United States has adopted the AIPAC line towards a conflict that the U.S. should not only support Israel, but that this support should be unquestioned, bipartisan consensus with no daylight allowed between U.S. policy and Israeli policy. They insist that this line to be maintained no matter what, regardless of anything that Israel does or how extreme its government gets. Anybody who advocates for anything less is pilloried as an anti-Semite and forced to contend with a well-funded primary challenger. We are supposed to simply accept as a fact of life that the United States must send tens of billions of dollars in aid to one of the wealthiest countries on the planet year in, year out, but cannot ask for anything in return. It's an absurd concept, but with how much money organizations like AIPAC spend to uphold it, it's been a very tough one to take down. That does not mean, however, that there has never been any challenges to it. Over 30 years ago, one president decided to break from this consensus and adopt a far more even-handed policy towards the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It resulted in unprecedented diplomatic successes, and it has been forgotten by all except for the Israeli lobby, who have decided themselves to prevent it from ever happening again. Allow me to introduce you to the story of President George Bush as a set of loan guarantees and an absolutely vital lesson that Washington has been determined to erase from its memory. Oh, fuck. I don't have his... I'm going to DM him right now and be like, give me a fucking free read link, bitch. How do I read this for free? Pay him? Fuck no. Hold on. I'm going to ask him. Does that exist? I don't have a Substack account. Damn, bro. I'm asking him to bypass paywalls while simultaneously at the top of the hour serving you a paywall in the form of a 3-minute ad break. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You didn't have to pay to read articles. It wasn't like this. Average socialist behavior. You know it, dude. I'm in this game. Give me your email and give you a comp subscription. Okay. All right. Let's see. There's a tremendous amount of its continuation. Israeli. Added you, just log on to the site with that email and you should be able to read it plus all my other stuff. How the fuck do you have an account with us? We sent it to you. We're doing journalistic apartheid. Rich guy pays for bypassing the rules for us. Yeah, bitch. Exactly. Sign in now. What the fuck? Writers you may like. Look at this fucking shit, dude. Look at this fucking shit. It automatically wants me to sign up for Substacks. Look at this shit, dog. The Free Press by Barry Weiss? No fucking thank you, Substack. Hello? More like writers I fucking would hate for the rest of my life. Writers that make me want to fucking never look at this goddamn website ever again. Ew. Fucking gross. Hello? Never again. Don't do that, Substack. Barry Weiss? Oh my God. Substack, more like Midstack, 100p. This is right. Since the worst aspects of this should be with anti-Semitism. Yeah. Yeah, it is quiet hour. Shut up, Marat. Marat's like, damn, bros, it's quiet hour. I also heard symbols of oppression like swastika or because I agree the Palestinians have a right to motherfucker writing whereas Confederates absolutely in the wrong. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm DMing knowing better, and he's been very understanding. So I hope that he is I hope that he reconsiders. They bombed a new camp in Gaza, the Maghazi camp. Jesus Christ. You're tweeting on company time. Well done. Yeah, technically I am. DMing Barry Weiss, don't lie. Wait, Matty Iglesias went to Nablus in 2000s? Wait, what? I don't believe this. Is it real? He went to Nablus on a J Street junket in the mid-2000s and expressed physical revulsion at the streets reserved for Jews, with Palestinians who actually live there confined to the back alleys. Apparently, he figured out since that physical revulsion at apartheid is career suicide. Wait, no fucking shot. You mean to tell me that this egg-shaped fuck actually went? He actually went? Dog, that is Hitlerian, okay? There's a difference between like being a dumb, fat American fuck thousands of miles away, being like, oh, I don't get it. All my media's telling me it's good. Or there's a difference between like being a Jewish American who grows up in this culture and this attitude, and it's like literally built into your consciousness, versus actually going there. Okay? There's a reason why Birthright only shows you very specific things, okay? And doesn't take you into Gaza, okay? I know people will say, oh, it's because of security concerns. Like, fuck no. No, there's a reason why you only see specific shit on Birthright, okay? It's supposed to tailor your experience to have a very one-sided perspective. If you go to the fucking other side and you still come across, if you go to the other side and you come back and you fucking shut that side of your consciousness, you are literally a scumbag, dude. You are a scumbag. Like, that's insane. You are, oh my God, you're one of the most racist motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life at that point. It's like looking at a fucking concentration camp and at first being like, I'm disgusted by this, and then coming back and secretly being like, I don't know, like being a Holocaust revisionist or something after coming back from that experience. You know what I mean? What the fuck? Just unimaginable. Maddie Iglesias, so brave to come out against empathy, says Autism Dragon. That's insane. Okay, I don't know if this is real. If this is real, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, okay? I don't want to believe that a human being is this evil, dog. Holy shit. That's fucking nuts. Also crazy. The thing about, at least he says the thing about Rashida Tlaib is that she's Palestinian. It makes perfect sense for her to be mad at Israel and fired up about it. What's sus is all the people who aren't Palestinian and seem to care 1,000 times more about this than any other humanitarian issue. So very cool of him to like subtly imply that all of these other people are anti-Semitic, and not because like there is no other equivalence on the planet where we give like unconditional $4 billion every single year so they can do an apartheid state. That like we are so fucking close to as well. Like, there's no equivalence. There's not even a historical equivalence. Like, South Africa wasn't our thing as much as Israel is. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's the reason. I don't know. Like, think about it this way. Okay? Think about it this way. America loves killing Arabs. That much is true. America has justified killing Arabs for 20 fucking years on television. That fuckbag has also participated in that slaughter and the justification for that slaughter. Okay? The Congo, bro, what? Dog, there is no 75-year-long process that we have personally promoted the slaughter of openly on television. There's no current modern day equivalent to this. I'm not saying America doesn't fucking facilitate ethnic cleansing globally, okay? I'm simply stating that like on the one hand, we're giving guns to the people doing it and training them and doing it overseas and not covering it as much. This, we literally are like, this is our shit. We love this genocide. We love this ethnic cleansing. We're doing it, and that's our fucking shit. I love it. I ride for it, dog, all day, every day. I'll fucking go on television and be like, there's no equivalence. There's no fucking, like, there's no Congolese equivalent to this where, like, a general comes on fucking, CNN and is like, the babies deserve to die. Here is why. Let me tell you. Like, think about that. Also for 75 fucking years, too. That's the other thing. It literally could not happen without our enthusiastic support, both financially and politically. Exactly. That's what I mean. It's also a ridiculous thing to say because he's basically saying, like, why do you care so much, like, if it's not you? Like, I'm not fucking Iraqi, but I thought that was gross, too, you fucking pervert. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? I'm not from Yemen. I think it's unjustifiable that our other regional ally, which also happens to be aligned with Israel, conducted a genocide in Yemen. I thought that was fucking gross. That was disgusting. Spoke out against that. Like, the idea that you can only argue against, like, things that are right in front of you that directly change your life is basically telling on yourself. You are so conservative. Yeah, I'm not Jewish, but fuck the Holocaust. Brave take, dog. Brave take. See? Yeah, that shit was fucked up, dude. I will end it. I'll end it soon. Are you hungry? Okay. Yo, you're real for that, dude. Thank you. Actually sus that he cares when other stuff is bad. I mean, it goes to show. That's why this dumb fuck only cares about, like, when his treats are taken from him, I guess. That's the only thing he will write about forever. That empathy is sus. I wish I'd known your views on this years ago because your rants heal something in me. What? His treat is an apartheid state. Also, I will take it one step further and say that the bar is set so fucking low in the goddamn ground that Matty Boy here technically actually clears it because at least he didn't have the audacity to fucking quote tweet the Palestinian congresswoman and say, actually, bitch, you're wrong. From the river to the sea, Palestine should be free means genocidal. I'm going to imply that you're genocidal and you want to kill all Jews. Like, the audacity of some fucking neoliberal Twitter pervert. Like, I want to fucking, I don't want to say what I want to do, but I'm thinking it and you can't stop me from thinking it. Like, I would do great, wonderful things. I think I would hug and kiss them consensually. Like the gall, the audacity, the mistreatment of fucking Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims in general. Holy fuck. It kills me. It fucking kills my soul. Knowing better deleted the thread. Yeah, I talked to him. He actually literally said, how do I correct this? I said, well, first off, I wouldn't consider the Israeli position a realistic one by any metric, given that Israel's an apartheid state and there's a tremendous amount of racist agitprop to justify its continuation, which has, in my mind, broken so many people. This is in my own personal stance. I've spoken to Israeli Knesset member Ofer Kasef on this issue as well. It's up to you how you want to correct it. I don't know what your take is on the matter overall, but I don't think it's right to say a slogan that has been around since the worst aspects of this occupation should be conflated with anti-Semitism just because some people may use it in an anti-Semitic manner. I also don't think it's appropriate to compare it to symbols of oppression like the swastika or Confederate flag because I agree that Palestinians have a right to freedom, whereas I think the Confederates were absolutely in the wrong. I didn't say I don't. I said whereas I think the Confederates. I told you, he's not a bad guy, I don't think. And I told him I'd read Ilan Pape, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, or 10 Myths About Israel. I said any of his books will do, but I'm not sure I feel like, oh, fuck, I'm sorry. Anyway, I told you guys he's a good dude and an understanding person. Anyway. Okay. Everyone is finding out why Islamophobia is $1 billion industry in the U.S. alone. I mean, it's $1 trillion industry if you consider the entirety of their... if you consider the entirety of the war on terror as a campaign and how much money our military-industrial complex made off of it. So, yeah, the 10 Myths About Israel is actually free, too, I think, right now, from Verso Books, including other free reading resources for those of you who are interested in learning more. Palestine Speaks, Narratives of Life Under Occupation. 10 Myths About Israel is really good, obviously. That's, like, actually... a very, very good starting point for anybody. I went to DC today because you convinced me to have more courage. I hope you had a good time. I saw a lot of Punishment of Gaza by Gideon Levy. Gideon Levy's the GOAT as well. The Case for Sanctions Against Israel. I don't know if you saw, but Wafa reported at least 51 Palestinians have been killed in the latest Israeli bombardment of Gaza's Maghazi refugee camp. Palestinian news agency Wafa reports. Jesus fucking Christ. That just happened too. Wait, are you Palestinian? No, I am not Palestinian. Nico Palet is a good source. His grandfather signed the Israeli Declaration of Independence. Oh, fuck. What were we doing? I forgot I was in the process of reading this shit.
Not to
watching this shit.
Actually attack and use their new state as a base for attack. And that would require time and trust. And that would have to be built up over time, given the amount of distrust in the region, which would allow for presumably gradually increasing control of borders with, say, Jordan. Right? If you're talking about the West Bank, it would also require land swaps. I mean, all these things have been discussed by Israel before. They were proposed in 2008 by Ehud Olmert. Mahmoud Abbas literally got up and walked away from the table without a counteroffer. Yeah. So,
oh my God, he's doing all of the most triggering highlights, like every single like. He's running every single lie, brother.
And that would require time and trust. And that would have to be built up over time, given the amount of distrust in the region, which would allow...
The amount of distrust in the region directly stems from Israel, okay? One can automatically assume that without even doing any reading, just by a little bit of critical thinking, okay? One, how can we negotiate when you have a knife on my neck is the statement that comes to mind immediately. Okay, so that's something that you always have to remember. This is something that Nelson Mandela also said. That was Ghassan Kanafani, but also Nelson Mandela said something similar when they approached him to renounce violence time and time again when he was in prison. And he said, I cannot have a conversation with you as peers and you demand things of me, but not see me as a you do not see me as an equal. Like I'm enshackled by you.
For presumably gradually increasing control of borders with, say, Jordan, right? If you're talking about the West Bank, it would also require land swaps. I mean, all these things have been discussed by Israel before. They were proposed in 2008 by Ehud Olmert. Mahmoud Abbas literally got up and walked away from the table without a counteroffer. Yeah. So when it comes to the practical...
Interesting that he dropped the 2008 bomb there, but the numerous other instances. Mandela did announce violence on the populous civilians. You're wrong. Mandela only renounced violence once he was freed, and also after he was freed and the apartheid ended. There was two different instances where they approached him while he was in prison to renounce violence, and he didn't. So you're wrong. He openly stated that he would not, as a matter of fact. So you're ahistorical.
Practicality of solution that rests on whether the Palestinians are willing to have a government at any point that would actually make that peace deal. And it was interesting. I was at Oxford last night, the other university. I was there last night, and student after student got up and asked about this, and then I asked them a simple question. They kept talking about occupied Palestine. I said, what do you mean by occupied Palestine? And invariably to a man or woman, each one of them said, everything. Like from the river all the way to the sea, that's occupied. Well, you can't make peace on that basis.
Of course.
Wait, what do you mean? But that is what's going on. What do you mean you can't make peace on that basis? Like, look at this fuckbag being like, actually, if Palestinians want to be freed, well, they have to deny the reality that they exist under a permanent occupation by Israel. Oh, okay, got it, man. Thanks. Okay, so they have to be fucking delusional? Like, that's what you want them? They have to say, sorry, sir. Sorry for making you kill all of our children. That's what they need to say first. Have you commented on Sam Harris's recent trigonometry interview where he states his stance on the situation? Smile. Do you want me to die? Is that why you want me to watch this? Because if I watch Sam Harris talk about this issue, I will die. I will perish. I will cease to exist. I will have a fucking aneurysm. I will start foaming out of the mouth, and I will die.
Obviously. So, as far as whether Israel's been willing to do it, yes, Israel will be willing to do that. But again, that's going to take time.
No, they haven't. And you also, even in this situation, typical defender of Israel, immediately like offers a fucking psychopathic solution that he claims is actually is actually possible, while subtly still undermining the other side and demanding them to deny reality. Got it, dude. Thanks.
I mean, it's going to take credibility. That's what Oslo was supposed to do, and it never even came remotely close to achieving that credibility, largely because Yasser Arafat is one of the worst people who has ever lived and an arch terrorist.
Israel is a terrorist, 100%. Israel is the terrorist state. He's an arch terrorist. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, no, Arafat is the worst terrorist. He's the arch terrorist, dude. Yeah. Hey, it's so weird. Is there a Palestinian that isn't a terrorist? I guess the only Palestinian that's not a terrorist is one that says, like, Israel should kill all of my people. You know what I mean? Because come on, dog. Like, what are we doing here? That one guy in the PragerU video. Yeah. The one supposedly Palestinian guy that does that PragerU video where he's like, my people yearn for freedom by being ruthlessly slaughtered. And also, it's always Hamas's fault.
So what would be like sort of your solution to that? What would you propose if you're the one that's mitigating the deal between Israel and Palestine?
I mean, right now there's no deal to be actually mediated.
Oh, true. The son of Hamas guy. Yeah, exactly. That's the only guy that Ben Shapiro would deal with. The one that like does media interviews being like, hello, I am the son of Hamas and I hate Hamas. I'm here to tell you that Israel's done nothing wrong ever. My dad is the CEO of Hamas, and I personally think Israel is the best.
between
just
the
in
two
a
parties.
hypothetical scenario.
In the magical hypothetical deal, it would end up looking like the Palestinian areas that are currently governed by that are currently largely Palestinian would end up under Palestinian control. It would look like land swaps, probably, where the Israeli areas outside the Green Line, like Efrat, which has 30,000 citizens living out there, that was not going to end up in Palestinian control. You're going to have a land swap somewhere else. I mean, that's everybody sort of acknowledges that.
Oh, got it. Okay, so first of all, that, like, what he is stating here What he's stating here is that Israel takes 75% of the West Bank, which it currently occupies. I mean, it occupies technically 100% of the West Bank, but he's literally okay. Also, he's lying about the land swap because time and time again, Israel has lied about the land swaps where they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll do a land swap," except no, we won't. We'll give you 1 mile of land for every 8 miles we take. Was the unironic math equation that they were working with last time this was even brought up.
That is.
Meanwhile, think about the delusion of the American leadership. It's not even delusion. I think that they are so they're just openly fucking lying to the public when they say we want to go back to 67 borders, the 67 boundary. Like, no, you don't, because you can't. That would literally lead. That is tantamount to saying 400,000 Israeli settlers have to be forcibly removed from their fucking homes. In 1977, the number of settlers in the West Bank was 7,000. 1977. 7,000 settlers by 1977. Or no, 4,000 settlers by 1977. Okay? It's 700K. Stop saying 400. No, I'm talking about fucking West Bank. I'm not adding the East Jerusalem numbers, okay? Which is also contested, but I'm specifically talking about the West Bank even. That's how devastating the conversation is. When you say 700,000, you're talking about East Jerusalem and West Bank.
The way that it would go. Even Likud, which started off anti-Oslo, once that was the reality on the ground, started to embrace a lot of the language of the two-state solution. So
no, they didn't. No, they didn't. Likud openly campaigned every single time on saying, I'm going to take a shit on the Oslo Accords. I'm going to wipe my ass with this fucking deal. What is this donkey saying? What the fuck? That is such a lie, dude. Netanyahu literally waited for the expiration to happen, like refused to negotiate at any moment, at any point, and regularly kept propping up settlements. It's just complete and utter nonsense. You are dunking on children who don't know anything. What the fuck? That's so stupid. Anyone that knows even a little bit, dude, anyone that knows even a little bit about the history here would destroy this person, okay? Would eviscerate him where he stands.
Again, I think that everyone in the West is trying to jump to the solution without recognizing the failure of the premise. If you have two parties who are willing to make a deal is available.
Yeah, Bibi ran as a one-issue candidate on his first run as the prime minister. The one issue eviscerating the Oslo Accords. The fact that he said even Likud came to that conclusion is so stupid. Also, why is he saying even Likud? You're literally like a Jewish Power Party supporter. Why the fuck do you even talk about even Likud? Like as though that's like a really, really far right. Likud looks like fucking woke by your fucking perspective. So what the hell are you talking about? Likud, even Likud. Also, funny thing that I will mention here, Nicolas Sarkozy very famously one time got hot-mic'd when he was talking to Barack Obama, where he said, I fucking hate that piece of shit Benjamin Netanyahu. He is a liar. Now, the French leader at the time. And the thing is, he is far from the only one who has said that about Benjamin Netanyahu, okay? Virtually every single politician, including those in Israel, have said time and time again that Benjamin Netanyahu is a charlatan and a liar. Like, Bill Clinton openly campaigned against Benjamin Netanyahu and smoked on his dead ops pack, okay? The idea that, like, the fact that this fucking demon was able to consistently come back into power is mind-boggling. Sarkozy was not a great person either. No, I don't give a shit. Yeah, I know. I'm saying even bad guys thought that he was a fucking liar and a son of a bitch. How do you not understand what I'm saying?
And if you only have one party who's willing to make a deal is not available. Right now, only one party is willing to make a deal. The other party has shown itself repeatedly, literally for all of Israeli history, unwilling to make a deal. There's not been.
I hate you. You're such a liar. I hate you so much. You should be thrown in jail for how much you lie. Okay, you should be Oh, here it is. Here's the mic, the hot
An
mic.
open mic during last week's G20 summit caught President Obama and French President Nicolas Sarkozy complaining about Israel's prime minister,
Sarkozy.
according to a report by Reuters. I cannot bear Netanyahu. He's a liar, said Sarkozy. Obama, according to a French interpreter who was translating his remarks, replied, "You're fed up with him, but I have to deal with him even more often than you."
Nobody can stand this man, dude. He is so gross. He is such a gross piece of shit, okay? Dude, think about it this way. You know how racist the Israeli Jewish population is as it pertains to Palestinians, okay? As it pertains to the treatment and mistreatment of Palestinians in general. You've seen the polling. Like, this is not my own invention. This is, actual polling, right? And obviously they have like differences in opinion on like how to do a two-state solution, yada, yada, yada. But like there is one thing that unites the entirety of Israel, and it is their hatred for Benjamin Netanyahu. Like a country that literally is like, just give us a different war criminal, please. Like we also want to ruthlessly ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. We want to keep doing fucking apartheid. Maybe the settlements are not a good idea. Some people don't think that. That's fine. But ultimately, the one thing that everyone is united on, from the most racist man to like the most woke Israeli, is their undying hatred for Benjamin Netanyahu. And he has just always come back, just the straight up devil. There was some funny quotes. I don't know if it was Bill Clinton who personally said this, or if it was a spokesman that, or Bill Clinton's spokesperson that said like, he is a liar. I hate him, and it would be much better. We would be much better off if I never had to see him again. The other part about it is that over the years, because he's seen every single president come and go, he also has this like incredible arrogance. Like he will routinely, like he lectured Barack Obama on the Middle East, you know what I mean? Like he shit on Barack Obama a lot. And Barack Obama at the end of his tenure gifted him a $38 billion 10-year package, dude. And they still hate Barack Obama. They still hate Barack Obama because of the Iran denuclearization agreement. Was it Bush that said that? Like, I hate him. I hope I never see him again. Yeah, he snubbed Obama, spoke to Republican Congress about how much Obama sucks. And then Barack Obama, on his way out, gifted him a $38 billion 10-year package. Bibi pushed for the Iraq war, but nobody wants to talk about that. I mean, I have brought this up before. Yes, of course. 38 million? No, $38 billion guaranteed contract over 10 years. They did give him the franchise tag. Yes. Yeah, he went around Obama to address the Republican Congress to try to sabotage the Iran nuclear deal. How is the U.S. economy not collapsing? Because it's made up. That's why. Because it's like we have unlimited amounts of money that we can print, just not for healthcare, but definitely for war. There you go. I solved it for you. It's fake. It's made up. Go ahead. Tell me I'm wrong. As the deficit implodes, okay? It gets larger and larger every year. Only for war, though. What is this? Least sociopathic venture capitalists. Here's the death age distribution in Gaza from before this conflict. From a pro-Palestinian source. The vast majority of child deaths were ages 10 to 18. Oh, okay. So it's inappropriate to say that anyone under 18 is a child, even if a militant. This is awesome. These are Hamas statistics. Anyone under 18 is a child, even if a militant. Hamas PIJ misfired 1,000 rockets into Gaza. These deaths are blamed on Israel. Hamas is preventing people from fleeing. This guy's like, actually, 10 to 18. The vast majority of child's deaths were aged 10 to 18. All right, I got to bang on this, okay? Color me surprised. A libertarian saying, actually, 10-year-old is not a child. I did not realize today, on this holy day, we would be doing actually it's a phebophilia for fucking Palestinian child murder, dude. Hold on, I'm gonna do this as well. Where's the fucking one finger? Why can't I see it? Is this the right one, chat? Isn't there a better one? That's not the middle finger. I thought there was one where it was like this. There's a reverse one, I think. I don't see it. Yeah, the one that you just posted. Yeah, this one. Yeah, point up. It doesn't exist here for some reason. Oh, it's right here. I didn't see it. There it is. That took a while for me to fucking do. Yeah, Macklemore is on the good list now, dude.
You know, first and foremost, this is absolutely beautiful to observe today. I didn't expect to be on a microphone.
This Macklemore 9/11, Bush knocked down those towers. The GOAT.
Here that are more qualified to speak on the issue of a free Palestine than myself. But I will say this. They told me to be quiet. They told me to do my research, to go back, that it's too complex to say something, right? To be silent in this moment. In the last 3 weeks, I've gone back and I've done some research, and I'm teachable. I don't know enough, but I know enough that this is a genocide.
The GOAT. Mackla GOAT, dude. Mackla more of this, please. If you know what I'm saying. Dude, this shit is crazy. Washington, D.C. looks insane. The DC aerial shot. Wait, I think it's the one I just. Oh my god, that's the tweet I just liked. Yeah. Sean, look up to him. Yeah, this is the one note I want to end it on. At some point, it's going to register in the broader U.S. discourse that most IDF propaganda consists of infographics justifying attacks on hospitals, while Hamas propaganda is dudes no-scoping, invading tank divisions, doing some of the coolest shit you've ever seen. Like the IDF propaganda at this point is like either this is why we have to shoot this hospital. Okay, I promise you, when we shoot the hospital, it's going to be just and totally legal and totally valid and totally cool. But also simultaneously, we're going to tell you that they're lying. The dead babies in the hospital, they're fucking fake. But also then it's like AI created images of like a lion fucking like a Palestinian snake or something. And then like fake images of Israelis like protesting in the streets, celebrating. AI images of like, why are you guys throwing up Hamas? You haven't seen this shit? Stupid ass fucking phone calls being like, yes, I am Hamas and I love killing children and using them as human shields. And no, the snake thing or my other favorite. This is a funny tweet I just saw. Hutch, Republicans can sit a platform of we're going to torture dogs and nuke the Southern Hemisphere because God commands it. And you'd still see lefty edgelords who just got into politics the last year posting something like, why Democrats haven't earned my vote. I like how this guy tried to think of something more evil than genocide. No, he's joking. He's trying to make a joke. No, here's what we should do. Why do pro-Israel protests all look like AI? What the fuck is this? I don't even know what this is. But no, the one I was talking about is like when they do like a Voldemort is shocked at how crazy Hamas is. You think Hutch is joking? No, I don't. I think Hutch is not very smart. I'll just say it like that. I know that like I like him. I liked him. We've had a lot of interactions with one another. I don't think he's very smart. I'll say it. I don't use that. Look, I think he's kind-hearted, but I don't know. I feel, I'm sure he'll say much worse things. Like he'll say, I'm a fucking idiot, but, which is fine. I take on the moniker myself. I do say I'm a dumbass, but I'm sorry, dude. I see a lot of this, I see a lot of these sorts of takes from people who are just like unconditionally, I'm supporting the Democratic Party. And to them, I ask, what will it take for you not to? I have said I am reconsidering not voting. I'm considering not voting for Joe Biden, and I think that is my right. And I think I should be able to say that without dumb bitches screeching at me to be like, oh, excuse me, don't you know about trans genocide? It's like, dude, I've been doing political advocacy for 10 years. Like, come on. Trust me. Like, while you were fucking doing flick shots and trick shots on COD, like, I was in the cut getting death threats for things that I've been saying. I've always maintained the position, and I still maintain the position that you should always vote, and especially for your local elections, especially for your you should always vote for ballot measures. Like, these are very important things, and I will still push for that. But I don't know if I can. I don't know. I don't know if either of these candidates are worthy of me voting for either of them. I think it's really fucking gross. It's really disgusting. You're not gonna vote. Not voting is the same as helping the Democrats. Yeah, what I should. It's funny. I know the implications of saying such a thing, but I think that the administration should at least feel a little threatened if that is the case. And I'm not gonna fucking sit here. I'm not gonna fucking sit here and be like, oh yeah, no, I'll still vote for you, Joe Biden. Please continue to facilitate genocide with my tax dollars. Like, why would I ever say that? The fuck's wrong with you? Even if I were to turn around and vote at the end of the day, like, are you fucking stupid? Like, what purpose do I have for voting if I can't even like make demands of my politicians? Like, you have a lot of Democrats who are like unconditional vote blue no matter who liberals are incredibly stupid in the way that they don't understand how political advocacy is supposed to work or how democracy is supposed to work, really. And this is not my first bout with those who exhibit this kind of tendency. They are almost always coming at it from a profoundly privileged perspective. Then they shamelessly weaponize trans people and gay people and immigrants as a talking point. It's fucking ridiculous. It is so gross. It's so disgusting. I think that trans people also have a right to not vote for whoever the fuck they don't want to vote for. I'm sick and tired of not having any kind of valid pushback against the Democratic Party. We've been doing this process year over year. I've never seen such horrifying, monstrous attitudes. At least, like, Barack Obama lied and said that he was going to pull out of Iraq, or at least he ran on like an anti-Iraq war campaign. You know what I mean? That's wild. Yeah, like, that's crazy. It's crazy to like imagine if Barack Obama was like, I love the Iraq war, which, by the way, he didn't. But I'm saying, imagine if Barack Obama was like, I love the Iraq war and there's nothing you could do. Suck my dick. Vote for me because the other guy's worse. Do you see what I'm saying? And then the Democrats were like, actually, Sweaty, what if he legalizes gay marriage? What if he does healthcare? Which, sure. Brandon isn't even giving us the bare minimum of lying to our fucking faces that he's like interested in stopping this ethnic cleansing campaign that we have no say on. Get the fuck out of here. Look at this. Hundreds of thousands of people are in the streets globally every fucking week for Palestinians demanding an end to this cruel and unusual punishment, this collective this collective punishment that they are withstanding for 75 fucking years. Get the fuck out of here. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, Biden is a Megiddo stan. He's Catholic. He's not even fucking evangelical Christian. You know what I mean? He's just like riding for that for no reason. But yeah, I digress. That'll be all for today. I didn't get to play any fucking video games. I'm sorry. You got 20,000 people watching you. Why not some lobbying to representatives who could put pressure on Biden instead of taking a doomer pill? Thanks, brother. I never engage in that sort of thing. Don't talk to politicians directly or don't engage in any sort of campaigning of that sort. I haven't done that for the past 3 weeks as I've told people to go out and protest, told people to fucking talk to their congressperson. So thank you for finally, fuck, man. I had no idea, dude. While we were doing that, while we were also demanding to call congresspersons, signing petitions, telling people to go out and protest, raising $1.1 million for Palestinian charities, I didn't realize Sharmabo was going to finally come up with the best solution that we had no idea. Like I hadn't considered that. Thanks, man. Thank you. If I only thought, Hasan, why can't you do all the work while I can just sit here and judge you? Which we have, and it's not me alone. We have done the work. We've done exactly what he's talking about. We have lobbied. Anyway, but the pressure is working, so that's something to also consider. Yeah. Also, I love the I love the argument that like just lobby the government law while we're literally talking about potentially not voting for a person because he's just refusing to listen to the calls coming from the ground, like refusing to listen to the demands that people are making. You know? Okay. Just vote harder and then he'll listen, dude. You fucking idiot. That's how it works. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace in the Middle East. Be kind to one another. Bye-bye.
All the shadows trickling in as our people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. That in Discord agitprop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. Go left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. System you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, help me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.